Hey guys! You are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter turned his abuse into absolute power. Here is short summary. Abused, forgotten, and pushed to the edge, Harry Potter transforms his pain into a forbidden power that could either save the wizarding world or break it forever. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. The fiasco with Lockhart's dueling club really rankled him. Forced to face off Malfoy, he knew Snape had told the Ponce to call for the snake. He didn't even know about there being snake language. Instead of stepping back form the snake like everyone else, he had tried to help Justin. That blew up in his face. Now everyone thought he was a dark and evil wizard. Even the teachers at supposedly the best magical school in Europe turned a blind eye towards the abuse and bullying that ran rampant in the institution, especially the vitriol directed at him. Even Ron had been a git with all the Parseltongue, carping about only dark wizards possessing the skill. He wasn't the friend Harry thought he was and had started to push him away a bit and try to reach out to new people. It was another year filled with danger, disdain, indifference to his situation and the seesaw bouncing of public opinion from idolizing to hatred and back again. One more comment about him being heir of Slytherin and he'd pop someone in the nose. Witch or wizard, he'd not care a bit. Why were they all still in the castle? If something was hurting students, why weren't the adults doing anything? He knew deep in his heart if things were to change for himself, he'd have to change them by taking direct action. He was angry with all the mistreatment. I've reached my limit, he thought. I really can't take any more of this abuse. I'm not going to take it anymore. He decided to change how he acted here in Hogwarts and in Little Whinging with his dear relatives and other tormentors. Oh, this summer things would be different, he vowed. He'd make sure of that, and he now had a plan. Harry and Ron stepped out of McGonagall's class. Harry, why are you so antsy? Calm down. Harry looked to see if Hermione had kept up. He noticed that she was still packing her bag. Ron, we have a free period, you go on ahead to divination, I've got to go to the loo. I'll meet you there later. Ron started to argue, but Harry let out a great belch in his face. Shut it, Ron, I'll catch you up later. Ron, I have to go. I'll see you in class. He saw the look on Ron's face with the telltale sign of a pending Weasley explosion, the bright red ears and flushed neck. But he just didn't care. He was tired of Ron's immaturity. Without another look, Harry took off down the corridor towards the toilets, then turned at the first junction. He quickly ducked into an alcove, pressed a block in the upper right corner, and a hidden doorway appeared with a slide. He jumped in feet first and slid down a spiral, coming out a few yards away from the entrance to Moaning Myrtle's toilet 4th floor below where he started. He had found this wandering around late last year when he needed a hiding spot when Malfoy and 5 of his goons were chasing him with ill intent. He exited rather abruptly, sliding across the hallway on his bum and coming to rest against the wall with quite the impact. As he struggled to regain his feet, he saw the portal close within. Almost imperceptible click. He quickly looked around and determined he was indeed alone. He entered the toilet and went directly to the last stall and opened the door to the cubicle. He was relieved that Myrtle was nowhere in sight. The last thing he wanted was to encounter the creepy ghost. He observed the gently simmering cauldron with the silver stirrer gently stirring the ugly and noxious brew the 3 of them had brewed. Objectively, Hermione had done the lion's work, while he had done the chopping, dicing, crushing and in general, fetching as she had brewed. While the two were busy, Ron just wandered and looked around the girls' toilet in the most bored manner possible. Polyjuice looked like a thick, dark mud that bubbled slowly. He was very relieved that she hadn't checked this today and wouldn't be here till much later in the day. Harry picked up the copy of Most Potenti Potions on the small table and read the description of the finished potion. He compared it closely, along with the color in the chart, noted the color in the cauldron carefully, dripped the potion off a spoon to note viscosity. Aside from adding hair of the intended person, it was as done as it was going to be, and could be bottled safely. Harry took 2 empty 1-pint liquor flasks, each one enough for 5 to 8 full doses that would last an hour, then a silver ladle out of his book bag. He filled each flask without spilling a drop, then cast a preservation charm on them. He'd been practicing for the past 3 weeks and slid the flasks into an inside space expanded pocket in his Muggle-style jacket he wore under his robes. A pocket with a space expansion charm, made to be invisible with a notice me not and muggle repelling charms. He thought how he'd forced Oliver would teach him. He knew the Quidditch fanatic was a master at those 3 charms and he would be best to show him. He'd pestered Wood to teach him how to do all 3 charms for 2 weeks. Each night he cornered the older teen in the common room. In Wood's mind it became a game with trying to avoid him, but Harry was having none of that. When Oliver wouldn't talk to him, Harry escalated the contest and told the 2 beaters and 3 chasers on the team that if Ollie would not see him and do what he asked, then he was going to quit the Quidditch team and sink any chance he would have in getting noticed by a pro team. The very next morning Wood took Harry into an empty classroom. "You wouldn't do that to me, would you, Harry? Sink my chance at the pros." "Yes, Ollie, I would. You should know friendship goes both ways. I don't even like Quidditch, but I play for the house, not for you. I didn't ask to be on the team, I was told I was on the team. I remember you telling me before the first game, 'Harry, catch the snitch or die trying.' I know I'm helping you further your dreams of a professional career, yet you spit on me by not being willing to help me when I ask a simple favor. So, you have a choice, either help me learn a few charms that I know you've mastered, or I walk captain." The 2 stared at each other. "I'm not a teacher, Harry, go ask Flitwick." "I'd rather not ask a teacher. They ask too many questions, besides they're usually deaf to anything I ask, it's like they have been told not to help me." "So that's all you have to say, Ollie?" Oliver just stood there. He didn't like being bullied by a second year. "Okay, Wood. I'm calling your bluff, I quit." Harry turned around and started to walk out of the classroom. "What? Wait, where are you going, Harry?" "I'm off to see McGonagall to tell her to find another seeker. I have no desire to put my little undersized ass on the line for selfish people like you who have no manners and appreciate nothing anyone does. You're just another entitled pure blood, so F you. Let's not be hasty, Harry." "I'm sorry. Really, I am. I was treating this as a game. I was out of line. I'll help you." Wood had then taken but a mere 10 minutes to teach him magic that Harry would treasure the rest of his life. He couldn't believe the charms were so easy to learn and perform. Wood also threatened Harry to never blackmail him again, and he just laughed at his captain. "Forget it, Ollie old boy, after you told me to catch the snitch or die trying." "Huh, you got another think coming, boyo." Of course, Ollie backed down again. Harry felt empowered by sticking up for himself. It felt good. He put a stake in the ground today and stood by his decision to have more of a backbone. He knew he was taking a chance. The ever-watchful and curious Hermione might question the level of the potion in the cauldron, which was fractionally lower after his purloined flasks, but if she said anything he'd comment it was probably normal evaporation and play dumb. He found it easy to conceal his true abilities. After all, he had a lot of practice in the Dursley household. He may play dumb, but he wasn't in any sense of the word. He'd become adept at hiding his real intelligence and remaining unobserved. He checked the hall and finding it empty, he made his way out into divination class with Ron. He had a small cruel smile on his face. This little pilfering would not be shared with any of his friends. A secret cannot be a guaranteed secret if more than one person knows. This was only Harry's to know. He had his own wants and needs, and he would be the one to benefit from this little exercise in stealth and larceny. This summer would be very different in Little Whinging. It was almost the end of the school year. He'd been out of the hospital for only a few days after the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk fiasco. He thought of his encounter with Lucius Malfoy and Dobby. He'd make the senior Malfoy pay for trying to kill him. He asked Dobby to be his friend after he saved him from his old bad master. Dobby was enthusiastic to be Harry's elf friend. Harry was happy. He could always use a friend that he could depend on. A friend who was a powerful underappreciated friend, often overlooked by those who were raised in magical society. He was small but packed a big punch. Dobby could really make his life easier. He was so disappointed with Dumbledore doing nothing. After a lot of ruminating on his life in the first 2 years in the magical world, he knew something wasn't right with his life. He had come to the realization that Dumbledore wasn't the kindly grandfather figure he portrayed, with his outlandish robes, eccentric ways and twinkling eyes. He was just not looking out for his best interests. Harry thought about Dumbledore, useless old man who always tells me what to do. I asked to stay at Hogwarts for the summer, but he insisted I had to return to my relatives. Now he's sending me back to people who despise me but won't believe me about the abuse, nor will he explain why, other than saying it is the safest place for me. Well, compared to Hogwarts maybe. At least they don't try and openly kill me like Malfoy, Quirrell, and Voldemort did. He spent a lot of his free time thinking and planning. He wrote everything odd that had happened the first 2 years at Hogwarts in a Muggle notebook, then hid it in the bottom of his trunk. He didn't want to forget anything. He learned from the encounter with the fraud Lockhart. He had Hermione help him look the spell up in the library. He noted it carefully. In only a few more days he would be getting on the train back to London and his despised relatives. Class was over for the afternoon, but Harry was exhausted and resting in his bed. He sat up in his bed with the hangings closed tightly with silencing charms placed on them. He wasn't fully recovered from his encounter yet. He was afraid he was running out of time. In just a few hours the evening meal, the leaving feast, would begin, signifying the end of term. He set an alarm and lay back down to nap. He'd need his energy for later that night. He had work to do and he only hoped he was up for the effort. He worried he would not be able to pull off his plan, his bid for freedom. But he was going to try. He smiled thinking about the children's story of the little train engine that could. I think I can. Harry was nervous as there was only one more night before the train would leave to start the holidays. Harry ate a larger than normal meal than usual for him at the leaving feast, even placing an apple, banana and 2 oranges into his robe pockets for later snacking. I'm going to my appointment with Madame Pomfrey. I'll catch you up later in the common room. Save me a seat by the fire, Hermione. Ron just nodded at his friend and went back to eating pudding. Hermione watched him leave. She was concerned about him, but frustrated he wouldn't talk about what happened. She felt incensed he'd have to return to his relatives. Something was off about them, she knew it. Things did not seem right to her. She'd noticed his small emaciated frame and the rags he had for regular clothes. It made her think the worst of his relatives. But if he would stubbornly not talk to her, what could she do? She'd stand by her best friend. Perhaps she could be of some help. She'd speak to her parents. Maybe they could do something for the messy-haired boy, now her best friend. She would write them and see what they had to say. After leaving the Great Hall, Harry moved swiftly onto the stairs and down to the dungeons and found a place in deep shadow with a suit of armor in front from which he could clearly see the portal to the Snake's common room but be hidden from casual observation. Earlier, he'd overheard a conversation by older Slytherins in the library he shouldn't have, but it would further his aims if he could take advantage of the knowledge. He tossed his father's wonderful cloak over himself, then settled down to silently wait. It was 1 hour before curfew and Marcus Flint and his closet friend Miles Bletchley came out of the Snake's portal and made their way up the stairs towards the library. Both boys, more men than adolescent boys in stature, were imposing figures, both over 6 feet tall, well-muscled, and both tipping the scale at over 14 stone. Both were almost triple his size physically. They were very big boys for the age of 17. He let them get ahead and then quietly followed them. After securing his cloak and casting a silencing charm on his feet he learned from Hermione's big book of charms among other handy spells. He knew they were going to stake out the library corridor and, in their words, have some fun with some Muggle-born firstie and show the upstart their place. Harry closed the distance rapidly as they came east of an unused classroom and in less than a quarter-second cast 2 overpowered stunners on them. He levitated the 2 bullies into a corner of the classroom, closed and locked the door, then cast the Incarcerus spell on them. For good measure, he cast Stupefy again. It wouldn't do for them to wake up anytime soon. He picked up their wands and one at a time waved them like Ollivander had instructed him to do when he bought his own Holly wand. He was gratified that they would both work for him, not near as well as the Holly one but sufficient for his intended purposes. He took both their wands and put them in his inside pocket of his school robes. Both hated Slytherins were now 17 years old and of age in the magical world. With a grim smile he thought that with these wands, soon as the school was over, with no trace on the wands, he could do magic over the summer holidays without the ministry knowing. He searched them and found 2 small pouches of magical coins and emptied them into his own goblin-provided money pouch. Next, he took a scissors and cut a large lock of hair from the prone Flint and placed the lock in a new clean glass vial with MF on the label. He then did the same with Bletchley's hair and into a separate vial. He had zero remorse about what he was doing. This was payback. Those 2 had given Harry much trouble the past 2 years. Trouble that included constant verbal abuse, stinging hexes in the corridor and 2 very severe beatings when they caught him alone, that put him under the tender mercies of Madame Pomfrey. Harry had previously reported them, but the greasy potions master backed up their weak alibi and Snape made a lot of noise about him being an attention-seeking brat. They'd been let off scot-free and Dumbledore had given him a lecture about lying. It was payback time. Time to rectify that situation. These 2 buffoons would never know what hit them. You don't beat up Harry Potter and put him in the hospital wing twice and get away with no consequences. He remembered how they laughed at him for several weeks every time they passed in the Great Hall or a corridor. He thought of the old saying that, revenge is best served cold, and he agreed with it totally. Now it was time for payback. Payback just as tough as his 2 beatings had been. He could do what they did to him. He had enough experience being beaten by his cousin and gang, along with these 2 to understand how to hurt someone physically. He used Flint's wand and using the shaving charm taught in Madame Pomfrey's health class, he shaved their heads bald. Then using a very low-powered cutting curse, he had learned from a magical building book in the library, he carved the word bully into their foreheads. He then cast a very underpowered, episki, charm which only made the cuts scab over, but not heal. They stood out like a beacon on their pasty white faces. Then, putting all the power he could muster, cast an overpowered Obliviate on each of his 2 antagonists. He hoped it would be as good as Lockhart's charm. They'd have a long way to go to relearn everything with their minds wiped of years of learning. Then he proceeded to kick them in the ribs, 1 swift hard kick for every one that he'd received from the 2 boys. For good measure, he smashed his heel onto both their hands, breaking a number of phalanges and metacarpal bones. Then he punched them in the face several times. 2 black eyes and a broken nose would do wonders for their appearance, he smirked. Magical healing can do wonders, as Harry well knew, but they'd be in for at least several days of pain while being healed of their injuries. It would be a few uncomfortable days in the infirmary with Skele-Gro. Let them feel what he felt. It was a very cathartic exercise for him. It felt good to fight back and use the same tactics the Death Eater wannabes used. He left the classroom under his cloak and locked the door behind him. He then inserted an old key into the lock and bent it back and forth until it broke. He wanted to cast a Notice Me Not charm on the door, but he'd avoided magic on the solid surface. One thing he learned in Flitwick's class was your magical signature lingered on solid objects for a long time. Not so much on a living person, which dissipated in a few hours. It had something to do with the molecular structure of living tissue versus solid objects. He remembered the lesson. It was a calculated risk with the stunners and Incarus spells he'd cast. But the others were with Flint's wand. If they weren't found for a few hours, he'd be in the clear. It would take a bit of magic to open the door. Smiling, he quickly made his way back to the common room a full half-hour before curfew. With so many people in the common room, there would be many that would swear he was here all the time. The short time he'd been gone wouldn't be missed. Hopefully the 2 bullies wouldn't be found until after he was on the train back to his private hell. Harry was up earlier than normal the next morning, showered, and dressed before everyone was up. He took out his robes to wear to the dining hall and on the train. Then took time to clean and organize his trunk. He smiled as he looked at his vastly improved trunk. He had worked hard to modify it, asking older students to help him by calling in favors. It now was 3 times bigger on the inside, with 3 stacked drawers on a telescoping slider that allowed the drawers to lift up and fold out, allowing easy access. He could also remove a drawer from its slider if he wanted. There was a bracket on the inside of the lid so he could shrink his boom and place it securely in the trunk. It now had 2 small retractable wheels and handle so he could move it more easily in the non-magical world. It had runes engraved on the outside that allowed him to securely lock the trunk while only his magical signature could open it. He even shared the runes with his dorm mates when Ron was off in the common room playing chess. It completely stopped Ron's pilfering of all his and others' possessions without asking. No sweet, quill, parchment pack, clean pair of socks, or stray sickles had been safe with Ron in an unlocked trunk. To say the lanky redhead was perturbed was an understatement. He complained, but Harry just looked at him and told him, "You have no business going in other people's trunks even if they are friends with you. Stay out of my trunk, Ron." His trunk had a transfigured set of wheels, handle, a rune sequence to also shrink the trunk to matchbox size with a touch, unshrink it, make feather light, Muggle repelling, anti-fire, and finally notice me not charmed. Now his hated uncle wouldn't get his hands on it and lock it away for the summer halls. He'd greatly improved his trunk with Alicia Spinett's help. It was a very fond memory. He giggled while he remembered the conversation and the result. Alicia, I was wondering if you would help me improve my trunk. I've seen yours and what you did with runes to activate with a tap of the wand. Can you show me how to make mine the same? She looked him up and down and in a haughty voice asked, You're asking a lot, teammate. What's in it for me, Harry? As she smirked and waggled her eyebrows. What do you want? If I can deliver, I'll do it. You get Colin Creevy and his camera here, let him take our picture of you dotting me, then you autograph the photo to me saying, to the best chaser I know, love Harry Potter. Do that and I'll do the work and show you how at the same time. Deal. It was his first real key. It surprised him. She gave him a real snog and not a peck on the lips. He'd remember it the rest of his life. He'd remember her smile and laugh. His roommates getting up broke Harry out of his reverie. Hey lads, do you want to contribute to a massive picnic basket for the train ride back to London? Just need one sickle from each and you get to feast. Seamus, Dean and Neville all tossed a silver coin onto Harry's bed. Even a sheepish-looking Ron gave him a sickle after seeing them all toss. Harry thought Ron's contribution was probably his own money, but at least he had it back now. Dobby, please. What can Dobby do for the great and wonderful Mr. Harry Potter, sir? Here's some sickles for you, Dobby. Can you bring me a big picnic basket filled with food for 6 for the train ride? Yes, I will. Please, bring it to us on the train so we don't have to do any explaining to the professors. Dobby snapped to attention, saluted and answered, Your order will be filled, Mr. Harry Potter, sir, and popped away to the laughter of the boys. Harry ate breakfast with gusto. He passed Hermione a small Muggle paper notebook and bureau and said, Please write down your address and telephone number so I can write, call, or visit you the Muggle way this summer. He waggled his eyes at her and then added another, please. A blushing Hermione, very much not her usual self, giggled. Okay, Harry. You know if you need me, I'm here. If you need to get away from your relatives, you can stay with me. My parents won't mind. I know, Hermione. I know I can always count on you, as he slowly licked his lips the way he had seen Alicia do after she had at him. As she blushed, she stared at his tongue as it languidly circumnavigated his lips 2 times. Harry just smiled at his best friend and waggled his eyebrows once and got up from the table when done with breakfast. He slipped the notebook in his inside pocket, then quietly slipped away when Ron and Hermione were arguing over summer homework. He went to a classroom in the closed-off East Wing, closed the door, cast Scourgify several times to clear the air of dust and called out, Dobby. The little elf popped into view, stroking one ear while looking adoringly at him. Harry Potter calls his Dobby. Yes, Dobby. I say you are looking much better than when I helped free you from your old master. Old bad master. Dobby is much happier with Mr. Harry Potter, sir, being friends. Why did sir call for Dobby? I wanted to talk with you before I left for the train. I need of an elf on a more permanent basis. Can I hire you? Are you available? Dobby looked at Harry with a very calculating look as he nervously stroked one of his long ears. Dobby would prefer being Mr. Harry Potter, sir's bonded elf instead of a hireling. Dobby stood up as straight and tall as he could. Dobby would be able to do much more for Sir if he was bonded elf. Also, Dobby be much stronger magically with Sir as master. Can Dobby be being bonded with Sir? I thought you wanted to be free. Free from old bad master. Dobby would be much happier being part of and serving the great Harry Potter family. Harry did not hesitate. Okay, Dobby. Just remember, if you ever want to be released, all you have to do is ask me. I promise on my magic to let you go. A bright glow of magic enveloped the two. Dobby was dancing. He seemed to grow almost 4 inches. He looked much healthier now. Oh, magic accepted our bond and your pledge. Dobby will be the bestest elf ever for Harry, sir. Harry was relieved. Flint and Miles Bletchley hadn't yet been found as of when he left the castle. The more time before they woke up and were found, the better it would be and the less likely any finger would be pointed towards him. Before leaving the castle, he told Hedwig to go to Hermione's house and wait for him. You're not going to be caged up this summer, my beautiful friend. On the train, Harry alternately napped, pretended to nap or read on the long ride to King's Cross Station. While pretending to read, he thought about how this summer, he'd have some justice with the Dursleys and Dudley's gang. This summer would not be like the last ones. With Dobby by his side, things would be different. If he played his cards right, he may even have a new place to live. Payback will be severe, he thought. He smiled. Karma, what goes around comes around, as they say. He was in a good mood. Not the usual mood when he was faced with returning to the arms of his loving relatives. This summer would be different, he thought. After a very enjoyable train ride to London and King's Cross Station, Harry sauntered out of the train to find chaos on the platform. The train was 15 minutes early. It was crowded with families waiting for their children and a number of blue-robed Aurors. They forced everyone back onto the train, then entered the train and went compartment by compartment. They ordered everyone to sit, then asked if anyone had seen Marcus Flint and Miles Bletchley last night after dinner ended. The two had been found a short time ago and the Aurors were investigating a serious crime. Harry was nervous. He stood up and tugged on the Auror's cloak in his compartment after he'd questioned everyone. Look, I don't know anything about the two missing snakes. Can you see that man pacing out there just beyond the portal working himself into a lather? That's my uncle, who is a muggle and hates magic. If I'm late, it will go badly for me. Please let me out of this train car, sir. Thinking that the frail-looking lad was too small to hurt a fly, the Auror nodded. Okay kid, you and your friends can all go. Harry, wait a moment please. Hermione hugged him. Don't forget to write me. I hope we can see each other this summer. No worries, Hermione. I have your address and telephone number in my pocket. Surprising Hermione, he initiated a hug, then exited the train and made a beeline for the portal with Hermione hurrying to keep up. He could see his uncle on the Muggle side. As always, he seemed to be in a bad mood. He found his uncle still pacing back and forth. He smirked, grabbed Hermione by the arm and walked her towards her parents, said hello to them and kissed her on the cheek with a grin that lit up his face. Don't you forget to write me, Hermione. I sent Hedwig to your house this morning. She was too thunderstruck to even respond as both her mother and father burst out laughing at their now blushing daughter. Harry turned towards his fuming uncle. Spying him, Vernon snarled, "You're late, boy." Harry stood tall and looked his uncle in the eye. No, I'm not Uncle Vernon. The train is 5 minutes early. See the station clock. It's only 3:55, not 4 o'clock, so you can save your usual blustering bullshit. I've had enough of it from you. Vernon raised his hand. I'll have no cheek from you, boy. Where's your trunk and that effing ruddy bird? Harry didn't give an inch. I left them both with a friend from school. And I'll tell you right now, as he slid his wand into his hand and showed him, things will be changing, uncle. Your days of mistreating me are over. I'm not afraid of you and you'd best remember that. I'm growing up and I won't take your abuse any longer. He waved his wand in a circle. Vernon blanched and managed to stammer out, "Get in the auto." Good riddance to the ruddy things. Bird was such a nuisance, always hooting and making noise. Harry smirked and didn't say anything as he followed his fuming and blustering uncle to the car and the long silent ride back to his prison on Privet Drive. Yes indeed, things would be different this summer. Harry had been home 1 week and decided it was time to begin his own operations for freedom. Last summer, while in the local library, he was browsing in the history section and found a short pamphlet-type book by Mao Zedong, the leader of Communist China from the end of World War II until his death in 1976. It was a translated copy of his, On Guerrilla Warfare, writings, and Harry had found it fascinating reading. After he cross-referenced Hermione's history books on the Blood War, he was convinced that Voldemort had at least read part of the book or studied the tactics. He used tactics that Mao detailed. In summary, a basic tenet of guerrilla warfare is to strike vulnerable targets fast, strike hard, don't overreach and then disappear without leaving a trail, then to strike again later somewhere else. Coupled with propaganda, it would inflict fear. All very similar to what he'd read had happened in the Voldemort War. This summer would be different. For once he had a plan. He'd learned a lot reading Chairman Mao's missive. He would adapt and employ similar tactics. He'd put a stop to Dudley's Harry hunting. No longer would he be a pushover. No longer would he be outnumbered by superior size, numbers and abilities. He'd tip this war of Dudley's aggression in his favor. Harry's own campaign of terror would begin soon. One of the first things he did was to write a short letter to Dudley and each of his gang. Each one exactly the same except for their names. Typed red text on a cream-colored background. Pirate skull and cross bones stamped all along the borders with blood dripping from the teeth. Mailed in a black envelope by Dobby in a London post box. Beware. I know you're a bully and pick on those weaker than you. You beat up those younger than you and take their money at school. Change your ways and give back what you've taken from everyone or you will be sorry. Failure to do what is right will see you experience much pain. I'm watching you. I'm coming for you this summer. As he expected, they laughed it off as a sick joke and accused each other of the deed. Dudley was especially belligerent. No one's going to start anything with me. I'll beat him to a pulp. I bet it's just one of the neighborhood kids trying to scare us. Just ignore it all. It was Harry's first step. He had dropped the gauntlet. They'd been warned. He wouldn't feel any remorse by what he was going to do. They had it coming. He also sent a letter to the Little Whinging police station, snitching on Dudley and his gang, implicating them in the break-ins plaguing the neighborhood. He hoped to put a bit of heat on them. Maybe the adults will do something for a change. Inspector, you have a letter. Who's it from? Detective Cartwright. No return address. Very messy handwriting. Senior Inspector James Jones opened the letter and grunted as he tried to read the messy scrawl. This is rubbish, Detective Cartwright. I can barely make out what they are trying to say. It purports to be a tip-off for who's been doing all the breaking and entering that's been going on the past year. Claims, a gang of young boys led by Double Dursel on Privet Drive is the mastermind. What king of name is Double Dursel? It is not even signed. Just a concerned citizen. Total rubbish if you ask me. He crumpled up the letter and tossed it in the waste paper bin. Don't you think we should go around and ask a few questions, Inspector? Asked Cartwright. No, I think it is a hoax. I have no faith in anonymous sources, especially a letter with such chicken scratch-like poor handwriting. Probably someone looking to cause trouble. Think nothing more of it. Harry didn't see any police action. No constables or detectives had come around the neighborhood as a result of that letter, and he wondered if the Bobbies had even received it. Harry ruminated over the fate of the letter for more than a week. The police had failed him, just like every other adult in his world had failed him. If no one in authority would take action, then he would. He was working up quite the righteous anger. The past week had, thank Merlin, been a very quiet one. With Dobby's help, his uncle's assigned chores were done quickly. Soon after his uncle went to work, Petunia wandered off to gossip somewhere and, little Dutters took off to terrorize the neighborhood with his gang. He and Dobby made quick work of the chores with a bit of elf and wizard magic. Not a whiff of notice from the ministry with him using Marcus Flint's adult wand. It wasn't the greatest fit for him, but with a little extra push, he could do magic fairly well. And he practiced hard every night till exhausted. He started by revising his first year's spells. He'd use each of the wands and then try wandless. He was making much progress. He'd master them all and be way ahead when school started in September. Just like all the pure bloods, he'd take advantage of the loopholes. With Dobby's help, his relatives weren't even aware of what was going on right under their nose, and he was careful not to give them any inkling that he was performing his freakishness under their roof. Harry slipped out of the house and went on a roundabout way to the play park on Wisteria Walk. He hid in the bushes, cast a notice me not on himself with Flint's wand, and crept silently to a good place to observe the entire park. Dudley and his gang were there smoking cigarettes. After about an hour of them standing around joking and pushing each other, the group, all except for Piers, left and headed towards High Street, ostensibly to procure snacks from the bakery. More likely to shoplift snacks, he thought. This was an opportunity too good to miss. Time to up the ante on Dutter's gang. Harry waited until the group had turned the corner and were out of sight. He tipped back a small dose of polyjuice, good enough for about 15 minutes, shuddered as he tasted the vile concoction, and morphed into Marcus Flint. A flick of his wand changed his clothes to all black singlet t-shirt, jeans and Doc Marten boots. Piers Polky was all alone. Just the way he wanted his first action to be. He hated Piers almost as much as he hated Dudley. Piers was the meanest of the whole gang. He took a perverse pleasure in inflicting pain. Harry would never forget the look in his gleeful eyes the last time the gang had caught him and Piers was punching him. Time for payback. Harry stepped out of the concealment the bushes provided, walked up to Piers and backhanded him across the face. Piers went sprawling on the ground. Harry moved swiftly and kicked him in the ribs several times. How do you like it when the shoe's on the other foot, arsehole? He dragged Piers to his feet, punched him in the gut, then holding him up he slapped him hard across the face 4 times. He then grasped him under the armpits and held him up so his eyes were level with his. You ignored my letter, Piers. Actions have consequences. I told you what to do. Now it's time you learned there's always a bigger and meaner predator than you out there. Do what's right. Give back everything you've stolen. Turn yourself in. If you don't, you'll be seeing me again. Harry head-butted him, shattering his nose, dropping him on the ground. He turned and walked quickly away from the moaning and crying boy into the dense foliage. Once out of sight he called Dobby, who whisked him away to a secluded wood to let the polyjuice wear off. Over the next 3 weeks, he had many opportunities to stalk the gang and managed to punish first Malcolm, then Dennis and finally Gordon. After each encounter he told the battered boy to tell Dudley he was coming for him soon. He alternated the polyjuiced personalities. He'd started with Flint, then Bletchley, changing each time. All received a similar beating like Piers, mild compared to what they had doled out to him and others in the neighborhood over the years, but a beating nonetheless. A black eye, split lip, shattered nose, bruises, kicks to the ribs. The embarrassment was worse than the beating they thought. The kids in the neighborhood were getting a bit haughty with them. They didn't like the looks their bruising were generating. Dudley was wary and was careful to always be around people. It freaked him out that the person beating up his friends mentioned him by name and that he was coming. Dudley kept looking over his shoulder. He became a very nervous person whenever he left the house. Harry was frustrated that Dudley had managed to elude the punishments he doled out to the rest of the gang. He had not been able to get Dudley alone while having himself an alibi. The police had investigated the beatings and promised more frequent patrols in the neighborhood, but they had no suspects. The 4 boys all described their assailant differently. The police developed 2 rudimentary composite sketches that could have matched half the young male population of London and its suburbs. They were not sure they had 1 suspect or 2. Harry had covered his tracks well, only going out when Vernon and Petunia thought he was safely locked in his room, or working for one of the neighbors. The combination of their hubris, polyjuice potion with Dobby's help moving him around had him covered completely. In spite of having the police investigate, there were no leads. Dudley and his gang had become very careful as the month of June swiftly turned into July. We had another break in this week, Inspector. Don't you think we should bring Dudley Dursley and his 4 friends in for more questioning? This whole situation smells rotten to me. Remember that letter you got pointing the finger at a double Dursley you tossed? Do you think it could be Dudley Dursley? I told you, Cartwright, I don't believe snitches are believable. Probably someone trying to cause trouble, as I said. Anyway, Verone Dursley checks out. He's a respected businessman. No way his son could be involved. I'd drop it and move on. Detective Cartwright turned and walked away with a, "Yes, sir." It didn't stop her from rolling her eyes when her back was to her superior. She wondered how someone so inept had become a senior inspector. It had been 6 weeks since Harry had delivered the last beating in Dudley and the gang had become complacent, thinking the danger had passed. Dudley with his gang were in the play park sitting at the last remaining intact picnic table. Malcolm was looking around the devastation and laughed. "Look at this place, mates. We've done a brilliant job at trashing it. We're sitting at the only unbroken table." They all laughed. "Do you think the tosser who'd beat you Nancy's and threatened us is gone?" asked Dudley. "Nothing has happened for a bunch of weeks, but I don't know. He seems to know too much about us," commented Piers. "It's scary how much he knows. Tells us to give back what we stole and stop beating up the younger kiddos. I can't even remember how many we took money from in the schoolyard, or how many flats we broke into the last year," said Malcolm. "Best we keep an eye out, but we've not heard anything for weeks. I'm not going to let him stop us, after all he's afraid of me. He's not come near me. He knows I'd kick his sorry ass from here to London," declared Dudley. His gang just winced as one. All had the same thought. They did not know why Dudley had not been approached, but they were sure it was not because the person was afraid of him. They all felt Big D was going to have an encounter and not like it very much. Harry, disillusioned, watched from the further concealment of bushes, listened to them laugh, smiled grimly as he thought about it. Dudley and his pals were stupid and apparently lacked the ability to learn. Well, it was time to turn up the heat on them, especially Dudley. He was overdue his beating. Harry was sure they would not stop. They resumed their activities terrorizing the little whinging area. They started to bully the children in the neighborhood again. They were slow learners apparently. Time to give another lesson. Harry then sent another round of letters promising retribution. Again, the letters were ignored. Not a parent of the gang members had seen the first one, nor the second, Dudley's gang having intercepted them so no parent was aware. When nothing happened in a week, Harry acted. Harry had procured 5 red bricks. He had scrubbed them clean and never touched them without a glove-covered hand. He wrapped an addressed letter around each one. They all said the same thing. You were warned. Judgment Day is coming. Repent. Give back what you have stolen. Confess your crimes. At 1 a.m. Harry had Dobby ensure everyone was in a deep sleep in the Dursley household. He had him take him to each of the 4 gang members' houses. Dobby had scouted them out previously, noting the correct window for this task. Harry hurled a brick with the letter through the bedroom window of the parents. Dobby spirited him away immediately to the next house. After taking care of the 4 gang members, Dobby returned him to his locked bedroom. Dobby removed the sleeping charm on his relatives, went outside and hurled the brick meant for Dudley through Vernon and Petunia's window. Chaos ensued as Petunia screamed. Vernon fell out of bed and cut both his feet on the shattered glass. He was incensed when he found the brick and the letter addressed to Dudley. On his way to telephone the police, he checked to ensure that his freak nephew was locked in his room. Vernon told him the police were coming and he should be absolutely quiet. If he made a sound, his uncle threatened, he would beat him to within an inch of his life. Harry nodded his acquiescence, then smiled cruelly when he turned his back and walked away. Everyone was concerned. Vandalism. Broken windows. 5 similar events, 5 threatening letters, all exactly the same. Beatings. No clues, no suspects other than 2 different composite drawings that the police were sure was not accurate as it came from traumatized children. The police investigated but found nothing. The boys all had the same story. They had no idea what the letters were about. They were good little boys. The constables had been through the neighborhood and spoke to many children and their parents, but most children were afraid to say anything. The fear of Dudley's gang ran deep in the Privet Drive neighborhood. No one defied them without a beating, so all said nothing, because always, nothing stopped them. The 5 boys all had the same story. They didn't know why they were singled out. The police felt they were lying but had nothing to go on. Too many strange things happening in Little Whinging of late. For Harry it was his 13th birthday and he'd just finished plating the bacon, eggs, and sausages as he placed the platters on the table when Vernon looked at him. Listen up, freak. Dudley will be out for the day with Piers and his friends. I have to go to work and your aunt has her garden flower and canasta club meetings today. I'll not have you and your freakishness in this house alone, and the less time we spend together the better. September can't come fast enough for me, boy, to be rid of you. You're spending the day with the cat lady Fig working. Fig has many garden chores for you today. You'll trim the entire hedge that borders her property, both sides, mow the grass, trim all the flowers, edge and weed all the planting beds, and fluff up the mulch. If you're not done by the time we get back at 3 o'clock, I can assure you that there'll be hell to pay. She's paying me good money to have the garden tended, and if you slack off you know what will happen. And tomorrow plan on stripping Aunt Marge's guest room for a deep clean. She's coming here Saturday for 2 weeks. I want it spotless for her and Ripper. Now get out of my sight, get to work and earn your keep, boy. And how much of that fee will I get for doing the work, uncle? Do as I tell you, boy. I give you house room and feed you, don't I? You need to earn your keep. You treat me like a South Avenue and barely feed me. Heartless bastard, thought Harry. Harry stared at Vernon. Vernon had never seen such hate-filled eyes. Eyes that glowed a slight green. Vernon broke eye contact first, feeling for the first time uneasy with his nephew, like he was in a room with a predator. Harry walked slowly over to Mrs. Fig's house, thinking about this opportunity for vengeance. The whole process had taken much longer than he had anticipated or wanted. But perhaps it will work out for the best. His actions had made the whole neighborhood uneasy. People were afraid. Today would be a good day for action. He had the perfect alibi with his being farmed out to work for Mrs. Fig. Being at her house gave him an airtight alibi. After all, how could someone be in two places at the same time? The elder Dursleys would be gone all day. Dudley with his gang of Piers, Dennis, Gordon and Malcolm would most likely be in or near the play park terrorizing the local children. They could get their comeuppance today. They'd been lulled into feeling safe by his lying low and watching. Maybe he'd be able to pile a little retribution onto his aunt and uncle today also. He smiled at the thought. He was thinking about Mrs. Fig. I know she had some connection to the magical world. She grew cats, yes, but he often saw a few Kneazles among HRE rabble. Also, the pot of flow powder he once noted on her mantle was a dead giveaway. She's either a very weak witch or a squib, he thought. He'd not put it past the jolly old whiskered meddler headmaster to have put her here to watch him and spy. He smiled and thought, today was a good day to continue Operation Polyjuice. He would rain harm and destruction on his tormentors today. He had a nice bounce to his step as he walked up the walk. Hello, Mrs. Fig. Hello, Harry, come in and we will go to the back garden and I'll show you what I talked to your Uncle Vernon about. About that Mrs. Fig. Vernon told me he negotiated a price with you. How much was that? £50, Harry. I know it's a lot of work. Do you know that he won't let me have a single penny from that fee? He said I should be grateful they let me live with them. I had to earn my keep. To be honest, I'd like you to give me the fee when I'm done so maybe I could buy some food when he locks me in my room and refuses to feed me for one of his made-up petty reasons. Mrs. Fig had a dark look on her face as Harry walked into the back garden and picked up hedge clippers and began to work. She watched him work from her kitchen window as she sipped a cup of tea that had long gone cold. What was Albus thinking? He placed me here to look out for Harry and report to him if anything was amiss. Yet the old geezer has ignored everything she has sent him, simply dismissing her concerns out of hand. She now knew Petunia and Vernon were vile people, and their son was well on the path to prison if what she saw did not change. She went into her front reception room and sat down with one of her cats and began to ruminate on the situation. Harry was in the very back of the garden, up against a solid wooden fence with much overgrown foliage between him and the rear of Mrs. Fig's house. He called softly, Dobby. Dobby popped into view. Harry calls his Dobby. Yes, Dobby. Harry noticed the elf smiling ear to ear. Why are you smiling, Dobby? Dobby followed your relatives. When they parked their car and went into amusement park, Dobby covered car with honey and sunflower seeds. Birdie's going to have a feast and mark up car with their birdie droppings as they peck, peck, peck. Harry started to laugh as Dobby bent over laughing. You are a treasure, my little friend. Did you hear the chores we have to do when Mrs. Fig was out here? Yes, Harry Potter, sir. Good. Please go to my room and get the envelope I have in my top drawer marked with MF. I want the bigger, beefier person today. Dobby returned in a moment handing the envelope to Harry. Thank you, Dobby. Harry then ripped the envelope open to find 3 vials. One held 2 hairs, and the other 2 held a muddy-looking liquid, polyjuice. He extracted a single hair and placed it in one of the muddy vials and shook it up. Dobby, please go put Mrs. Fig to sleep and close the flow. Best not be seen, my little friend. Harry tossed back the vial. He shuddered at the taste and began to change. When the change finished, Harry had taken on the appearance of Marcus Flint. Dudley's old clothes looked like they almost fit him in Flint's much larger body. When he came back, Harry asked him, Dobby, please change my shirt to a dark green t-shirt with white skull and crossbones on the chest that forms to me, then do the pants into denim, dark blue, and make my trainers Doc Marten boots. Dobby wiggled his fingers and Harry looked much more menacing than before. Dobby, I need you to pop me to the small wood at the park. The place behind the swing set that I showed you. Dobby remembers, Harry Potter, sir. When you come back, please take care of the garden. I'll call you when I'm ready. A disillusioned Harry peered through the branches of the shrubs and small trees in the back of the playground. He had a clear view of the swing sets and the monkey bars. Piers and Dennis were sitting on a picnic table against the fence just in front of the wood, idly chatting. Gordon and Malcolm were leaning against the fence in opposite corners to the right and left of the front gate. Dudley was sitting on the only swing left in the play park that was not broken by his gang. The positions of the boys formed a large triangle. Harry waited patiently. He wanted them all together. He noticed Malcolm stand up straight and glanced up the street through the main gate. Mark Crane, a neighborhood boy 2 years younger than him, was approaching with his twin sister Beth and her friend Joyce Taylor. Harry braced himself and smirked with satisfaction. This was going to work out better than he had hoped. The 3 children were unaware of the danger they were walking into. As they passed into the park and headed for the swing set, Malcolm and Gordon ambled slowly and quietly behind them. Too late, the Crane group stiffened and stopped as Dennis and Piers stood in front of them. They turned to leave but came up short as Malcolm and Gordon stepped up with their arms out and grabbed Mark by the shoulders. Dudley hauled his big rear out of the swing and waddled over. "Okay, Crane," said Piers. "We told you not to come here. That's gonna cost you, boy. Give us your money and we won't smack you around today." Dennis held out his hand. "No, we'll tell our parents and you'll get in trouble." Dudley laughed. Piers laughed also. "I tell you what, you little punk. I'm going to beat you and your 2 friends now. Then if you say anything to your parents, I'll come back in the middle of the night and kill all of you while you sleep in your beds. Big D owns this area. You do what we say, or you pay the consequences." He pulled his arm back as he was going to punch the boy. But Harry had come up behind Piers with no one noticing as they were intent on their own conversation. Harry, releasing his disillusionment, polyjuiced too. The Marcus Flint was an imposing figure. He grabbed his hand and twisted it behind Piers' back, causing the bully to cry out in pain. "I don't think so, Piers. Why didn't you boys pay attention to the letters and beatings you received? Too bad, now you have to pay the piper. Why not pick on someone who can hit back, punk?" He placed a hard, fast, roundhouse right-fisted punch to the side of Piers's head, sending him flying into Dennis, who also hit his head on the ground hard as they both bounced on the pavement. Piers was out cold and Dennis was stunned, laying on his back, looking around in bewilderment. Harry moved quickly, then kicked Malcolm in the knee, sending him to the ground crying. He pivoted to his left and punched Gordon in the stomach. He fell to his knees, clutching his stomach, then threw up his breakfast. Harry quickly moved to his right and threw an elbow into Dudley's side, stomped on his foot, then pushed him hard with 2 hands to his chest, which caused Dudley to fall to the ground. Harry quickly moved to him and kicked him the side of his thigh, causing his whole leg to go numb. He dropped onto him and pummeled his face with several lefts and right-handed punches. Harry left a groaning and crying Dudley and turned to Malcolm, who had struggled to his feet, red-faced, who yelled at Harry, "I'm gonna kill you." The Crane children stood there in frozen shock as Harry then shoved Malcolm with 2 hands to his chest, sending him flying ass over teakettle. He came to rest on his back and Harry immediately straddled him, punching him 8 times rapidly in the face with his right fist. He left the crying and now bloody-faced boy on the ground and walked over to Piers, who was now sitting up and trying to figure out what happened to him. Harry grabbed him by the ear and dragged him to his feet. Then punched him in the nose and swept his legs out from under him, sending him back to the ground face first. In the meantime, Dennis had somehow struggled to his feet. He tried to hit Harry with a wild roundhouse right, but Harry caught the fist in his hand, grabbed his wrist, pulled down hard towards him, stepped up into the side, twisting his arm behind his back. With great force he yanked it upwards, wrenching his shoulder and dislocating it. He punched him in the lower back in the vicinity of his kidneys several times, then swept his feet out from under him, sending him to the ground again. After his own experience at the hands of Flint, he knew Dennis would be peeing blood for a week. Harry then dragged all 5 bleeding, crying boys together in front of the picnic table. He loomed over them, then kicked each in the ribs several times. "How do you like that now? I saw you do that to some little skinny kid named Potter. Dursley's cousin, I believe. You did not answer me. How do you like it now, bullies?" No answer from any of the dazed gang. "You didn't do what I told you in my letter. Now apologies are due to these children. They chose to be silent." Harry kicked Piers in the knee and stomped on his hand with his Doc Marten boot. Piers was screaming in agony. "I said apologize and tell them you won't bother them anymore." All 5 quickly did so. The big man turned to the 3 smaller children. "Now you 3, you should go home and tell your parents about what happened here today. Then tell them all about how this gang terrorizes the neighborhood and the schoolyard. Tell them how they pick on the Potter kid and younger children and threaten everyone. Tell them everyone's afraid of Dudley and his gang. Tell how the school teachers and admin won't do anything to stop it because of Dudley's father Vernon's influence with the principal. You need to hold them all accountable. You can talk about me. This group beat up my little cousin, that's why I'm here. Now go. Harry watched them leave the park at a speed that implied the devil was after them. He hated to lie, but he needed to leave a false trail. He knew he'd have to be quick, as his time was short. He had to finish up and make himself scarce before the constables arrived. Now give me all your money, boys. Come on, pony up, turn out your pockets. I know you have been stealing from the neighborhood kids here in the park and in the schoolyard. He roughly took their wallets from their hands, pulling pound notes out and tossing the wallets on the ground. He collected 88 pounds from the 5 of them. He stuffed the money in his pants pocket. I'm going to tell you this just once. Stop being bullies. You 4 stay away from Dudley. Dudley, you stay away from these 4. And if I hear from my cousin that you're still taking advantage of the children in the neighborhood and schoolyard, I'll be back and put you in the hospital for months. He slapped each of them in the face with his open palm. Do you understand what I said? After mumbled, yes sirs, they watched him walk away and just sat on the ground and tried to compose themselves. As soon as he could, he hid himself in an alley, looked at the clock in the marketplace square and called for Dobby. He'd have time to visit his relatives. When Dobby popped in beside him, he told him, please take me to the Dursleys' back garden. Once he arrived, he took an additional sip of polyjuice. He shuddered at the awful taste. He had just bought himself another 20 minutes as Flint. He picked up an axe handle from the shed, and a can of black spray paint. He walked to the front of the house and spray-painted child abusers on the front door. Then he hid behind a blooming pink hydrangea bush at the edge of the house and waited. His aunt and uncle should be home soon. At precisely 3 o'clock his uncle pulled into the driveway with his aunt in the passenger seat. His uncle looked upset and his face was purple. Dobby's prank had worked wonderfully. The car was covered in bird droppings and it looked like there were hundreds of little dents in the flat surfaces. He saw Vernon point to the front door, then turned even more purple with rage. Harry swiftly moved towards the car and swung his axe handle as hard as he could upon the middle of the windshield. A spiderweb of cracks spread across the glass before either one of the occupants could open their doors. Petunia began screaming in her seat. Vernon was red-faced and blustering as he struggled to get out of the car. He had one hand on the door glass window frame and one on the dashboard, trying to push his ponderous bulk out of the car. Harry moved quickly, catching Vernon in an awkward position, half in and half out, slamming himself into the door, then as the door bounced back, grabbing Vernon by the wrist and shirt collar, pulling down sharply. Ning! Vernon fell to his hands and knees beside the auto. A number of the neighbors has started to come out of their houses and creep towards number 4 with Petunia screaming. No one tried to intercede but stood calmly listening, pointing, watching. One man was heard to say, the fat oaf deserves the beating. He must have stepped on the wrong toes with his attitude. A pair of gray eyes observed events with great trepidation from across the street from the concealment of several overgrown shrubs. His senses made him disbelieve his eyes. Harry channeled all his hurt and abuse he'd endured from Vernon over the years into a boiling rage. He slammed a kick to Vernon's stomach with enormous force, lifting Vernon's great bulk off the grass and forcing him to vomit his overly large and rich luncheon. He then slammed a second kick to his ribs, causing Vernon to roll over onto his back. Harry then stomped hard with his Doc Martens on his hand, causing Vernon to scream in pain. Harry placed a foot to either side of the ponderous man, leaned in and pummeled his face with a series of lefts and rights, whereupon Vernon fainted. Stepping away from him, he kicked him in the ribs several times. Harry saw his belt, the object of hate from all the beatings when he was younger. He unbuckled the hated belt and pulled it forcefully out of his trouser loops, ripping several in the process of extracting it. Out of the corner of his eyes he saw Petunia trying to swing her heavily laden purse at his head. He simply ducked and let it fly by. Petunia could not handle the momentum of the bag and it swung her around, flew up and hit her in the side of the face, causing her to tumble to the ground and hit her head on the tarmac of the car park. Petunia began moaning as she struggled to sit up. All disheveled, sitting on the tarmac of her driveway, she began to cry. "Why are you doing this to us?" Harry laughed and replied in a very loud voice so the neighbors could hear. "Oh, Mrs. Dursley, every action has a consequence. It's because of the way you allow Dudley to terrorize the neighborhood. He runs his gang around vandalizing property. Take a look at the local play park. The damage is all your son's doing. His gang is responsible for breaking and entering a number of local houses. I hope they call the constables and ask them to take a look in Dudley's room and your attic. Finally, they terrorize the younger children in the neighborhood and school, pushing them around, stealing their money and school things. Your darling Diddykins beat up my niece and took her school bag a few weeks ago. I warned him and he did nothing. I also see how you mistreat your other boy, the skinny one with black hair and glasses. I see Dudley and his gang chase him and beat him. I saw your other son back in the playground when your fat son Dudley and his gang caught him, Harry hunting, and pulled his shirt over his head and was punching him. I saw all the welts from whipping. You and your husband are the problem. Now I'm going to teach Vernon all about picking on someone weaker than you. Vernon groaned and sat up, but Harry slammed his foot into his chest, sending him back down. He rolled him over onto his stomach and kneeled on his back with one knee and took out a wicked-looking 11-inch long switchblade knife. He flicked it open. Its razor-sharp edge gleamed in the sun. The neighbor onlookers all gasped, thinking the worst. But he used the knife to cut a seam down the center of his shirt and across the top of his shoulders and just above his ample rump, making an H-shaped hole in the fabric. Harry violently ripped the shirt aside, leaving bare flesh. He stood up and proceeded to whip Vernon with his own belt. After 6 lashes, Vernon passed out again. He tossed the blood-spattered belt aside, then looked at Petunia, who was sitting rocking back and forth soundlessly on the ground. Harry sadly thought that 6 lashes were far less than he had endured at the hands of his uncle over the years. Any more is pointless. He won't feel it. Harry turned to the gathered crowd. Thank you for not interfering. They both got what they deserved. If I were you, I'd call the police and report their abuse of their boy with the black hair, I think called Harry. Also, what Dudley gets up to with his gang. He has quite the stash of stolen items in the attic, his room and basement. Maybe you'll get most of your missing items back. Harry walked quickly away. No one watched where he went except for a pair of gray eyes that followed him up the street. As he turned the corner, they quickly followed. The neighbors were all staring at the Dursleys and talking about what the man said. When Harry got to the end of the street, he stepped into an overgrown garden of a vacant house and called for Dobby. When he popped up, he asked, "Dobby, please take me back to Mrs. Figg's. I think we will have some company soon." A few moments after he was back at Mrs. Figg's, the polyjuice potion wore off. His timing was almost perfect. The gray eyes again watched as Harry called for Dobby and then both disappeared. He smiled to himself. Perhaps things were bad, but it seemed the boy had a remarkable resource and turned the tables on his adversary. He set off on a reconnaissance of the neighborhood, stopping often to look and observe. Appearing in the back garden, Harry told Dobby, "Thanks, my friend. Change my clothes back, please. The garden looks absolutely fabulous. You did a great job, Dobby, my friend." Harry proceeded to mist water on himself with the hose, then rolled on the ground to get dirty and cover himself with grass clippings. He brushed off as much as he could with his hands. Now he looked like he'd been working all day in the hot sun. Will Walrus's gang do what you told them to do? I doubt it, Dobby. I think they'll call the police and try to blame this on me. I'm counting on it. You should wake Mrs. Figg now. I'll pretend to work trimming the hedge. Maybe she'll feed me. Several minutes passed and the gray eyes arrived near Mrs. Figg's house. He smiled grimly as he concealed himself in the shrubbery in the house next door, then sat down to wait. He was sure that soon, it would get very interesting. At the same time Vernon was getting the well-deserved beating of his life. The Crane children and their friend arrived home just about 10 minutes after departing the park. Then, with their excited explanation, their parents immediately called the local constabulary. Only 30 minutes after Harry had left the park, and 5 minutes after leaving Vernon's passed-out bulk on his driveway, police sirens and ambulances could be heard wailing about Little Whinging. Harry smiled grimly when he heard the noise. He looked at Dobby and smiled. It has begun, Dobby, my friend. I don't think it will be very long now. For better or worse, I've taken my chance. Let's hope it's all for the better when this is done. Now Dobby, you better make yourself invisible if anyone comes around, and please let Mrs. Figg wake up. After all, we need our plausible deniability. Dobby snapped his fingers and disappeared. He silently cast a spell to wake Mrs. Figg, then went to Harry's room at the Dursleys to get his possessions. He was a good elf, anticipating his master's needs. He would not let anything happen to Masters' things. An ambulance had picked up the 5 beaten boys from the play park, then took them to the local hospital for treatment. The police followed so as to be able to question the boys as soon as possible. It was a model of modern efficient police work. The boys were picked up, parents and police notified, they were treated at hospital, then one of the senior inspectors and a detective assigned to the case proceeded to interview the boys. They even had a sketch artist who drew a facsimile of the perpetrator. Another team led by Senior Inspector James Jones and Detective Cartwright responded to the multiple calls concerning Vernon Dursley's beating at No. 4 Privet Drive. It seemed that they were but a few minutes late to catch the assailant. The senior inspector castigated Detective Cartwright for not driving faster. Vernon raved to the 2 inspectors before he and Petunia were put in the ambulance for the trip to St. Joseph's Hospital. "This affair is my freak nephew's Harry's fault. He's bad to the bone, I tell you. A bad apple from a bad no account mother and lay about drunken father who got themselves killed in auto accident. I wish he's never been dumped on us. He's the one behind all this freakishness going on. We are good upstanding citizens and I demand you arrest the freak. It's all his fault," loudly raved Vernon. After reaching the hospital, the senior inspector called the station house asking for 2 uniforms to meet him and Detective Cartwright where the suspect was supposed to be working. 2 cars with 4 officers arrived at Mrs. Figg's house, arriving less than 2 hours after the day's carnage had finished in the play park and at No. 4 Privet Drive. While Mrs. Figg slept the magical elf sleep Dobby induced, the little elf did a wonderful job of manicuring the gardens. Harry was now putting on a good show and working up a sweat using the hand push reel mower, cutting the last bit of verge in the front of Mrs. Figg's house. He had also misted himself with the hose and rolled in the grass when he heard the sirens. With the dust, dirt, grass clippings and odd piece of bark on his clothes, he looked like he'd been working far harder on Mrs. Figg's gardens than he had. The place was now a showpiece, a fitting showpiece of any garden magazine layout. Gray eyes had been watching from concealment across the street with both humor and admiration for Harry's subterfuge but a quite bit of sadness at the condition of the boy. He looked far too small and scrawny for his age. He was dressed in naught but what he considered oversized rags. He wondered at the hardships that lead to this condition and felt bitter memories of his own abused youth. Harry was daydreaming pleasantly about Hermione as he pushed the mower around the small patch of grass. Along with dealing a little retribution this summer, he had also made it a point to write and call Hermione every week. Furthermore, he managed a visit to her about every 10 days. He smiled as he thought about all the neat things he had done for the first time with her. He was well received by the Granger parents, Doctors Dan and Emma, who now had a good opinion of the polite, small-statured boy who was their daughter's best friend. Harry had made sure to be as well-mannered and polite as he could. He saw a chance of some normalcy in his life and did not want to do anything to jeopardize his continued visiting. While the Grangers had noticed the condition of the young man, they did not question him too deeply, immediately picking up on Harry's reticence to answer questions. This red flag caused them to begin making discreet inquiries themselves and contacting local social services. The time spent with Hermione and at the Grangers was among the best he had ever had in his short life. He and Hermione had gone for a long walk about the neighborhood, spent time in the local park, went to the local library, taken the bus and tube into the heart of London to go sightseeing, had eaten lunch out, trying different cuisines that Harry had never dreamed existed. Hermione had even treated him to several films at the local cinema, the first time he had ever seen a film on the big screen. The Grangers even took him to the beach for a day in the sand and surf. Having never seen the ocean, he was mesmerized by the waves and sea birds. He was shocked at how cold the channel waters were. Sensing Harry had led a sheltered life and had not experienced much, Dan and Emma often took the 2 teens into London to sightsee. They visited Windsor Castle, the Tower of London, took a big bus hop-on hop-off tour for a day exploring London. Harry was amazed at Big Ben, Westminster Abbey, and Buckingham Castle. He finally experienced things he had learned about in primary school but had never seen live. Dan had treated them all to a Thames River luncheon cruise. Mrs. Figg came outside when the constables arrived in front of her home with sirens blaring and lights flashing. There were 2 constables in one marked police auto and Senior Inspector James Jones and Detective Cartwright in a plain unmarked auto. The two constables spread out and walked into the back garden, one on either side of the house looking around. Breaking Harry from his reverie, the two detectives walked up to him and the female officer addressed him. "Are you Harry Potter of number 4 Privet Drive?" Harry stopped pushing the mower. "Yes ma'am, why are you asking?" The male detective stepped up. "I'll take it from here, Cartwright. There have been 2 incidents today. One at the play park on Wisteria Lane and one at your home at 4 Privet Drive. Were you there today?" Harry was appalled at the man's aggressive attitude and the edge to his voice. He was immediately on alert. This man reminded him too much of Uncle Vernon. "Was I there? What kind of lame question is that, sir? I live at 4 Privet Drive, so yes, I was there this morning. The rest of the day I've been here, slaving away on Mrs. Figg's gardens. My uncle hired me out to do the work. Not that I ever see any money from the greedy piker for it. Why all the questions for me, sir? Someone came to your home and—" "Now wait just a minute, sir. Let's get something straight. 4 Privet Drive is where I happen to live. It is my relative's house. They have made it perfectly clear it's not home to me. It's an effing prison with bars on my windows and locks on my door. I tell you it is not now, nor has it ever been a place I could call home. It's just a place I happen to sleep. And it would be professional and polite to introduce yourselves. Who the F are you?" As Harry stated emphatically, 4 Privet Drive was no home to him. A great pulse of magic swept through the empty headmaster's office in Hogwarts School, totally destroying a number of silver trinkets that formally oscillated, whirred, rotated, beeped or puffed smoke. Fox trilled then flamed out of the office in a burst of flame, as first one, then each doodad in turn, exploded violently, sending shrapnel across the office, shredding everything in its path, including the front of the headmaster's fancy antique wooden desk. This set off multiple alarms in the elf quarters and the nearby empty deputy's office. The deputy was away on summer holiday, while the headmaster was in Zurich politicking at the annual ICW summer meetings, so missed the devastation that became his office. Dippy, the young elf assigned to care for the headmaster's office, popped in, saw the cause of the alarm and smiled. The blood traces of a student in the instruments always bothered him. He snapped his fingers, removing all traces of the blood from the shattered instruments, then popped back to the kitchens to talk to the head elf, where they decided to just leave the office as is. They did not agree with the headmaster's tracking a student. Let him clean up his own mess this time. The head elf Jasper snapped his fingers, disabling all the alarms on the headmaster's office. Dippy asked, "Why did you do that, sir?" Plausible deniability. Dippy: "If old Whiskers asks why I did not respond to the room's alarm, I can say, the alarm's not working, headmaster." Dippy smiled. He carefully wrote a few notes on the issue in a small notebook he then secreted inside a hidden pocket in his tea-towel Hogwarts uniform. He always learned something new from Jasper. While the elves were dealing with a headmaster's office devastated by flying shrapnel, a great gong sounded in the vicinity of Privet Drive as the protective blood wards fell. A loud noise and flash of light pulsed outward through the neighborhood. People in the neighborhood shook their heads as if clearing their heads, for indeed they were, as various compulsion charms failed alongside the wards. The people in the neighborhood were no longer unduly influenced by Albus Dumbledore's illegal blood-based magic. They would be much more talkative when the constables canvassed the area for information later that day. Both of the detectives looked at each other sheepishly at Harry's question of who they were. Snapping out their wallets, displaying their detective shields and police identification cards, the male inspector spoke. "I'm Senior Inspector Detective James Jones, and this is Detective Joyce Cartwright." The inspector pulled a small spiral notebook out of his east pocket and flipped through it, then said, "Now, as I was saying before, there were 2 incidents today. A young man violently beat up Dudley Dursley and 4 of his friends, Piers, Malcolm, Dennis and Gordon, at the Wisteria Playpark. They are all in hospital with various injuries. A short while later, a young man with a similar description beat and whipped your uncle with his own leather belt when he arrived home. Your uncle is in hospital also. Your Aunt Petunia is also in hospital under observation for a concussion. Vernon told us, and I quote, 'My freak nephew is responsible.' What happened to my Aunt Petunia? According to witnesses, she hit herself in the face with her pocketbook trying to hit the man hurting your uncle. She fell and hit her head. So, what do you have to say for yourself, Harry?" Harry started laughing. "Oh my, she hit herself with the giant pocketbook she carries around and gave herself a concussion. That is so funny. The detective was getting angry. I asked you a question, boy. Harry immediately turned serious, eyes blazing, looked the detective in the eye and with a venom-edged tone, said, "My name is not boy or freak, it is Harry Potter. Use it, Sherlock. Don't ever call me boy again." Turning to the female detective, Harry asked, "Is he always this rude, Detective Cartwright?" "As for me, nothing. I have nothing to say. I had nothing to do with it. I've been here since 7 a.m. slaving in Mrs. Figg's gardens. Ask her, she's the gray-haired lady on the steps over there. As for my uncle, cousin and his gang, I say it couldn't have happened sooner and to anyone more deserving." The detective reached for Harry and said, "All right, Sonny, put your hands behind your back. You'll have to come down to the station and answer questions." Harry shoved the inspector's hands away from him, kicked him in the shin and bolted for the back garden. The senior inspector yelled as he went down, "Constables, grab the boy, he's making a run for it." "No, I didn't do anything," Harry screamed as he made his bid, sprinting for freedom, making a beeline to the back garden and its 6-foot-high wooden fence. As he reached the end of the house, one of the uniformed constables stepped out from the back and made a great open field tackle, forcing him to the ground, then onto his stomach. Then he dragged his hands behind his back and was attempting to cuff him. The other uniformed constable helped cuff, then pulled him to his feet as he struggled in the grip of the two much larger men. Harry was livid, screaming, doing everything he could to draw attention to the situation. "You arrest me for what? Why? Just because my bully of an uncle says I had something to do with it. How much money did he slip you? Or you like all the rest who he pays to look the other way to ignore him and his effing abuse? Why, you little shite. Stop it, James. You are out of line." "What do you mean, Mr. Potter?" asked the female detective. "I mean, it is about time. It's obvious my uncle finally crossed someone who's a bigger bully and predator than he is and got what he deserved. He should be dead, not in the hospital. Now take these cuffs off of me now. You have no cause to detain me. I will if you don't run again, Harry." Harry and Cartwright stared at each other for a long moment. Then Harry sagged and nodded. "Okay. Just tell Sherlock here to keep his hands off me." Across the street, the gray eyes watched from his concealment with much apprehension but stayed put and out of sight. There was too much risk for him to interfere now. He would wait to see how things played out, waiting for a better time to act. Discretion was the better part of valor, he had learned the hard way. The uniformed constable released Harry and he immediately turned around, pulled his oversized t-shirt off and dropped his trousers. "Take a good look at my backside, detectives. This is what I've endured from my loving uncle. And I've reported it too many times. Each time he somehow makes it go away. So, piss off, you useless piece of Harry. Enough. Put your clothes back on, you made your point." Harry pulled up his trousers and put his shirt back on. The female detective had taken a quick photo of the boy's back, omitting the scarred legs and beeps. She was now scowling at her partner. "Okay. Now what's the description of the person who did the alleged dastardly deeds, Sherlock?" asked Harry as he looked directly in the male detective's eyes. "Watch your mouth, son, I've had enough of your cheek." The senior inspector was a bit unnerved by the intensity of the young boy's green eyes. It was almost as if they glowed. Must be the bright sun on them, he thought. "You sound like my chemistry professor at school. He's an abusive jerk also, Sherlock. Harry, you are not making this easy on yourself or us." Harry looked at the women officer. "Okay, Detective Cartwright. I'll behave if he will be civil to me. I've been abused for as long as I can remember by my aunt and uncle. It has been ignored no matter how I've complained or to whom. My uncle has always said I was worthless garbage. No one cares about me. But I've had enough. I'll be damned if I take such treatment now from the police who are supposed to protect people like me." Jones sighed as she looked at the undersized boy virtually dressed in rags. She rattled off the description. "The suspect is tall, 6'1" or thereabouts, 15 stone give or take 5 pounds, sandy dark brown hair, big shoulders and chest, very muscular, wearing all black including Doc Marten boots." Sherlock is not too bright, is he, Detective Cartwright? She barely held back a snort and managed a smile at Harry with a single eyebrow raised. Harry continued, "The suspect is 6 or 7 inches taller and 7 stone heavier than I am. Wearing Doc Marten boots and good clothes. I wish I had me a pair of Docs. Look at my trainers and the rags my aunt and uncle force me to wear." He lifted up his foot to show canvas trainers held together with electrical tape. I'm a real walking advertisement for being a big bruiser, don't you think? He thinks I just beat up a gang of 5 kids, all much bigger than me and my adult whale of an uncle. What am I effing Superman? This chump wants to arrest me when he should be arresting my feckless loving aunt and uncle. Harry paused his rant and they all looked at each other. Then Harry observed, Detective James, your face is beginning to purple just like my uncle when he sees me and wants to beat me up for breathing. Harry smirked at the 2 detectives. He was enjoying winding this man up as he gave up important information that should damn his aunt and uncle for their treatment of him. You are just another incompetent adult like all the other adults in my life, opined Harry. You could have hired someone to do it, kid. We have to follow up every lead. Are you daft, Sherlock? How are you a detective? Correspondence course. Look at me. I'm dressed in rags. My trainers are held together with electrical tape. I have nothing of my own. So, you just take my uncle's word that I'm responsible. Why don't you investigate him instead of jumping to conclusions, sir? Ask around the neighborhood. See what people have to say about him. Detective Cartwright looked at Harry with sadness in her eyes. Something that caught Harry off guard. He was not used to adults caring a lick about him. Harry, I'm sorry but you will have to come with us today to the station so we can interview you and take a statement while we arrange for your future accommodations. As you are underage, you cannot stay at Privet Drive alone with your family in the hospital for at least a few days. We will take you there so you can get your things, but you may have to go to a foster home for the next few days until things can be sorted out. Okay, just a minute, let me put the tools away in the garden shed, then get my money from Mrs. Fig. I worked too hard to leave it behind. The 2 uniformed constables went with him to help and ensure he did not try another runner. They waited while Harry went inside and found Mrs. Fig fidgeting in the kitchen. She looked like she had been crying. Harry poured 2 glasses of water and handed one to her. Mrs. Fig, please pay me what I'm due, the work is all done. She handed him £45 in 5s and 5 £1 coins. Harry, I saw your back when you took off your shirt. Are you going to be all right? Yes, Mrs. Fig, I will be. Please do me a favor. I know you are like me somehow. Magical to some extent. I saw the flow powder on the mantle. I'm guessing the headmaster probably put you here to watch me. Whatever you told him through the years he just ignored. He grasped her hands. If you care about me in the least, please don't contact him for at least a week or maybe 2. I need to get away from my relatives before Vernon beats me to death. A shocked Mrs. Fig simply nodded yes, then answered with sadness in her eyes, I am so sorry, Harry. I did try to help you. I'm a squib in Albus, well he just did not listen to me. I tried, Harry. Harry nodded then walked out the front door. Okay, I'm ready, let's go pick up my stuff, what little it is that I own. The gray eyes watched the police cars drive away and silently headed back to Privet Drive through the gardens of the neighboring houses to observe. The man reoccupied his old observation spot where he watched the activities again from the concealment of overgrown garden foliage across the street. It was like watching an anthill with all the comings and goings of the various police and vehicles. The 2 detectives drove Harry to 4 Privet Drive. The eyes followed the dark-haired boy as he exited the police car and went into the house. The gray eyes settled down to wait. The house was crawling with a crime scene tech crew. Harry noticed the door to the basement was open. Several boxes of evidence were in the front reception room. It looked like they had found Dud's stash of stolen goods. Harry was allowed to go up to his room accompanied by Detective Cartwright while Jones stood in the front walk and waited. Harry saw the fold-down stairs to the attic loft were down and a technician was in the attic. Cartwright frowned at the locks on the door, the cat flap and the bars on Harry's window. She watched him as he opened the closet and saw just 2 sets of oversized clothes. What's with the locks, cat flap on the door and the bars on the window, Harry? This is my prison, what do you expect, detective? I'm not allowed out at night or when it just suits Uncle to punish me for something he makes up and calls freakish. A quick glance and Harry was thinking of how good an elf Dobby was. He immediately noticed that little D already recovered his trunk, the few cherished possessions hidden under the floorboards and his magical things. Even Hedwig's cage was gone. She was at least safe at Hermione's for the day. The detective was looking around. Don't you have anything that fits you, Harry? No, my aunt only lets me have Cousin Dud's hand-me-downs. She tells me I'm a freak and doesn't deserve any better. I have a few good school outfits but I leave my school things with my best friend. If my relatives saw them, they would just bin them, telling me I don't deserve anything nice. Where do you go to school, Harry? Is it the local Stonewall High? Harry looked at her a moment, weighing what he should say. No, detective. I attend an exclusive boarding school in Scotland. I'm a legacy student. My parents set it up before they were killed. It's a subject that really sets off my uncle. The detective was silent, so Harry finished gathering the few clothing items he had, a spiral-bound notebook, and a metal workingman's lunchbox that contained an old deck of playing cards and a small fold-up combination chess and checkers set. He placed everything in a paper shopping bag. I'm ready, go, Detective Cartwright. Go downstairs, Harry, and wait for me in the front room. I'll be right along. She watched Harry go down the stairs and took out her camera. It only took a few minutes to photograph each room on the second floor. She silently cursed and shook her head as she took clear shots of the barred windows and the multiple locks on Harry's door as well as his poor furniture compared to the Dursleys' rooms. When the detective came down the stairs, Harry looked at her and pointed to the cupboard under the stairs, unlocked it, then pulled the door open. Since you are taking pictures, you should take a few photographs of my old room. That's where I lived for 10 years. With some trepidation, Detective Cartwright bent over to look inside. She was shocked at the small space and the child's crayon drawing that said Harry's room. She noted what looked like dark stains in the floor that could be blood and the very thin foam pallet that evidently was his old mattress. She had seen enough for her conclusions. When they arrived at the police station, Harry was put into a waiting room with a constable for company, while Detective Cartwright called social services and filled out forms for Harry. Harry got up from his chair and moved towards the door. I'm sorry, son, but you have to stay in here. No wandering about the station. I was just going to the vending machines in the lobby to get something to eat. I'm hungry and thirsty. I've been working all day in the sun and did not have lunch. When did you last eat, son? 6 a.m., when I made breakfast for my jailers. Wait in here, I'll get you something. Yes, sir. After the man left, Harry tied the door and was not surprised to find it locked. He sighed and began to pace back and forth the length of the room. He was being introspective. Did I overdo my petulant child routine with the detectives, he asked himself. Not that the arrogant Burke Jones didn't deserve the cheek he pounded him with this afternoon. Merlin, he was worse than Snape, and Snape was bad enough. He laughed as he recalled how purple-faced he got when he called him Sherlock. It was very easy to push Jones's buttons. Dobby had come through big time and got all his things safely away. Perhaps this event and the detective's investigation would free him from the Dursleys. It all depended on when old Dumbles found out what happened and if he could obliviate and compulsion charm it away as he always did. He wondered if Mrs. Figg would help him by being silent. He hoped so. Every day of delay made it more likely he could get away from them. He hated being dependent on others' actions. They so often failed him. About 20 minutes later the door opened and the constable came in with a cardboard tray with a large foam cup of tea, a 2-pint bottle of water and a large bulging bag that smelled like fish and chips. Here you go, Harry. Dig in, a double order of fish and chips. This is all for you. He pulled a large hand-sized brownie wrapped in cellophane out of one pocket and a bottle of vinegar with a shaker top out of the other, then set them down on the table with a smile. Harry had already set to eating. Thank you, mumbled Harry through a mouth stuffed full with chips. He was savoring each bite but still eating quickly. He was afraid they might take it away from him. It would not be the first time he'd had a meal snatched out from under his nose. It had been a long 12 hours since he had had breakfast. The constable looked on in fascination as the small boy put away enough food for 2 people. I guess he was hungry. By the looks of him he never gets enough to eat, he thought. Harry was just polishing off the brownie when the door opened and Detective Cartwright came in with a man carrying a doctor's bag. Harry, this is Dr. Mallard. He's been summoned by social services. He will examine you as we are going to charge your aunt and uncle with child abuse. Harry smiled. Pleased to meet you, Drive. Widgeon. The doctor laughed in return. You are a smart one, Harry. Just call me Ducky, like everyone does. Harry shrugged. Okay, Ducky it is, Doc. You can wait outside, Constable and Detective. This will only take a short time. About an hour later, Detective Cartwright entered the room and addressed him. Harry, social services cannot get anyone here until early tomorrow morning. We do have a room for you to spend the night. What about my relatives? They're free and I'm to spend the night in jail cell. They are not free, Harry. Your testimony, our observations and Dr. Mallard's physical have enough evidence that your aunt and uncle have been arraigned in their hospital beds. They are under restraints. But I'm in jail too. It is not a cell, Harry. It's where station personnel keep if they're on a long shift. Will I be locked in? Yes. We can't have you wandering around the station alone. So yes, I'm going to be in a cell overnight. Just like my room at Privet Drive. Locked in at night. Can my life get any effing worse, Detective? Language please, Harry. I doubt you will ever live with them again. It's been decided to charge them for their treatment of you. Your exam is very damning to them. It's inexcusable what they have done. We cannot let you stay at Privet Drive by yourself. You are a minor. Harry just signed. That sounds nice, they are being charged, but what happens if they are not convicted and I have to go back to them? My uncle will kill me. The lot of them hate me. That won't happen, Harry. We will see to it you don't have to go back to them. Harry contemplated this for a few moments, thinking it will only work if I'm so far into the Muggle system that Dumbledore will find it impossible to obliviate everyone and return me to Vernon and Petunia. What about tonight, Detective Cartwright? Do I have to stay here? Is there an alternative? Can I call my best friend? I'm sure the Doctors Grangers will take me in for however long it takes. Who are they, Harry? My best friend from school is Hermione Granger. Both her parents are dentists. They live not far from here in Crawley. They've invited me to visit this summer. I've been there loads of times. I'm sure a call to them would have them come here for me. They would not want me to stay in a jail cell overnight. Harry debated trying a wandless compulsion charm, but having not practiced it, it was sure to fail. He looked at the detective with pleading eyes. Okay, Harry, give me their number and I'll make a call. Hello, this is the Granger residence. Whom may I ask is calling? Hello, this is Detective Cartwright of the Little Whinging Police Station. May I speak to Dr. Daniel Granger? Speaking. Detective, how can I be of help? Do you know a Harry Potter? He gave me your name and number. Yes, I do. He's my daughter's best friend. They attend the same school. Is the boy all right? What has happened? Let me assure you the boy is fine. There were multiple incidents with his family and Harry has nowhere to stay tonight. Social services cannot attend to him till the morning. He suggested that he could stay with you. Absolutely, that is not an issue. We will there as soon as we can to collect him. When the two detectives had driven away with Harry in their backseat from Privet Drive, the Grey Eyes made an educated assumption and headed to the local police station, arriving well after Harry had arrived. But his unique senses told him his target was still there, inside but currently out of his reach. Police made Grey Eyes very nervous. Concealed in a good vantage point, he settled down to wait for as long as it took. It was only about an hour when he noticed a fancy expensive sedan pull into the car park and 3 people get out. One, a young girl about the same age as his target, made hackles rise on his neck. He could tell she was special, just like his target. This was an unforeseen development. He took note of the registration and a parking sticker that said Crawley Council. He began to pace back and forth in agitation. This was a wild card he'd not anticipated. He had some thinking to do now about his next steps. After Detective Cartwright had left to make her telephone call, Harry continuously paced back and forth, much to the amusement of the constable with him in the small interview room. A bit more than 2 hours had passed when the door opened and a brown-haired missile entered the room and seemed to apparate to Harry's side, grabbing him in an enormous hug. Holding him at arm's length, spouting questions rapid fire, Harry was dazed to say the least but had a huge smile on his face. You came, Hermione. Of course we did. Nothing would stop us from helping my best friend. You're coming home with us, Harry. Harry heard someone clearing their throat. Let him breathe, Hermione. Dodd. Stop it. Harry, you remember my father and mother, Dan and Emma Granger? Of course I do. How could I not after all the fun we had this summer? Hermione smiled sheepishly. Harry moved to Dan and held out his hand. Thank you, Doctors Granger, for coming to get me. You don't know how much this means to me to have someone actually help me. Well, let's grab your things and we can leave. We've already taken care of the required paperwork. We had recently become certified caregivers, so this was not a problem with social services. Harry and the Grangers made their way to their auto and drove off. As Harry was getting into the back seat, a small folded piece of paper fell out of a hole in his oversized trouser pocket and the wind carried it to the shrubbery at the edge of the car park. The gray-eyed stranger picked up the paper and looked at it with a smile. He made another assumption he was sure was correct. His hunches were rarely wrong. He had finally caught a break and found out where his target was going. He set off immediately. The shrouded figure apparated into the back garden, then quickly reconnoitered the home. Returning to the back, he pulled two small steel pins out of his pocket, then manually picked the lock and entered. Closing and locking the door, he searched through the house to ensure he was alone. He noticed a glass cabinet in the front reception room. It held trophies for shotgun shooting. It also held a nice pump-action shotgun model. He found a box of shells that were in a separate drawer below the glass enclosure. He smiled as he hefted the shotgun and went back to the kitchen, which had a door that opened onto the car park. He would stand in the shadows in the corner that would also be behind the swing of the door, so he would not be readily seen when someone entered. He settled down to wait. Harry was content to lean back in the seat and listen to Hermione babble the whole drive back to the Granger home in Crawley, approximately not quite an hour away from the Little Whinging police station. He could see her father and mother smile occasionally in the front seat. He even saw Dan wink at him once in the rear-view mirror. He was quite comfortable with Hermione leaning into his side and holding onto his arm for dear life. It was dark, almost 8 o'clock at night when they arrived. Harry was spellbound looking at the neighborhood filled with estate-type homes. It was beautiful, with large stately homes and nice large gardens surrounding them. Each home looked to have about an acre of land around it, and all were well landscaped. It seemed every house was prideful of their property. Harry was happy and thinking perhaps he had pulled off the impossible. Dan and Emma led the way into the house, coming in through a side door into a large kitchen with a farmhouse-style table off to the side. As they all stepped into the room, they heard the unmistakable sound of a shotgun being pumped and cocked when a scratchy voice demanded, "Put your hands up and no one gets hurt. Harry and Hermione, do not attempt to use your wands." Hermione turned towards the intruder, then gasped, "It's Sirius Black." Harry and Hermione began to jostle with each other to get in front to protect the other. "Harry," she cried. This froze him for a moment, allowing her to step in front of him. "You will not harm anyone here." Harry and Hermione both pulled their wands up to cast Stupefy, but the intruder beat them to the punch by casting two incredibly quick wandless charms at them. Expelliarmus! Expelliarmus! At that, both wands flew out of their pockets and were caught in the air by a very dirty and bedraggled man dressed in naught but rags, with long unkempt hair and beard, holding a shotgun. Harry's face fell. How could he freeze like that and let Hermione get in front of him, he thought. His euphoria evaporated with losing his wand. To come so close and come up short felt horrible. The man smiled at the girl protecting Harry. "I don't intend to hurt anyone, miss. Please follow my instructions. I have something to say, then I'll release you and go. Now all four of you sit at the table and keep your hands on the table where I can see them, and don't move." Black stood in front of the table opposite the four, who were sitting still as directed. The man swished both wands and got a string of stars from Hermione's wand. He held it up and spoke, "I, Sirius Black, swear on my life and magic that what I have to say tonight is the absolute truth. I will not lie to you and will not harm any of you, so help me God." With that, a golden glow flashed around him as the oath took hold. Hermione gasped as the oath took hold, while Harry and her parents sat and wondered what had happened. "Hermione, what did the golden glow mean?" asked Emma. "He just staked his magic, if not his life, on telling the truth." "I'm willing to listen." She put her hand on Harry's arm and smiled at him. "I am indeed Sirius Black, and I have escaped from Azkaban prison. But the papers have it all wrong. I did not break out to harm Harry Potter but to protect him. I am your godfather Harry, and I made oaths to protect you when I accepted the responsibility. You see, I was sent to prison without a trial, without questioning, no chance to defend myself, based on a conspiracy at the highest levels of our wizarding government. I was betrayed also, Harry. Your father was more of a brother to me, the Potters more a family to me than my own. I ran away from my parents when I was but 16 years old, after my mother used the Cruciatus curse on me repeatedly for not buying into Voldemort and his dogma. Your grandfather and grandmother took me in and made me feel welcome. I didn't betray you and your parents, Harry. Another friend was the secret keeper, he was Peter Pettigrew. I was a decoy, meant to draw away Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Sirius took a deep breath. The night it happened, I had a bad feeling. I went to find Peter and couldn't, so I went to the cottage and found it in ruins. I saw Hagrid coming from the wrecked house with you in his arms. He was crying about James and Lily being dead. I demanded he give you to me, but he said he was taking you to Hogwarts on Albus Dumbledore's orders. I thought he'd have Madame Pomfrey take care of you. I did not want to fight Hagrid. While I had every confidence I could take Hagrid in a fight with magic, I was afraid you'd be hurt. Hagrid is resistant to magic as he's part giant. I couldn't endanger you, so I made the biggest mistake of my life and I gave him my flying motorcycle to help keep you safe. I went after Peter instead of accompanying him and reporting what happened. I caught up to Pettigrew in a Muggle area. He surprised me with a hidden wand and blew up the street, hitting a gas line. He transformed into his animagus form of a common brown rat and disappeared into the sewers. I was stunned and 12 Muggles were killed in the explosion. When the Aurors and Obliviators led by Corny Fudge arrived, I was delirious, in shock. Fudge was a junior minister in the Department of Magical Catastrophes at the time. It was all hands on deck from the ministry with all the revelry going on. Fudge never should have been in charge of a group with that task. I was told, I said over and over, it was my fault, all my fault. Harry and the Grangers were spellbound by the tale. Sirius continued. I was immediately stunned, then shipped off to prison. I was not questioned, I had no trial, and I was discarded in a place worse than hell. I don't know why Dumbledore abandoned me there. He should have pushed for a trial, I was one of his group. I was also an Auror in good standing, yet my manager never inquired as far as I know. You should have grown up with me and your godmother Alice Longbottom, Harry. Your parents' wills say unequivocally, you were never to go to your Aunt Petunia. I found out in prison that the Lestranges and Barty Crouch Jr. tortured Alice and Frank Longbottom. They ended up in the hospital since a few days after your parents died and are still there. Why did you end up with Petunia? They hated and feared magic. How in Merlin's name did you end up with them, or at least not go to Alice? Well, Dumbledore left me on their doorstep with a letter that night. How do you know I ended up there? I found you by chance, caught your scent in London, then followed my nose. I've been tracking and watching you for a few days. Dan Granger asked with a bit of incredulity. You caught his scent? Is your sense of smell so good you can do that? You do realize you reek right now. You could use a good long shower with copious amounts of soap. Sirius laughed. Yes, Mr. Granger, I have an amazing nose. A unique magical ability. And I admit I need a good wash. Hermione muttered under her breath, I've never heard of that, Dad. I'll have to do some research. Sirius continued. I observed several events today, but I wasn't able to approach you till now. I followed the police to Privet Drive from Arbella's garden where you were working. If you don't know it, she's a squib. She was part of Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenixes, was I. I knew her back in the day. I saw you call out the policeman for being a Burke. Well done, Harry. Your father would have been laughing his antlers off if he had been there. Antlers. I'm sorry, Harry. Our little group of friends were animagus. We learned to help a fourth friend survive the full moon. Remus Lupin, he was a werewolf, bitten as a little boy. He was able to come to Hogwarts only through Dumbledore's authorization. We learned about it and then learned to change so we could be with him on the full moon. Your dad was a stag called Prongs. Peter was a rat named Wormtail, and I was a Grim, a big black dog. Emma Granger looked at Hermione. What is an animagus? Instead, Sirius answered. It's the ability to change into an animal. It's a lot of work, requires a bit of power, and most can never attain it. It took more than a year for me to master it. Sirius abruptly changed into his grim form, held it for a few seconds, then changed back. A black dog, a big black dog. Wait a minute. Are you Pafoo? Asked Harry. Sirius burst out laughing. Yes, that's what you called me, I'm Padfoot. You used to sit against me and play on the floor. Harry got up and approached Sirius. He hugged him. I remember you, or at least the dog part. The two stood there for a long minute, both misty-eyed. Finally, Sirius and Harry broke apart. Now Harry, I don't know how your relationship is with Albus Dumbledore, but he's not your friend in any sense of the word. He's as big a danger to you as Peter is. Albus was a witness to your parents' wills. He knew Peter was the secret keeper and I was the decoy. As a witness to your parents' wills, he knew where you were supposed to go if anything happened to Lily and Prawns. He left me to rot in prison, then put you in a bad environment. I don't know what his motivation is, but it is not for any good. Sirius, what made you think I was in danger, to cause you to break out? Oh, I saw Peter's picture in the Daily Prophet. Minister Fudge was doing a tour of the prison and I asked for his newspaper to do the crossword. He laughed at me as he handed it to me. I was shocked to see Peter in his rat form sitting on a boy's shoulder with his family. I guessed he was Hogwarts age and hence would be near you. I pulled myself together then escaped that night. Here's his picture. Sirius took the folded front page of the Daily Prophet out of his ragged cloak and handed it to Harry. Harry hissed. It's Scabbers, he's with Ron and the Weasleys. Hermione let out a string of cusses which made everyone stare at her in astonishment. Blushing, she looked sheepish. I bet you all were thinking the same thing. You know who this is, Harry, Hermione. Harry and Hermione looked at each other and then Harry said, Ron Weasley is our friend. We've been friends since the train ride first year, and Hermione since Halloween first year. The look between the two friends did not go unnoticed by Emma Granger. She saw a whole conversation pass between them in a few seconds. She was sure there was more to the story of how they became friends, she thought. She'd have to worm it out of them at some point. What now, Mr. Black? Asked Dan Granger. Sirius sighed. First, Dan, here is your shotgun. No worry, I made sure it was not loaded. I never would have used it, though I know how. From my Auror training, I need to clear my name. I want to have Harry live with me as he should have. I don't know what to do right now or whom I can trust. I have to capture Peter to prove my innocence. Otherwise, without him I'll never get a trial. Too many people don't want me to live. Why is that serious? Asked Dan. Simply, too much money and influence at stake. The Black fortune is large. The Black name wields political power. The Black vote leads the conservative or dark faction in the Wizengamot. Then there are the people who will be embarrassed if the truth came out. Dumbledore, Barty Crouch, Fudge, Lucius Malfoy, who is scheming to gain the Black money and influence. For all of them it would be most convenient to have me never reappear. It seems you have powerful enemies, Mr. Black. Since you don't trust Professor Dumbledore, we should contact Amelia Bones, head of the Auror Force, for you, said Hermione. Bones, that name sounds familiar. Is she related to Susan, Hermione? Asked Harry. Yes, Harry, it's her aunt. She has a good no-nonsense reputation. Susan is how I know about her. Susan and I are friendly. We talk in the library now and then between study sessions. We can send your owl Hedwig to her and ask her to come here tonight. She can question you and then help clear you. I remember Amelia. She was ahead of me in the Aurors. She was a straight shooter. All right, I'll write the letter for you, Hermione, so Harry can sign it. She could hardly ignore that, I think. Tonight is too soon. It's late already, asked Hermione. No, the sooner the better, stated Dan. We run a greater risk the longer we wait. I think I'd rather send Dobby with the letter, said Harry. It will be safer and he can deliver it directly to her. I'm not sure Hedwig can get by the security protocols at the ministry or her home. I want the letter to only go to her. There was a pop and an elf appeared in the kitchen. The great and wonderful Harry Potter calls for his Dobby to serve him. What can Dobby do for his Mr. Harry Potter, sir? Harry smirked. Everyone, this is my friend Dobby. Dobby, I thought you were a black elf gifted to Narcissa Malfoy. Asked Sirius. Dobby spit on the floor. Malfoy is old bad master. Mr. Harry Potter, sir, free me from bad master. Now Dobby serves the great and wonderful Mr. Harry Potter, sir. Dan, Emma and Sirius laughed. Hermione looked pensive and Harry just facepalmed. While Dobby's off delivering the letter from the great and wonderful Harry, I have to give you much more info, concerning the prison, Fudge, Crouch and now Malfoy. You need to be prepared for Bones when she comes here. We will have to make a quick trip into Gringotts to pick up some documents and a few rings. Dan or Emma, you can come with us if you like. What about me? Can I come too? Asked Hermione. Sure, the more the merrier, answered Sirius. It is already 6:30 p.m., is this really necessary, Sirius? Yes, Dan. Quite a bit of the proof of what I told you earlier will be picked up at the bank. What about the goblins, will they be a problem and call the Aurors? Not in the least, Dan. I'm a very large customer, as is Harry. They know I never had a trial. Besides, they hate the current government. It will be okay. How will we get there? Do you want us to drive you to the Leaky Cauldron? We could do that, but it will take too much time. I'll make a portkey for us. It's a magical transportation device that will put us on a private customer entrance at the rear of the bank. Much safer and quicker that way. Can I watch you make the portkey, Mr. Black? Sirius let loose his barking laugh. Harry, she reminds me of Remus and your mother. Both always wanting to learn something they did not know. Sure, Hermione. And just call me Sirius from now on. In 10 minutes, everyone was ready to leave and gathered in the front reception room. Sirius was holding a short piece of rope. Hermione was going over and over in her mind what she learned from Sirius about making portkeys. He said they were highly regulated by the ministry. Sirius felt the reason was to be nosy and keep tabs on people and a way for the ministry to make money. By banning ordinary people from making them, they had a revenue stream plus kept tabs on people's travel habits. Of course, they exempted the members of the Wizengamot from the requirement. Hermione felt sure she could make one in a pinch. All right, everyone grab hold of the rope, bend your knees, don't let go. Activate. Detective Cartwright was in her office at the Little Whinging police station. As usual, the air conditioning was not working and the 35-degree temperature with 85% humidity was high and very uncomfortable. It felt like her old office in Tortola, British Beep Islands at the height of the summer. The small box fan whirring away did little to alleviate the oppressive conditions. She wiped her face with a small damp towel for what seemed the 100th time as she reread her report on the Dursleys she would submit in the morning. It was late and she was tired, but her Chief Inspector Jones insisted her report be on his desk when he arrived in the morning. The constables canvassing the neighborhood taking statements turned up much that was disturbing. It seemed the entire Dursley family were complicit. Vernon and Petunia, Dudley and Vernon's sister Marge. It seemed that many in the neighborhood had seen abuse to Harry by both all of them but had just ignored it. Harry was routinely mistreated by all. Those questioned said they didn't understand how they could have overlooked what was happening. It seemed that a fog had lifted on the neighborhood recently and actions now stood out clearly. Dudley, it was now apparent, was a first-class bully and terrorized the neighborhood with his pack of friends. The evidence was mounting that he and his little pack were responsible for most if not all the vandalism and burglaries in the neighborhood. They were also bullying the younger children, roughing them up, taking their money and possessions. She thought she would go back out and talk to some of the neighbors to confirm statements and provide more color. Some of what they reported was just too hard to believe. But after meeting Harry, seeing his appearance, the medical exam by Dr. Mallard, and the nature of the room that he called his cell in relation to the rest of the house, it was apparent that a serious miscarriage had occurred. How had he fell through the cracks? Something strange was happening here. Perhaps she'd never find out, but she had to advocate for the child. Damn Jones and his attitude towards Harry. She would go over his head and notify the Crown Prosecution Services and recommend the Dursleys be tried for a host of charges including child abuse. She was certain they would be living at Her Majesty's pleasure soon. She would send a full copy of her report and Dr. Mallard's findings to them tonight. Mistress Amelia. What is it, Tiggy? There be a very strange elf at the gates wanting to deliver a letter to you in person. His name be's Dobby and says he is the great and wonderful Mr. Harry Potter, sir's elf. He says he's to wait for your response. That's odd, I didn't think the Potters had any elves. Why would he be sending me a letter and at this time of night? Please bring him here and stand by in case he tries anything. A moment later the two elves arrived in the Bones office in the manor. Madam Bones, I be Dobby. My master Harry Potter, sir, asked that I put this letter in use. Hands only and wait for a reply. He held out his hand and floated the letter in the air towards Madam Bones. She cast revealing charms at the letter and was relieved to find nothing. She appraised the strange elf. He seemed to be bigger than most and with much softer features. He was also dressed strangely in black cargo pants, a white cotton pull-over collared jersey with a black vest with the Potter and black crests on the lapel. She would have to think about that attire and the implications of the crests. Most unusual. According her niece Susan, Harry Potter was a most unusual boy. Madam Bones is careful but she has no worries about Master Potter. He's the best master in the world, not like Dobby's old bad master. She stared at the elf and chuckled. Who might the old bad master be? Dobby. I was a Malfoy elf before Master Harry helped free me. Madam Bones looked at him shocked. I'm sure there is a story there, Dobby, maybe sometime you can tell me all about it. Can you answer a question for me, Dobby? Maybe, as long as I am not telling Master's secrets. What do you want to know? Why do you have both the Potter and black crests on your vest? Master Harry be the last Potter, so he be the head of house. I wear the black crest because Master Harry be heir to House of Black. Really? Lucius Malfoy keeps claiming his son Draco is the heir. But if you're wearing the crest then an elf knows his allegiance. Very interesting, Dobby. Let me read your master's letter. She opened the letter and sat down at her desk and read it quickly. This was incredible and hard to believe. She pinched herself on the arm. Yes, I'm not dreaming, she thought. She went back to the beginning and started reading a second time. Dear Madam Bones, I know it is short notice, but time is of the essence. I ask that you come to my best friend Hermione Granger's home, in Crawley tonight at 11 p.m. The apparition coordinates are below. Please bring an Auror or two with you that you trust, but in no way connected to Albus Dumbledore and his Order of the Phoenix, Minister Fudge, Barty Crouch Sr., or Lucius Malfoy. The exception is Alistair, Mad-Eye Moody, who is an acceptable choice only if he vowed silence and not to tell Dumbledore anything. Gawain Robards is also acceptable, both of their reputations for honorable behavior is why I ask for them. Please tell no one else. I cannot have, nor want word getting back to Headmaster Dumbledore that I want to talk to you. He would be very unhappy and would do everything he could to stop it. Please bring Veritaserum with you also, for what is to be communicated may be hard to believe without a few drops. A pensieve would be helpful to view certain memories. I can assure you that I have significant evidence of a conspiracy at the highest levels of government that pertains to 2 counts of line theft, one to an heir of an ancient and noble house, another of a second noble house, in addition to kidnapping, multiple counts, unlawful imprisonment, comporting with a Death Eater to suborn justice and lawful investigation. I also have an explanation of the petrifications with evidence for the attempted murder of all the students in Hogwarts this past term, plus another separate attempt on my life, malfeasance of the headmaster and the Minister of Magic. Also, I have evidence to prove Mr. Malfoy tried to kill me at the end of term. As fantastic as all this sounds, I can prove it all. Please tell no one in the ministry where you are going. Be vigilant because the people involved will stop at nothing to attain their objectives. I know it is late, but will you come tonight at 11 p.m. tonight? My elf awaits your response for tonight or a different time you propose. Please advise. Respectfully, Harry Potter. Amelia sighed and wrote a quick reply. Folding it and melting some wax, she sealed her response with her ring. Dobby, here is my note for your master. I will be there with 2 Aurors at the requested time. She watched as Dobby disappeared in front of her eyes. That was one powerful elf to pop out of the Bones' protective wards. I'll have to look into an upgrade, she thought. Twiggy, please make tea and snacks for 3. It is late but I'm having company. She went to her flow and called the 2 Aurors in question. What's up, boss? Must be a good one if you're calling out at this time of day. Alistair, I need your vow that nothing that occurs from this point on, nothing that you learn can be communicated to anyone in any manner whatsoever without my express permission. This includes the bearded meddler, Albus Dumbledore. I know you were a member of his Little Bird Club in the last war. Are you willing to do that for me? If not, then I'll have to ask you to leave and I'll get someone else. This must be big for you to ask me that, Amelia. We go back a long time. This has got to be very sensitive if you want a vow. I can put Albus on the back burner. I'm a bit peeved with him anyway over several things. Well, I trust you, Amelia, so I'll give ye what ye want. Alistair pulled his wand out. I swear on my life and magic to keep Amelia Bones' secrets that I learn about tonight until she ends this requirement. There was a flash of gold light. Alistair cast Lumos. Now tell me your big secret, boss. Alistair, what do you know about Harry Potter? Not much at all, boss. Albus has kept him under wraps and allows no one near him. Altogether too secretive about the boy. He treats any inquiry like a mushroom. Keeps you in the dark and feeds you shite. Makes me wonder why. Why are you asking? Do you know what his parents' wills provided for his care? No, no one does except for the old man. Albus buried it under his provision as Chief Mucky Muck. Sealed it right good the day they died. No one knows what it provided. The goblins might, but until Potter looks for a copy in his vault or determines if they had a solicitor, it will remain a secret. Why would he do such a thing? He claims it was to protect the boy, that too many Death Eaters ran free and would want revenge. He said he had to hide him with his Muggle family to protect him. But it all smells worse than fish left in the sun for days to me. How would you two like to meet the boy and have a conversation with him? That would be an eye-opener for sure. You mean you can arrange that and you're not taking the piss, boss? Yes, I can, and this is no prank. Let's have tea and a snack now while we wait for Gawain to arrive. We will see Potter at 11 o'clock tonight. The return port key deposited the Grangers in their front entranceway. That is a cool way to travel, gushed a disheveled Emma Granger, even though she looked a bit worse for wear. After that adventure to Gringotts, I'm hungry. Anyone interested in some Chinese takeaway? Just order the usual but triple it since we have Sirius and Harry, Emma, opined Daniel Granger. Harry, may I see your Potter ring? Harry held out his hand showing a griffin with crossed swords. That is an impressive ring, Harry. I was surprised when you put it on and magic flashed and sized it to your finger. Sirius sighed. Harry, be sure you don't take it off. It has some protections for you. You can also make it invisible or visible by thinking about it. Simply command the ring in your mind to do one or the other. You can also use the ring to access your money in your Gringotts vault. Thank you, Cyrus. Can we review all these things again tomorrow? Tonight has had a lot to take in. Sure, Harry, anytime you want. Dan Granger stood up. Come with me upstairs, Cyrus. You can use the shower in the guest room and I'll get you some clothes that you can wear. We are about the same size. I'm much obliged, Dan. Harry, you should shower and change also. We have some time before the food arrives. Hermione, please show Harry the guest room on the first floor. Here you go, Harry. The bathroom is attached to the guest room through that door on your right. You'll find everything you need in the bathroom, soap, towels, etc. Thank you for everything, Hermione. I can't tell you how much you being my friend and welcoming me into your home means to me. No one ever cared before. Oh, Harry, sobbed Hermione as she tried to hug the stuffing out of him. You are my best friend, I'll always be there for you. I feel the same, Hermione. When Hermione left a few minutes later, closing the door after her, Harry softly called, Dobby. Master Harry calls for his Dobby. Can you get my school trunk, please? I need you also to hide the potion flask and the vials of hair. With a smart witch like Hermione and an adult wizard in the house, I cannot take a chance on it being found. They have been very handy this summer. I'll never know when I may need those items again. Keep the flask under a preserving charm, please. Dobby will do so. He snapped his fingers and disappeared. A second later, Harry's trunk appeared at the end of the bed. Harry took a change of clothes out, his best pants, trousers and shirt from Hogwarts, then went into the shower to clean up. As he luxuriated in the hot water of the shower, he thought about all that happened since the chamber incident. The terror in the chamber followed by the Malfoy encounter. The wonderful freeing of Dobby. It all came together today with the oh-so-satisfying beatings of his principal tormentors, a very unexpected appearance of his godfather, Sirius Black, and the revelations about his domestic situation and manipulations foisted upon him by Dumbledore. His visit to the bank was a real eye-opener. The will contents. His being able to stay with the Grangers. It was a lot to think about. About an hour later, Cyrus still looked awful, with a combed but scraggly beard and long hair pulled back into a ponytail, but at least he was clean and did not smell anymore. He was dressed in black trousers, white shirt and dark blue jumper. Daniel could only wonder at the sunken, haunted look to his eyes. They were seated around the dining room table surveying the wreckage of a multitude of empty Chinese takeaway containers, drinking tea and leaning back contentedly. Sirius had eaten sparingly as he could not eat a full meal yet after the privations of Azkaban. Dobby popped into the room. Master Harry, Madam Bones just arrived in the back garden. To Emma's amazement, Dobby took a few seconds, snapped his fingers and tidied up the room, provided a fresh tea tray with small sandwiches made with ham and cheese, roast beef and tomato, assorted cheddar cheeses, water crackers, chocolate biscuits, grapes, pineapple chunks, setting it all down on the buffet. Dobby, you are amazing. Can I hire you? Asked Emma. Dobby works for the great and wonderful Harry Potter, but maybe Dobby can help Harry Potter's Grangers now and then. He looked intensely at Hermione. Maybe when Mistress Hermione learns about elves and families. Dobby popped away. Hermione, what did Dobby mean by that statement? I don't know, Mom, I'll have to ask Harry and talk with Dobby. A slightly red-faced Hermione thought about Dobby. She didn't know much about elves and was curious. What was the relationship between elf and wizard? She'd have to sit down and talk to Dobby. Harry moved silently to the window and saw a severe-looking witch with a monocle along with two Aurors. One was middle-aged with hair going gray while the other was scarred, with a strange eye, peg leg and a staff. His eye was a blur as it rotated around. Harry looked at Sirius, who immediately changed into his dog form, then went and curled up in a corner on a blanket. Harry opened the door. Madam Bones, I presume. Yes, Harry Potter, I presume, as you requested. Yes, please come in. I warn you, Mr. Potter, this better not be a prank, or there will be consequences. I'm not a prankster like my father. I'm on the level with what I have to tell you. You are my last best chance for freedom. I will tell the truth and provide proof of what I allege. Madam Bones and the small black-haired boy locked eyes for a long moment. She was slightly taken aback by his freedom comment. She was amazed at the intensity of the killing curse green eyes that seemed to bore into her soul. All right, Mr. Potter. Please lead the way. The three Aurors walked into the kitchen. Hello, I'm Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, as we call the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. This gentleman on my right is Gawain Robards, senior Auror, and this one on my left is Alistair Moody, also a senior Auror. Thank you, Madam Bones, for coming. I'm Harry Potter. This is my best friend Hermione Granger, her mother Emma and father Daniel. They are both dentists, or teeth healers in magical vernacular. I'm very happy you accepted my invitation even at such a late hour. But time is of the essence and I could not wait as lives are at stake. I had my doubts you would show up. There have been few adults in my life who have done what an adult should do by me. But Hermione vouched for her friend and your niece Susan Bones. Well, as I trust Hermione more than anyone, I decided to reach out to you. Everyone please come into the dining room and sit down, directed Emma. Help yourself to tea, as she moved a large tray with a tea set, cups and plate of finger food from the buffet to the middle of the table. Alistair Moody began casting diagnostic charms at the food and drink. Appears to be clean, Robards. Robards just smiled at his old partner. Mr. Potter, I was intrigued by your letter. So why don't you explain what you have? I'm going to set up this parchment with dictaquill to record what you have to say so I make sure I don't forget about anything you do say. It will record verbatim what is said. No truth potion. I think I want to hear what you have to say before I resort to drugging an underage wizard. Harry laughed. Refreshing attitude for me, thank you, Madam Bones. Okay, I think it's best to start with this past year. Mr. Malfoy tried to create carnage and kill students at the school and then when confronted last week tried to kill me. And you can prove this how, Mr. Potter? Those are serious accusations, for a politically powerful man. Not that it should excuse him, but you need good evidence if he's to be investigated. Oh yes, Madam Bones, I have evidence and can produce it. That's why I asked for the pensieve and the truth serum. I'll even take a magical vow if you think necessary. For some things I have another witness to be called. I also have a house elf who witnessed the attempt by Malfoy and saved my life. Would that be the little elf Dobby that delivered your letter? Yes, ma'am. He's sort of devoted to me now. The three Aurors looked at each other. Alistair shrugged. I'm all ears, Potter. Thank you, Mr. Potter, please proceed, added Madam Bones. Mr. Malfoy slipped a cursed diary to Ginny Weasley, a first-year student, in Flourish and Blots, then started a fight with Mr. Weasley as a distraction just before term started on August 30th, when we went to buy our school supplies. The diary possessed her. She opened the fabled Chamber of Secrets once again and released a 1,000-year-old basilisk. This petrified students Colin Creevey, Justin Finch Fletchley, Penelope Clearwater, Hermione Granger, and the caretaker Filch's cat Mrs. Norris. Petrified. I was taught that looking in its eyes killed, stated Auror Robards. You are correct, Auror, but all the affected had seen it as a reflection, so it did not kill. One saw it through a ghost, one from a mirror, another from a water reflection and one through a camera lens. All led to petrifications. The basilisk was also responsible for killing Myrtle Warren back in the early 1940s. Hagrid was framed by another student, Tom Riddle, and expelled. Hermione figured out it was a basilisk before she was petrified. I found her evidence, and when Ginny Weasley was taken into the chamber, Ron Weasley and I forced the fraud Lockhart to go down to the chamber with us. Why do you call him a fraud, Harry? Asked Aurora Robards. Well, because he cannot teach. Then he told us what he'd done. He's an inept wizard who has mastered only one charm, Obliviate, and has used it to gain his fame and fortune as he's victimized the real heroes of his books. Moving on now, he tried to obliviate us, but the spell backfired from Ron's broken wand. Instead, it obliviated Lockhart and caused a cave-in. I was separated from Ron and Lockhart and went on to kill the 60-foot or so snake and rescue Ginny. How did you kill a 60-foot or so basilisk, Harry? Asked a skeptical Moody. With Godric Gryffindor's sword the Sorting Hat gave me. The three Aurors, ashen-faced, looked at Harry in astonishment. I think we'd all like to see that memory, Harry. We'll get it after you finish your story. Now please continue. The diary belonged to Tom M. Riddle. He showed me how he transformed his name to, I am Lord Voldemort. May I use my wand, Madam Bones? She nodded, and Harry demonstrated by spelling the words out with his wand and rearranging the letters. The three Aurors again looked at each other with grim smiles. That is a revelation, Harry. No one knows who Voldemort really was. We've been searching for that info for a long time. That's surprising, Madam Bones. The headmaster knew it. He told me after I came back up from the chamber. I wonder why he never passed that on to you. That is indeed a question I'd like to ask the Chief Warlock myself, Harry. Please go on with your narrative. Afterwards, Mr. Malfoy was confronted in the headmaster's office, but walked out saying, "Prove it." Dumbledore, with his twinkling eyes, sat there and didn't do anything, so I followed him out and thrust the wet blood-covered diary into his hands. I had hid my dirty cruddy, blood-covered sock inside it. With a lot of disdain and sneers, he handed it to his elf, Dobby. When he realized he had just freed his elf, he tried to use the killing curse on me, but Dobby threw him 30 feet down the hall. He threatened me again and left. I can put the memory in the bowl now so everyone can see it. Do you know how? Yes, ma'am, I was instructed how earlier tonight. Robards, you stay out and guard us while we all go in to see this. Harry, please give us the memory from when you grabbed Lockhart to go to the chamber to when Mr. Malfoy left you. Madam Bones, I think I should also give my first-year memory. It may help with understanding the chamber incident. All right, Harry. We will watch both of them. Dobby can watch and keep everyone safe, Madam Bones, so all can see at same time. Can non-magical use this device? Asked Emma. Yes, everyone please stand around the bowl, put your face over the bowl, then put your finger into the liquid. You'll feel like you are falling into the bowl but you're still standing. It will appear that you are inside the memory. You cannot interact at all, just observe. Hermione was the last to exit the memory and grabbed Harry in the tightest of hugs. You prat, you downplayed both of the incidents. You said it was just a snake. Not one more than 60 feet long. I was so scared watching that, Harry. She squeezed even harder. Yes, Mr. Potter. You were in quite a dangerous situation. You are to be commended for keeping your head. When you get older, I'd like you consider the Aurors for a career. We could always use good men who can think on their feet. I'll consider it, Auror Moody. Bones added, I can't believe Dumbledore has suppressed any knowledge of what happened. The whole school was endangered. Yet he did nothing and did not send the students home. What was he thinking? Robards, I want you to draft the arrest complaints for both Albus Dumbledore for endangering the students, failure to report the crime, failure to report the hazardous situation, and one for Malfoy for attempted murder of 750 students, a second separate count for trying to murder Mr. Potter with the killing curse, third separate count for trying to kill Ginny Weasley. We will discuss this in the morning at my home, not the office. No one is to know. Absolute secrecy is required. We have two of the most powerful yet slippery people in our world. I want no chance they get wind of this and disappear. You are going to arrest both Malfoy and Dumbledore. I can't believe it. Finally, someone doing their job where I'm concerned. I'd like to explore what you just alluded to, but let's stick to your agenda first. The second item you noted. The conspiracy. Oh Merlin, where do I start, Madam Bones? Please bear with me as I lay this conspiracy out. It has several threads, each more improbable than the other, but all true. Tonight, I went to Gringotts to pick up my Potter ring which I knew nothing about and should have received when I turned 11 when I entered the magical world. Then I received an original, one of 3 copies, of my parents' wills. Both my ring and the wills should have been given to me as I said, but Albus, too much power in one hand, conveniently forgot to mention it to me. These wills were illegally suppressed by Albus Dumbledore, abusing his position of head of the Wizengamot. Why would he do that, you ask? I don't know for sure, you'll have to ask him, but I have my suspicions. Once you examine the wills, you may think of some of the reasons why. When my parents were murdered, they were betrayed by their secret keeper, whom everyone thinks was Sirius Black. Sirius Black is also my godfather, if you don't know. However, Black was not the secret keeper, but another of my parents' friends, Peter Pettigrew. This is clearly spelled out in both my parents' wills. Sirius Black arrived at the shattered cottage to find my parents dead, only a cloak on the floor, with no body of Voldemort in my crib room. He found Hagrid holding me in the street. He tried to take me from him, but Hagrid argued, told him that Dumbledore had sent him to get me and to bring him straight to Albus at Hogwarts. He refused to give me up. Sirius Black was afraid to fight Hagrid to get me because Hagrid is half giant and resistant to magic. He worried that I would be injured. He thought that Hagrid was taking me to Madame Pomfrey at Hogwarts to be checked. Robards, add another warrant for Rubeus Hagrid. I want to question him about taking Harry, so make it accessory to kidnapping. How do you know these things, Harry? You were but a toddler and secluded from the magical world. I will explain that later, Madam Bones. Please let me lay out all the facts first, then you can ask your questions and I'll provide the evidence I have. So, Sirius Black gave Hagrid his flying motorcycle to take me to Hogwarts and then tracked down Peter Pettigrew and confronted him. Peter surprised him with a hidden wand and cast an explosive curse at the street, hitting a gas main and blowing up the street, killing 12 non-magical people. Peter immediately transformed into his animagus form, a common brown rat, and escaped down a sewer grate. Sirius Black lay on the ground stunned, concussed and delirious. A junior ministry functionary, Cornelius Fudge, pressed into doing temporary duty leading a squad of obliviators, found him muttering, "It's all my fault." Without questioning anyone, the squad proceeded to wipe every one of the witnesses' memories. We will return to the leader of this group soon. Barty Crouch then arrived and sent Black, a member in good standing of the Aurors, to Azkaban with no interrogation, no trial. He was left to languish for 11 years in terrible conditions no one should ever endure. Dumbledore, Bagnold and Crouch all signed the orders to leave him in prison, declaring him guilty. Albus Dumbledore did nothing to help ascertain the truth about Black, even though he was a member of his Little Bird Club, the Order of the Phoenix, an Auror in good standing, and finally Dumbledore knew he was not my parents' secret keeper. Through gritted teeth, Madame Bones instructed, Robards add a warrant for Dumbledore over the Black incarceration, along with Crouch Sr., and Fudge for interfering in an investigation. Make a warrant for Peter Pettigrew also. Too bad Bagnold isn't alive to answer for this also. Harry took a deep breath, a long drink of tea, then proceeded. Albus Dumbledore, who has no relationship to me, none, is not named in my parents' wills as a guardian, then took me to my Muggle aunt's home, my mother's estranged, magic-hating sister, and left me on the doorstep wrapped in a blanket in a basket in the middle of a cold night with just a note explaining that my parents were dead and Petunia had no choice but to take me. I ask, what is his motivation to send Black to prison without an investigation, suppress my parents will then take control of me? Now recently Sirius Black escaped from prison, and Minister Fudge has issued a key, on-site order by the Dementors, again with no due process. Why is that? Oh, can bribe money be in play here? I suspect. Perhaps, but I have no proof, not yet anyway. Is Minister Fudge a very close confidant of Lucius Malfoy? Of course he is, it is well known, and often documented in the Daily Prophet. He takes counsel from the Death Eater that bribed his way out of prison and claimed Imperius for a defense. Something the Death Eater inmates at Azkaban regularly laughed about. Harry paused again and looked at Hermione, who simply nodded to him. Encouraged, he continued, why would Fudge do such a thing? Perhaps as a cover-up to being an accomplice to sending Black to prison with no investigation, no trial, and to cover up his illegal actions when Black was first arrested. Perhaps. How about doing it at Malfoy's request, as he thinks it will give his son Draco the Black Lordship? He's been trying to gain access to the Black Vaults but have been stymied by the goblins. Did Draco become heir? Nope, that will never happen. Sirius Black is Lord Black, named by his grandfather Arcturus Black. Sirius Black named me his heir when he became my godfather. So, there is no way Draco ever gets the title and money, but Mr. Malfoy does not know that. Magic recognizes this, Gringotts recognizes this fact. Black family magic accepts this, as I obtained the heir ring tonight. Harry held out his right hand and showed the black heir primary ring to the sitting Aurors. Moody and Bones looked at each other. Smells it does. Boss. Harry continued his narrative. It calls into question if Sirius Black was convicted of anything. Fudge is being paid off by Malfoy. According to the Death Eaters in Azkaban, Malfoy regularly makes campaign contributions to Fudge. Amelia listened carefully while Moody took notes. How do you know what goes on in the prison, Harry? Madam Bones. Please let me finish, I can prove everything I say here tonight. The head of the DMLE held his gaze for a long moment, then nodded. Go ahead, Harry. I'll wait for your proof. Moving on, let's talk about Barty Crouch, the disgraced former head of the DMLE. What did he have against Black to toss him in prison with no process? It's widely known he hated and distrusted Black just because of his family name. Barty was also disgraced by his son Barty Jr. being a Death Eater. Everyone believes that Jr. died in Azkaban at about the same time his mother died. But is that the truth? Do you know Barty Sr. and his wife visited Barty Jr. in prison, spent several hours with him in his cell, all alone with no supervision. Then the very next day, Barty Jr. died. Mrs. Crouch died on the same day. What a coincidence. The Crouches visited Azkaban alone, which is not allowed without a solicitor present and an Auror escort. Why were they allowed to visit Barty Jr.'s cell alone as they did? You know it's not allowed without pre-clearance, precautions, and is to be held in an interview room. Why? The Death Eater inmates babbled about Barty Sr. getting Barty Jr. out of prison for months, forgetting Sirius Black was in a cell near them. There was talk by the Lestranges that Barty's mother took his place using Polyjuice. That is something to investigate. Robards, prepare another warrant to search Barty Sr.'s house. Concealing a criminal, breaking him out of prison, etc. Everything you can think of. Then I want to know who was on duty that day that looked the other way and let them visit. I'll want a warrant for that person also. Is there no end to the corruption? Harry continued, now I'm sure you want to know how I know all these things. I'd like to start with providing a certified copy of my mother and father's wills provided by Gringotts. It was in the Potter family vault and all I did was ask them tonight if they had a copy. It clearly names Peter Pettigrew as their secret keeper and Alice Longbottom and Sirius Black as my guardians. Next in line just happens to be you, Madam Bones. Amelia made 2 copies and handed one to each Moody and Robards. Both read it and whistled at the same time. So, Madam Bones, it begs the question about Dumbledore's actions to control me. He was a witness to my parents' wills, he knew Peter was the secret keeper. He knew Black and Longbottom were my godparents, then you were to take care of me if not them. Strange how both are indisposed a day or so later, yet you knew nothing about taking me. How very senior members of the government conspired to end the Blacks and let Malfoy attempt to take the Black estate, while Dumbledore set himself up to take the Potter estate. It is truly fortunate for both myself and Sirius Black that the goblins have rebuffed all efforts to loot our accounts. Robards, add to Dumbledore and Malfoy's warrant line theft, attempted grand larceny and kidnapping. Add charges for Fudge as an accessory and for corruption. Harry picked up from before the interruption. Now to the matter of Sirius Black, how can I prove what I said? Well, a big piece of proof are the wills. The second is if you quietly investigate Barty Sr. You may likely find Jr. at his house. Jr. always chattered that his mother would get him out of prison one way or another. Then consider that Sirius is the Lord Black. Not likely if he had a trial and was convicted. Finally, the reason for the truth potion. I will take it and let you question me. Further, my godfather will make himself available to be questioned with it if you do it here, guarantee his safety and a trial so he can be exonerated. He feels if you take him to the ministry before a trial is scheduled, he will be assassinated. After a long minute of uncomfortable silence while Madam Bones stared at an unblinking Harry, she finally shook her head. You have impressive nerves, Harry. I'd say big brass one, Madam Bones. You're not helping Alistair. Harry, do you know where Black is hiding? Can you really produce him? Will you guarantee his safety, Madam Bones? Yes, I will. I swear on my honor. Does that extend to these men, Moody and Robards? I don't want any doubt that the vow extends to them. Madam Bones looked at her two Aurors, who simply nodded an affirmative to her. Agreed, they are included. When can you produce him? How about right now, Amelia, said Sirius as he changed back into a man. Black, you look terrible, man. You couldn't shave, asked Moody. Look who's talking, says the scarred, peg-legged one-eyed man. You always were a wise ass, Moody. Ha, I never thought you did it, boy. Dumbledore has stopped every inquiry cold. I changed my opinion of him after Harry did what he is supposed to have done. Bring out the serum and prepare for several memories, Mad Eye. Why did you break out, Sirius? Fudge visited. He was lording it over me. Sneering. I had a moment of clarity because the Dementors had been withdrawn so Fudge could take his little annual tour. He showed me the prophet. Imagine my surprise when I saw Peter Pettigrew's picture on the front page sitting on a boy's shoulder. He slid the page across to Moody. That's Arthur Weasley's family. Where is Peter, Black? He's the rat on the boy's shoulder. We were all animagus, Moody. You saw my dog form. Peter is a rat, James was a stag. Lupin is a werewolf. We learned to change to help him on the full moon. Company kept Lupin from tearing himself apart on the full moon. He was our friend, so we wanted to help him. Well, enough talk about bygones, Sirius. Bones, give him the serum, 3 drops now. We want him to answer our questions, not die. Let's do this, Madam Bones. Sirius put his head back and stuck out his tongue. Sirius Black's face went slack as the potion took effect. Start with asking his name and birthdate, boss, then go from there. That's quite the tale Black spun for us, boss. I can't believe his cellmates chattered about so much within his hearing. The info about the Death Eaters is priceless. We used the serum, Moody. He could not lie to us. The other inmates probably figured he would die soon anyway, or they were too deranged from the Dementors to realize what they were doing. It is also not hard to believe about the corruption he talked about. We've all seen it. Since the end of the war, you cannot get anything done without greasing someone's palms. Malfoy's money has made it business as usual in the Ministry. Perhaps we can do something about it this time, make an example of them and attempt to steer a better, fairer, straighter course, answered Madam Bones. Give him the antidote, Robards. You know they say the fish rots from the head. We have Fudge, Dumbledore, Malfoy and Crouch. Even though he got demoted, he still carries a lot of influence. I agree. This is the time to consider cleaning house, boss, but we have to start at the top or it's all for nothing. Agreed. After Cyrus recovered with the administration of the antidote, they were sitting at the table, all exhausted from the long day and interrogation session. Daniel, you might not have a bottle of the wet lying about, would you? I sure could use a wee dram after hearing that story, asked Moody. Dan laughed. I hope you like Breath of Heather, Alistair. It's fine stuff and all I have in the house. Isn't that made by the Howard brothers? I know it's a potent brew, but I'd prefer American Old Crow bourbon. Indeed. Well, Breath of Heather will put hair on your chest if it doesn't kill you, lad. Serve it up. Dan Granger was filling shot glasses and passing them out for all the adults. For Harry and Hermione he filled a small cordial glass with Bordeaux wine. Amelia smiled. Moody, you're incorrigible. Okay, it is 3 a.m. It's been a long session. 1 drink everyone, then it's home for some rest and you will be at my home by 10 a.m. for work, gentlemen. I'll have coffee and breakfast ready. We have planning to do. Cheers. Cheers, boss. After tossing back their wine, Hermione led Harry back to the guest room. You will be sleeping here, Harry. I'll see you in the morning for breakfast. After a more than brief Hermione hug, Harry collapsed onto his bed. He was restless, overtired and had trouble falling asleep. It was overwhelming what had happened today. He'd never really thought about the long-term reaction to his campaign against Dudley, his gang and Uncle Vernon. He realized he had never really seen much of the Granger neighborhood except on the limited walks he and Hermione had taken. Usually, the night bus abruptly deposited him in front of their house or Dobby brought him to the garden and back door. The trip in the car had really opened his eyes to how nice of an area where the Grangers lived. He fell asleep thinking, what a whirlwind this has been. Dare I even hope that I can be free of Dumbledore and the Dursleys. This has gone far beyond what my little Polyjuice revenge experiment was meant to be. Can Madame Bones really do anything to help me? Can she exonerate Sirius? Can she take down the powerful people we discussed and change the wizarding world? Is it too much to expect justice? The morning after the late-night meeting with Amelia Bones and her Aurors, a tired Detective Cartwright called the Granger house shortly after 9 a.m. When Emma hung up the telephone after a short conversation, she called Harry to the kitchen. "Please sit down, Harry, I have something sensitive to discuss with you." She poured both of them mugs of tea. She watched in amusement as Harry added 2 teaspoonfuls of sugar, a dollop of milk, took a large sip, sighed and looked at her. "Thank you, Mrs. Granger. What do you want to talk to me about?" That was Detective Cartwright on the phone earlier. "The authorities have decided to charge your relatives with various crimes based on your photos and physical with Dr. Mallard, the pictures of your living accommodations and interviews with many of your neighbors who suddenly remember things which I'm curious about. Do you think Dumbledore had anything to do with influencing the neighborhood? Anyway, they intend to go to trial in about 2 months. They would like you to testify, as with your testimony it's a much stronger case. But you have a choice as you are underage. You can testify in person in court or you can be interviewed and videotaped. The court will have someone represent you. We will also have a solicitor for you. The court will ask you questions and videotape the session. It can be scheduled for the end of this week and take about 2 to 3 hours. You won't be going through this alone, as Dan and I will attend with you also. I don't want to appear in court as I don't ever want to see my aunt and uncle again, so I want to do the videotaping." Emma Granger smiled. "I think that would be for the best." The next morning, at her home on Wisteria Walk, after a very troubled night sleeping, thinking over everything she had heard and seen with Harry over the years and especially yesterday, Mrs. Figg come to a decision she had been mulling over for almost 2 years. Albus Bloody Dumbledore can be damned. The pompous windbag with his twinkling eyes had never listened to anything she had reported to him about Harry. He let the abysmal treatment go on and on. She was fed up with the old coot. Her stipend he'd paid her to live here and keep tabs on Harry wasn't worth it anymore. She would do more than what Harry had asked. Instead of waiting a week to tell the old whisker puss what happened, she would just clam up, disappear and ignore him. A determined Arbella Figg was on her knees with her head in the fireplace talking to the flow regulation office. "Yes, I understand what I'm asking. Yes, I know I'm paid up through the end of the year. Yes, I understand I cannot have a refund. Yes, I know I cannot transfer the service to another house. Yes, for the 100th time, please disable my flow connection immediately. I want it turned off. I don't need it. I'm moving and selling my house to a muggle." She slammed the connection down with a bang. She was fuming when she struggled to get off her arthritic knees. Damn wizards don't have a bloody effing lick of sense. A simple instruction and it takes 45 minutes on my knees with my head in the fire. I'm covered in soot. Good riddance. It's time to pack and move. Let Albus track me down in the muggle world if he wants a report. If he can, a smiling old woman thought. Amelia Bones stood in front of a blue room window gazing at the extensive gardens in the rear of Bones Manor. It was 10 a.m. the morning after the shattering revelations revealed at the Granger residence from Harry Potter and Sirius Black. She had had little sleep and what she did have was fitful. The full impact at what was disclosed weighed on her mind. This information could destroy the current government and upend magical Britain. So many powerful people were involved. The corruption at the highest levels sickened her. Did she have the courage to take this to where it needed to go, she thought. Do I have enough people I trust to help me, or am I just tilting at windmills, she mused out loud. Tiggy, her devoted house elf's voice intruded on her musing. Mistress Bones, Aurors Moody, Scrimmager and Robards have arrived on time and are in the reception room awaiting you. Thank you, Tiggy. Please bring hot tea, coffee and breakfast here to the blue room for 5. I have one other guest coming. We will be working in here today. Madame Bones walked into the reception room to greet her most trusted subordinates. Gentlemen, good morning, please follow me. We are going to be working in the blue room today. The The stern-faced senior Aurors followed her and took seats at a 12-foot-long, 4-foot-wide carved ornate table. It had 4 nice straight-backed leather seat-covered oak chairs on each side with a captain's armchair at each end. It was set in the center of a large room with floor-to-ceiling windows on the south side of the house, flooding the room with natural light. The room lived up to its name, decorated all in blue, with light blue walls, a lighter ice blue ceiling with white fair-weather fluffy clouds here and there, a darker midnight blue for the trim, with a blue and red Persian carpet with the bones crest weaved into the center. Mahogany bookcases lined the wall to the ceiling on either side of a large fireplace. Tiggy entered the room floating in several platters of food, consisting of a full English breakfast as well as a plate piled high with fresh baked strawberry scones with clotted cream. She had a single toasted onion bagel smeared with a generous portion of cream cheese, with a thick slab of smoked salmon on top, on a separate plate. "Master Auror Moody, I have your favorite," said Tiggy as she floated the bagel-laden plate to the veteran Auror. Alistair took the plate and cast his usual diagnostic spells on the food. "You're in Amelia's house, don't you trust Tiggy? She's been feeding you for years. Constant vigilance, Rufus, it's how I've stayed alive, boyo." Rufus smirked. "None the worse for wear though, old friend. Same old mad eye." Alistair just let his magical eye spin around 360 degrees in its socket in answer to Rufus's quip while Robards chuckled. "Help yourself to breakfast, gentlemen. Moody and Robards, I've had Rufus swear the same oath you two did last night when I invited him to this little soiree. Now we've been together as a team for a long time. I want to make this perfectly clear to you. I trust you all implicitly, but we cannot have any leaks. Operational security is a must. No slip-ups. If word gets out, we will have the rats running for cover and we will fail. Now have some breakfast, while we wait on our last guest. I have someone joining us who will be a great asset to our tasks. Now Garwin, were you able to put together a rundown on the suspects?" Before Auror Robards could answer, Tiggy announced, "Mistress, number 68 is in the reception room." "Thank you, Tiggy. I will get 68. "You're bringing a spook into this investigation, boss?" asked a very surprised Moody. "Yes, I think we need them, especially after seeing Harry's memories with Quirrell and the diary in the chamber. I have a suspicion about the item that horrifies me of the implications. If I'm right, we will need a lot more help than we have now." A moment later, Amelia led in what appeared to be a person of medium height and build wearing light gray robes that seemed to shift as you tried to look at him or her so you could not get a strong clear view. "Gentlemen, this is Unspeakable 68. This is Alistair Moody, Rufus Scrimgeour and Gawain Robards." Number 68 looked intently at Alistair Moody. "Mr. Moody, I'd prefer the term, unspeakable, to spook. I have no need for introductions, Amelia. I am acquainted with every one of you in attendance today. I ask your discretion not to reveal who I am." With that, the unspeakable did the unthinkable and pulled off the hood, revealing a middle-aged female with curly dark brown hair with tinges of gray here and there. "I think you all know me well enough. I'm Callista Bremen. I am the Wizengamot General Secretary and also the Senior Unspeakable. We've seen and spoken to each other in the Wiz meetings many times. I have decided to reveal myself to you, for if we are going to try to clean up our society and this corrupt government, there can be no secrets between us. Trust is a must or we shall fail. With the current people in positions of authority, we are on a path to certain ruin. Fudge is a greedy imbecile who only cares about who is giving him his gold and how much. He doesn't even realize both Dumbledore and Malfoy are manipulating him, one with flowery words with compulsion charms while the one with money will soon turn to blackmail. Malfoy has him as well as a majority of managers in authority at the Ministry in his pocket, and one day he will demand something from Fudge, who, to save his hide, will go along with whatever Malfoy wants. The Ministry is run by bribery and payoff. Nothing gets done in the Wiz without gold changing hands. After talking to Amelia, I realized this is our one good chance since the war seemingly ended to change our society's path and ensure a future for British magical society." "Seemingly. You sound like you think the war is still ongoing. It seems to me you want to take over the Ministry. In my opinion, you are suggesting treason," stated Rufus. Callista Bremen angrily retorted, "Open your eyes. The war never really ended, Rufus. Yes, the open combat ceased when toddler Harry Potter allegedly killed Voldemort. More likely something his parents did for that to happen. However, Lucius Malfoy took the war underground and has been fighting ever since, only from the shadows. The Tattoo Club claimed Imperius, obstructed all questioning and investigations and paid handsomely to our officials to let them off the hook. Then Malfoy and a few other well-heeled members like Ogden, Parkinson and Felsenthal spread much gold around to influence everything and continue to do so. Muggles are still being killed, just a few at a time and spread out so as to not arouse suspicion. Muggle-born are being exterminated. You have to ask yourself how Malfoy and his ilk are getting the names and locations. Who in the Ministry is supplying the names and addresses? Who's funding it? The cancer has continued eating away at our institutions for almost 12 years since the war seemingly ended. Legislation furthering pure blood rule and bigotry keeps being enacted. Decency and fairness are being eroded. Harry Potter only delayed the fall of the Ministry. With or without the return of Voldemort, the Ministry will fall to Malfoy and his crew before too long. His faction is close to a majority now. It is rotten to the core. Perhaps 2 to 3 years at most before it all falls apart and anarchy ensues. Moody's eye was spinning at a terrific rate as he stood up and stretched before speaking. Old Dumbledore, for all his rhetoric about being the leader of the light, let his pacifism get in the way of justice. He did not have the stomach to do what needed to be done. He did nothing but sit back and preach second chances. Very few who needed to be punished were punished. For all his preaching about Muggles and Muggle-born, he's done little to nothing in the Wizengamot to stymie Malfoy and his ilk as they put up barrier after barriers protecting their own. In my opinion, he remains as big a problem as Malfoy manipulating people and influencing our society while he sits behind the wards of Hogwarts as magical Britain burns around him. I still have scores to settle with Voldemort's crew. For me, I agree it never ended. We have to do something before it is too late. Callista continued, if we don't do what needs to be done now, the Ministry will fall to Malfoy. It is just a matter of time. Malfoy will be in control with the Voldemort believers filling all positions that matter while they wait for his return. You all know what that will mean. I am talking nothing short of overthrowing the current administration, all people in authority, and taking control. To do otherwise invites the collapse of civil government and most probably shattering the statue of secrecy and being exposed to the non-magical world. So yes, if you want to call it treason, call it treason. I call it patriotism and justice. If you are unwilling to help, then I'm ready to go to the Muggles. The Queen shall be informed. The statue of secrecy and ICW be damned. I'll ask for her help. Callista looked each person in the eyes. No one flinched. Amelia. It conflicts with my beliefs for due process. Oh, come on, Amelia. Justice is supposed to be blind and cases judged on the facts and merits. The problem is the judges are drawn from the corrupt Wizengamot. Ask yourself, how many convictions do you have since the war? A dozen. With Dumbledore's interference, Malfoy and a few others spread their money around and got off. Now with their voting bloc, it's impossible to get a conviction from the Wizengamot if you're a pure blood or a member of their little club. The only ones who need worry are the Muggle-born and those who oppose Malfoy's bloc. They control to many Merlin be damned votes in the Wizengamot. Amelia. Ask yourself, Amelia, if you do nothing and the Ministry falls and we have chaos, can you live with yourself? Are you in or out? Amelia signed. I'm in, Callista. It rankles me and goes against my principles, but if I sit back and do nothing there will be even more consequences. I'll just have to live with my decisions. How about you, Rufus? In or out? I hate to say you were right, but you were right. I never admitted to the war still going on. I'm in and I'll do my best. No choice if I want a life for my grandchildren. Moody looked at Bremen. You don't have to ask me, I have lived with my choices in the past, I can live with my choices now, so I'm all in. Bremen. May as well get on with it. We got a fair bit of work to do now, said Moody. Right you are, or Moody. I was deeply troubled by what Amelia disclosed to me last night. Seeing the Potter boys' memories revealed that Voldemort is not dead, or I should say Tom Riddle Jr., and we have a task to destroy him and his organization before he can re-embody himself. Something his return would cast this whole society into chaos and ruin. You think Harry's tale of a wraith is correct? How is that possible? Asked Robards. Moody jumped in. Tell me the crazy bastard did not make a Horcrux, Miss Bremen. I am surprised you know the word and concept, Alistair. I thought long and hard after I saw those memories. I came to the same conclusion. To fight the darkness, you need to know the darkness. I've been around a long time, far beyond when I should have retired. I'm no slouch, I've done my homework. A Horcrux is vile stuff. I have no firm evidence yet, but I believe he made more than one. Once I get my hands on the diary Harry stabbed with the basilisk fang, I'll know for sure. I'm sure he exists as a wraith right now. Harry's memory from his first year show he escaped as a wraith. The diary had a piece of his soul. When Harry destroyed it, he killed a piece of Voldemort. His wraith survived and fled the first encounter. This encounter in the Chamber of Secrets was only with the diary Horcrux. Even though it was destroyed, I think there are more soul containers out there and he yet survives. I feel in my gut there are more pieces out there, I just don't know how many yet. If we get all the pieces, does he fade away? Yes, Amelia. I believe that would be the case. Let's get back to work now. Garwin, give us a rundown on the suspects. We have in no order of importance: Minister Cornelius Fudge, Albus Dumbledore of too many positions, Lucius Malfoy, Barty Crouch Sr. along with potentially his son Barty Jr., Rubeus Hagrid, Peter Pettigrew, Magdalene Edgecombe of the Flow office, every one of the imperious fakers that skated after Potter supposedly killed you-know-who plus the unknown, but we can guess, sympathizers in the Wizen ministry. Let's hope the investigation of Malfoy will lead us to evidence we can use to go after the Tattoo Club. The question is, how do we use Veritaserum on Malfoy and get it admitted in his trial? The Wiz won't allow it for pure bloods, stated Moody. How are we to approach this effort? How about the slow boil a lobster method, Alistair? What do you mean, Amelia? I suggest we grab our suspects and place them on trial in a certain order. We need to be fast, interrogate them and bring them to trial fast. Perhaps with some key people not in attendance, thereby breaking the voting block. Before they know it, they will not be in control. We can discuss details of that later. Do you trust Hammer and Daly, Amelia? If you do, bring them into plan. They have good heads on their shoulders. That's a great suggestion, both are solid. I'll get a vow from them. And bring them into the group. I agree with Amelia in that we need to think this through and have a sound strategy for the trials. I think we should grab Malfoy and put him on ice for 24 hours, fill him with truth serum to interrogate him. Then we obliviate him of the entire meeting. We cut him loose, then arrest him for the Hogwarts incident Harry explained last night. We put him immediately on trial. His advocate will argue no Veritaserum. We can force him under the Hogwarts Charter for the Board of Governors. The crime occurred at Hogwarts and he's a governor, so we can bring the arrest under their bylaws. We agree to only ask the questions about his attempt to open the Chamber of Secrets and kill Harry. No questions about the Dark Lord, what he gets up to in the Ministry and Fudge. We stick to carefully crafted questions only dealing with the diary being cursed, him giving it to the first-year witch, and him trying to kill Potter after the meeting. We don't want to spook the Tattoo Club into fleeing. We won't get a conviction to toss him through the veil, but we can fine him, bleed him dry for his money, then come back for something else to put him away for good. That's very insightful, Moody. You need gold and lots of it to fight a war, even a clandestine one. We take away their funding and they will find it hard to continue to fight their war, answered Amelia. What about Albus Dumbledore? He won't like the school and his leadership dragged through the mud of this process, asked Rufus. Well, we need to grab him and put him on ice for the trials. That way he cannot influence the outcome. Having him in a cell won't allow him to manipulate people the way he does. I once looked up to him, but no longer. He did not do what needed to be done and put roadblocks for the Aurors, all the while he's done nothing to rein in Malfoy's influence on Fudge as the funding and resources have been frittered away. What he's done to Black and the Potter boy is reprehensible. I don't know what game he's up to, but it can be no good. He needs to be held accountable. Well put, Alistair. We also need Fudge out of the way along with Albus. We will have to call a special meeting of the Wizen with both Dumbledore and Fudge on ice. Let's take a page out of Malfoy's book concerning attendance. Let a few key people who would oppose the trials have their invitation misdirected so it arrives after it's a fait accompli. We do a trial for the three of them on succeeding days. With Dumbledore and Fudge in the can and not participating, we can prevail. Especially if Black is exonerated, he could put a stopper in the Black Alliance that Malfoy has controlled. Then we can gather our forces and take down all Voldemort's group. I don't have enough Aurors I trust. Too many I'm just not sure about. Perhaps only 10 or 12. Amelia, we will go overseas for help. I've got a good contact with the American Aurors and one with the French. That exposes us to risk Callista. They could take over after helping us. Emilia, trust me, I have my faith in them. We will be able to use their help and not worry about a double cross. This is not our Wizengamot we are talking about. Bremen, what about your own house? You did have a Death Eater in Rookwood. Very astute question, Moody. You may be old, but you're not daft yet. Once Rookwood was exposed, I carefully examined everyone in service. There are no Death Eaters in the Unspeakables now, nor are there any sympathizers. I have cleaned house. Moody snorted. I wish I was part of your little examination. How many? 3 more. We have no need to worry about them anymore. Okay, now what about Riddle and his Horcruxes? I'll take that on Moody. The Unspeakables will search out and destroy them. I may engage the Goblins of Gringotts to help. I think there is a very good chance they will assist, because they took great losses last time, and they know if he comes back, it will be bad for them in business. I also need to contact the Potter boy. I want to get my hands on the diary he destroyed. I can arrange that, Callista. I'll call for an appointment for as soon as they will see us. I'll set it up today and let you know. Thank you, Emilia. Rufus, I want you to take a team to get Malfoy. No more than 3 of you. Remember operational security. Make sure you trust them, Rufus. I want vows from all of them. I want a fully fleshed out plan in 2 days with who will be on your team. Make sure it is a quick operation. Let's not have a lot of witnesses that can wag their tongues. Understood, Madam Bones. Garwin, I want you to use a safe house for the segregation and interrogation of our prisoners. We cannot bring them to the ministry. I have one that was set up in the last war but never used. No one knows about it but me, everyone else who did is dead. It's out in the moors of Scotland. It's called Falcon's Perch. It belongs to my mother's family. I'll make you a port key. You go there and set it up. There is an elf there called Smokey. I've already talked to him and he will help you as needed. It can hold up to 10 people, in separate private cells in the underground level. It also has a separate soundproof room where can interrogate them. The prisoners must be kept separate, no contact between them. Alistair, you will be with me. Do you have any suggestions for grabbing Albus? You have to fool him to get close. He projects the image of a grandfatherly old man but he's still faster and more powerful than most everyone. We need to trick him, boss. Let's bring something to him to look at, say warrants to sign. I think we need at least 3 to 5 others beside the 2 of us. Who do you have in mind? I want the quick response team. They are all Muggle born. They are all young, but 3 years out of the academy and they have no ties to Albus. I trust them because I trained them all. They are loyal to me. I also want Rufus. He's still a good man in scrap. Okay, do it. Albus is away and will be back from the ICW in 2 days. I want to get him the morning he's back before he takes off looking for Potter. Get your team, brief them and come back to my house tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m. We will do several run-throughs. Okay everyone, you have your tasks. I have to make a call to Harry Potter to set up a meeting. We shall meet here tomorrow night at 8 o'clock to present a status report. Let's go people, we have a job to do. Harry walked into the Granger dining room to find Hermione, Dan, and Emma with Sirius enjoying glasses of icy lemo, and chocolate-covered biscuits baked by Dobby. He could see the condensation on the side of the glasses and little rivulets of water slowly make its way down the sides. Harry, come sit and have some of Dobby's most excellent lemo, and biscuits. You are a lucky one to have an elf who can bake. Thank you, Sirius. Hello everyone. Well, you certainly look better, Cyrus. Haircut and shaved. Clothes look decent too. Thank you, Harry. Dan has been very gracious in helping me out today. We do have 2 things to talk to you about today. What do you want to talk to me about, Dan? Have I done something wrong? No, Harry, no worries on that account. You are doing just fine. First, Emilia Bones called. She asked to see you with a colleague as soon as possible. They want to ask a few more questions concerning the diary you destroyed and the memory you gave of the encounter. If it's okay with you, we will have them here the day after tomorrow. Yes, that is okay as long as you, Dan or Sirius, stays with me for the interview. No worries, Harry. We will stay with you. Now, second item, we are going on holiday to the south of France to a town called Menton, which is on the coast of the Mediterranean Sea and near the border with Italy. We will spend 3 weeks traveling around the region, enjoy the local beaches, restaurants, shopping, take a few train rides to see the magnificent countryside, perhaps take a train and visit Italy before we need to get back in time for you to go on the Hogwarts Express. We would like you and Sirius to join us on holiday, stated Dan Granger. That sounds wonderful to me. I've never been anywhere but Little Whinging, London a few times with you and Hermione, and Hogwarts. Do I need anything special to attend? Just proper clothes, which Emma and Hermione seem very anxious to take you shopping and play dress up. Dad. Dan, you are on thin ice, opined Emma. Dan smiled while Sirius was laughing. I'd not laugh too much, Sirius, you are coming with us. You can't go in the few things Dan gave you. Sirius smirked but stopped laughing. I guess we have to grin and bear it, Harry. I do have to stay around for my trial. Yes, but Amelia has said it will be quick, before we leave. It would be good for you to be cleared, then get out of town while the dust settles. I'd be delighted to go with you as long as I have my trial. If it's delayed, you can take Harry and I'll catch up later. I just need to know where you will be. We can do that, Sirius. You both also need a passport. Harry, Hermione took the liberty of filling out an application and sending it in when she was home for the Christmas break. We have that with our travel papers for you. I know, Hermione told me she was going to try. I had forgotten about it until you mentioned it. She had Colin Creevey take my picture and had me sign the application. Yes, I wanted you to come on holiday with us, Harry. One way or another I was going to have you join us. Sirius, do you have a passport that is current? No, Emma, what can we do to expedite one? I will contact Amelia. I'm sure she has contacts in the non-magical government and will get it expedited for you. We really want you to come along with Harry. Do you have any interest in going to Paris for a few days? I own a penthouse suite at Albi Hotel Saint-Michel near Notre Dame we can use. It is a 5-minute walk to there. What a gracious offer, Cyrus. We will revise our plans. A few days in Paris will be delightful and very educational for these two. Can we visit the Eiffel Tower? Sure, Harry. We can get tickets and go to the top observation deck. We can do a real tourist tour of Paris. See some museums, go to the Cathedral of Notre Dame, take a day trip to the Palace of Versailles. We have 3 days to do some sightseeing. Put your head together with Hermione and think of what you'd like to see. I've got several guidebooks for Paris and for the south coast of France we can look at, Harry, said Hermione with a smile. Thank you, Hermione. It will be fun planning what to see. Will we be flying there? I've never been in an airplane before and I've dreamed about it. You will get to experience it, Harry. We will fly to Paris, then to Marseille, where we get a rental car to go to Menton. Callista Bremen nodded to the 2 guards at the white marble entrance to Gringotts Bank as she entered the lobby. She smiled as she thought about the strange relationship between goblins and wizard kind. She well knew their magical capabilities, even though they were not allowed wands by treaty. Fact is, they did not need wands to perform magic, and they were as powerful and resourceful as any witch or wizard. Today's magical people were blind and bigoted towards the goblins' abilities. And to think we entrust our finances to them. The more she learned in her role as an unspeakable, the more she became disdainful of the lows a once proud magical society had fallen. She walked up to the first open teller and handed a letter over. I have an appointment with Iron Fist. Please notify him Callista Bremen is here. The teller simply pushed a rune sequence embedded in his teller station, then pointed to a bench in the lobby and grunted, "Wait." She had barely taken a seat when a young attendant arrived. With a simple, "Follow me," he turned and walked briskly away. She smiled inwardly. Always the simple insults. She followed the attendant through a door, down one flight of stairs and then down a hallway for about 50 yards when he stopped, rapped twice on the door with a gloved fist, opened it, poked his head in and announced, "Which Callista Bremen for an appointment, sir?" He stepped back and held the door open and gestured for her to enter. The goblin she was here to see was standing at his desk, a dark green stone with small flecks mica of thin yellow veins that appeared to be gold. He was an older goblin, dressed impeccably in a very fine bespoke Savile Row vested wool suit. He was larger than the average goblin, standing about a head taller than most, with broad shoulders and gray thinning hair. He had a vicious-looking old scar that ran from a corner of his left eye and disappeared on his neck near his shoulder. His office was bare for the most part, with only his desk and chair, Two oak straight-backed ladder-style guest chairs and a simple pair of crossed double-headed axes on the wall behind his desk. Welcome, Ms. Bremen. Would you like tea or something stronger perhaps? I appreciate you seeing me at such short notice. Thank you for that and for your kind offer, Iron Fist. Perhaps something stronger will be welcome, as what I wish to discuss is unpleasant at a minimum. Please have a seat, Ms. Bremen. He pointed to a chair in front of his desk and pressed a few runes on the desktop blotter. A moment later an attendant knocked and walked into the office with a tray with a teapot and a black decanter, with teacups and pewter glass-bottomed steins. Callista picked up a stein and looked closely at it. Impressive engraving and relief carving. Interesting subject of goblin axe men beheading wizards. The steins are for the whiskey-laced ale. The decoration is a common one within the nation of what happens to convicted thieves. I'm not sending you a message. We go too far back for such childish antics, Ms. Bremen. Now that the niceties are out of the way, why did you ask to meet me? It's been several years since you graced my presence. Well, I'm sorry you feel slighted, Iron Fist. You are my account manager and you've done exceptionally well for me the past 10 years. I have signed off on your bonus commissions each year. I have not seen a need to come in and review. Your letters and statements were sufficient and I'm happy with your outperformance with my money. Iron Fist snorted. Okay, just tell me why you are here. I have learned something disturbing, so I have a warning and a request. Can you ensure privacy, or may I cast a privacy charm on your office? I'll take care of it. Keep your wand in your arm holster, witch. Iron Fist fingers played across a corner of his desk, pressing unseen runes. Casita felt the magic ripple through the office. Thank you. I want to warn you that Voldemort is not dead. Iron Fist sat up straight in his chair. Continue. I believe on some evidence I have. He exists as a wraith due to making what I believe is multiple Horcruxes. He is now actively attempting to regain a body. He possessed Quirinus Quirrell, a professor at Hogwarts 2 years ago. He was killed in an encounter with Harry Potter in the dungeons of Hogwarts, a little over a year ago. Then a few months ago Harry stumbled over a Horcrux Voldemort made and he destroyed it with a basilisk fang. I will be examining the object soon to ascertain how many of the vile things he made. I suspect 5 or even 7. I have also found out his real name. Thomas Marvolo Riddle. And why would I be interested in such information, Ms. Bremen? Come now, Iron Fist. I gave you his real name so you can investigate him. I told you he is not dead as commonly believed. He hates your people and if he regains a body, it will be bad for all including you and your business. What would you have the nation do, Ms. Bremen? The current magical government headed by the likes of Fudge have made it clear they disdain my people. Fudge's Undersecretary Umbridge actively promotes laws detrimental to the goblin race, in spite of existing treaties. Relations between our people are at many centuries' low point. What reason would we have to help you? Voldemort was, is, and if he regains a body, your problem. The current wizards can deal with it. The goblin race will stay neutral just like the last war and serve the wizards' financial needs to the winners as we have always done. I bring you information and warning of a potential problem, but I'm not shocked by your attitude. I know of what you speak. But there are changes on the horizon. Perhaps when things change you would be inclined to take a hand. I do not think we have anything more to discuss, Ms. Bremen. I will pass on your concerns to my superiors. Good day to you, madam. It was all she could do to retain her composure. Good day, Iron Fist. I'll be in touch. The office door opened and the attendant was there to show her out. This way, please. When she exited the bank, she immediately apparated away. She would have to consider what happened, then talk to Amelia Bones. Not having the assistance of the goblins was a setback, but would be overcome, difficult as it may turn out. Once his guest left, Iron Fist began pacing about his office. The news was both troubling and helpful. For the first time they knew the real identity of the self-proclaimed Dark Lord. He'd bring it to the director of the bank, Ragnarok. Perhaps an investigation was warranted, for our own purposes, not the wizards'. 2 days later, Rufus Scrimgeour and 2 other Aurors were staked out in Knockturn Alley for more than 4 hours. Rufus, Polyjusta's Fenrir Greyback, the large physically imposing werewolf, was in a small pub that catered to Wurs sitting in the only front window nursing a pint of ale. As Rufus, Malfoy would disappear as soon as he saw him in Knockturn Alley. The wolf disguise would allow him get close to Malfoy. His presence as the werewolf would have the added benefit of making Nocturne Alley patrons not linger in the area once seen. The other patrons in the pub gave him a wide berth and left him alone. He had carefully hoarded the greyback hairs he had taken once after an engagement he had with him years ago in the war against Voldemort. A lucky shot had blown apart a door frame Greyback was standing beside. A big wooden splinter had clipped his head, leaving behind a piece of hair-covered scalp. He'd collected it and used this a few times before on clandestine operations. Few people knew he had the wolf's hair and used it. He was not above using things like this to further his law enforcement aims. He felt funny in the wolf's body. While Rufus was a bit portly, and about the same height, Greyback was much leaner and more powerful physically. He looked at his hands and flexed them. Covered in hair and fingers much longer than his own. His seat was next to the exit door onto Nocturne Alley, with a direct view of the Wildcat Gentlemen's Club entrance that Malfoy had entered earlier in the evening. A second member of his team disguised as a hag was seated on a bench 5 meters to the right of the door. His final teammate was 5 meters to the left of the door and appeared to be a homeless drunk laying across the only bench on this stretch of the street with a clear view of the entrance. Rufus took small sips from his flask to maintain his disguise as he stared out the window. About midnight the members started to exit the club and make their way up the alley to the apparition point. He saw the unmistakable long blonde tresses of Lucius Malfoy come out the front door of the establishment, turn left and began walking up the alley towards his Auror disguised as a hag. He immediately stood up, tossing a few coins on the table, staring at the few people in the pub. "Stay inside, mind your own business, if you know what's good for you." He turned, went through the door walking quickly outside, crossing the street towards Malfoy. The hag cackled at Malfoy and moved towards him. "Care for some fun, Blondie? I like kinky. Do you like kinky?" Malfoy stopped abruptly, sneering. He pulled his cane up and placed it forcefully on the hag's neck. "Get out of my way, hag. You don't know who you're dealing with." "Oh, but I do, Blondie. You are a rich bloke who needs company tonight. I've had all the female companionship I need tonight. Stay away from me, hag." The second Auror disguised as a drunk lurched up behind Malfoy. Reaching out a hand to Malfoy's shoulder he asked, "Here now, governor, how about a few sickles so's I can get me an ale or two to chase away the chills?" Malfoy brushed the hand off his shoulder and turned to accost the man who had the temerity to touch him. As he turned, Rufus approached and snarled, "Just the wizard I wanted to see, Malfoy." Startled, Malfoy looked at one foe the few who instilled fear in him. "Fenrir, we have no business I can recollect." The hag leaned onto Malfoy, putting her arms around his chest, pinning his wand arm holding his infamous silver snake-headed cane. He tried to turn just as the drunk put his arms around him, pinning his other arm and grasping the snake at the top of his cane. "What is this outrage? Unhand me, damn you all." Rufus stepped up, putting his large hairy hand on Malfoy's throat and squeezed gently. Putting his face right up to Malfoy's, he whispered, "Oh, but we do have business to discuss, Blondie, and you will make time for me and my associates tonight. You owe me and you will pay, one way or the other." "Take your hands off me, Greyback. I owe you nothing. You are inviting a world of trouble. You know what I am capable of, Wolf." Rufus squeezed his throat tighter. "No, you don't understand what I'm capable of, Malfoy. Time you joined me in my den for a discussion, so to speak." He could see the thin beads of sweat popping up on his forehead. His enhanced wolf senses could feel his heartbeat elevate and now clearly see the fear in Malfoy's eyes. This showed he is, as I always suspected, a coward, he thought. He placed his free hand holding a gold galleon against Malfoy's chest, yelled, "Activate," and the four disappeared to the cell in the safe house. As they appeared, Malfoy was immediately stunned, searched, stripped to his skivvies, placed in a chair with hand, leg, torso and ankle restraints. For good measure he was given a heavy dose of dreamless sleep potion. That will keep him out for a while. Good work, team. You earned your pay tonight. Good morning, Harry, you are up early today. Hello, Emma, I could not sleep, so I came down and cooked a light breakfast. The coffee is ready, and the tea water is hot. There are scrambled eggs, sausages and toast on the stove. That is very sweet of you, Harry, but you don't have to feel you need to cook for us. You are a guest here. It is not a problem, Emma. I could not get back to sleep, so I came down, cooked, and now I'm writing a few letters for Hedwig to deliver. I just wanted to do something for all of you." Emma smiled at him. "Good morning, Harry. Lo, Hermione. He handed her a plate with buttered toast and set a teacup down in front of her the way she liked it. Emma noticed, smiled but did not say anything. Oh, to be so young and clueless again, she thought. Who are you writing to, Harry? Neville, Seamus, Dean and of course Ron. Have you heard from any of them? Neville and Dean have written a few times. Neville talks about his plants and gardens, Dean always about footy as he calls it. Seamus only once, and all he did was mow, and complain. Seems he's in Spain, on some kind of teen muggle work program for the summer, working on a farm and orchard. His mother wanted him out of the city and away from, as Seamus calls it, bad influences in the neighborhood. Anyway, he's happy to make some money. His mom is letting him keep most of it for pocket money when he goes back to school. He said she is only making him put half in a savings account. I really don't know why I write to Ron. This will be my 6th letter this summer and he's only replied to the first one. I know they went to Egypt to see Brother Bill. But we know they are back now. No response though. I think I won't send this last one. He tore the paper into little bits. Hermione saw the slightly distressed look on his face. Harry, don't worry about Ron. You know the way he is. How about we go over the Paris guidebooks I have and try and decide what we want to see when we go? Sounds good to me, Hermione. You don't sound all that enthusiastic, Harry. I'm sorry, Hermione, I'm just thinking this is all too good to be true. When you and your parents showed up to take me home from the police station, I could not believe I had a chance to be rid of the Dursleys for good. To be shed of them, that alone would make my summer. Then Sirius finds us, and Madame Bones responded to my letter. She seemed very angry at the things Sirius and I described. It seems she is going to do something about it. I've got a chance to have a real home life now, with Sirius, without the headmaster interfering in my life. I'm really hoping we are away in France when the fireworks start. I'm sure things will work out fine, Harry. Just look forward to our holiday and let things play out. Madame Bones seems determined to help. I just hope you're right, Hermione. Depending on your perception, it was either very late or very early and Amella Bones was in her office after a very long day, getting ready to call Arthur Weasley and visit the Burrow, when Rufus Scrimgeour's Lion Patronus appeared and spoke. Job done, target acquired and is on ice. So it begins, smiled the exhausted head of the DMLE as she downed her first pepper-up potion of the day. Iron Fist had been waiting in Director Ragnarok's outer office for almost 30 minutes. He was sitting silently and mulling over what he had learned for the wizard's head unspeakable, Callista Bremen. She had done them a solid by telling him about Voldemort. What would Ragnarok think, and moreover, what would he do? The door to the inner office opened and Phileas Flitwick stepped out. The director will see you now. Iron Fist. Thank you for your note of last night, troubling as it is. This is Phileas Flitwick, who is a charms professor at the Wand Wavers School, Hogwarts. He's just finished telling me how the school year went and some curious goings on with students getting petrified and Harry Potter purportedly killing a beast responsible. Seems Headmaster Dumbledore is keeping things close to the vest as always. Phileas, this is Iron Fist. Besides being a senior account manager, he also commands a full battalion of 3 companies of our best guard troops. Iron Fist, I've asked Phileas to stay and hear what you have to report. Iron Fist made his report as both the director and professor listened intently. So, to summarize, the head unspeakable tells you Voldemort's real name is Thomas Marvolo Riddle. He is still alive as a wraith, probably made multiple Horcruxes to enable the situation. All this unsolicited. She said we may want to do our own investigation. And you put her off. That is correct, Director. What does she want for the information? She did not state anything, but again I did not allow her to. I threw her off her presentation with my attitude. Do you trust she is telling the truth? I am certain of it. My experience with her is it is not within her nature to lie. However, I do believe something is happening and she omitted that fact. I think she is afraid Voldemort coming back will be troublesome to the Wand Wavers as well as us. I doubt we will be able to be neutral for long. If he regains a body, it will be just a matter of time before we will be at war with Riddle and his fellow Wand Wavers. I think it is in our best interest to do something. Not for the Wand Wavers but to ensure the safety and business of our Goblin nation. I must consider all you have brought to me. I think you are right. I want you to put together a 10-man strike team. Only the very best you have and the most trustworthy. I think I may have work for you and them in our search for the madman's soul anchors. I'll brook no interference from the wand wavers. Get it done in 3 days and report to me as soon as you're done. I also want you to have another conversation with Bremen. Ask her for all the evidence she has collected on the suspected items. I know it rankles you to ask, but it could save a serious effort. Don't promise her anything but that we will investigate. Off you go now. Iron Fist rose and walked out. Phileas, you go back to Hogwarts and find anything you can about this riddle. Perhaps it can help us. Be ready to use your particular talents, Mr. Wick. Report back in no more than 3 days. Phileas Flitwick left the office. He had work to do. He just hoped Albus would not get in his way. I need someone to research at the ministry, thought Ragnarok. I need someone no one will notice. Under the radar, as the Muggles say. He consulted a book that he pulled out from a desk drawer. Smiling and talking to himself, he said, I know just the person I can use. Ragnarok pressed several runes on his desktop and an attendant came into the office immediately. How may I serve, Director? Get me the curse breaker William Weasley here in my office as soon as possible. Then contact the lead curse breaker heading the Valley of the Kings Project 6 in Egypt. Stoneface is his name. I also want him here as soon as possible. Tell him no delays, this is important. It was early morning at the Burrow, the Weasley home, when the flow flared and Amelia Bones, director of the DMLE's head, was in the fireplace. Arthur was sitting at the kitchen table eating his breakfast toast with orange marmalade and a large cup of tea when he heard the fireplace blaze and someone speak his name. Hello, Arthur, may I come through? I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Yes, Amelia. What do I owe the pleasure? Please sit while I get you some tea. Why, thank you, Arthur. Can we take it out in the garden? It's such a pleasant day out. I also need to talk to you about a private matter that concerns work. Sorry, Molly, but business is business and we need to have a private discussion. Let's go out to my orchard. We have a nice table by the pond. We can talk there, no one will overhear us talking. Amelia smiled. What about your twins? I hear they are quite the rascals. Do we have to worry about them trying to eavesdrop? Arthur laughed. No, while they are 2 pranksters, they are ensconced in their room, probably plotting their next term's pranks. Okay, please lead the way, Arthur. Arthur levitated a tray with tea, milk, lemo, and pecan shortbread biscuits while leading the way out to the pond and table. Setting it down, he pointed at the table. Please have a seat, Madam Bones. How can I help you? Arthur poured them tea and sat down. Madam Bones took her wand in hand and cast several privacy charms, then sat down and picked up her cup of tea. Arthur looked alarmed and stood up. Is this that sensitive that you need privacy charms, even out here away from everyone? Am I under investigation for something? Did Malfoy file a complaint about our fight last August in Flourish and Blots? Please calm down, Arthur. You are not in trouble and not under investigation. You have no need to be formal, Arthur. Here, please look at this picture. She handed over the front page of the Daily Prophet that featured his family's picture with the pet rat on Ron's shoulder. What is this, Amelia? Arthur, this is very important. Please tell me the rat on your son's shoulder is in your house. Yes, he's Ron's pet. Scabbers. What is this about? Arthur, please sit down. When he sat on his chair, she continued, How long have you had this rat, Arthur? Well, let me think a moment. Percy found him in the garden and started to take care of him. Oh, my guess is 10 years, give or take a few months. Think about it, Arthur. 10 years is a long time for a rat, even a magical pet. Amelia stared into Arthur's eyes. I guess that is a long time. I never really thought about it. The pet was just always around. I don't think anyone realized how much time had passed. Arthur, your pet rat is not a rat. It's an animagus. A third party recognized him and reported it to me. He is a Death Eater and hiding in plain sight. I won't tell you the name, best you don't know and let it slip and embarrass your family. I'd like you not to say anything to them either. I'd prefer to check this out quietly and not have your family name dragged through the press, because if it's indeed who I think it is, then it will be a blockbuster scandal. No sense you and your family getting hurt by what will come out. How can I help you? Go to your son, have him put the rat in this cage. It's a special one. Once inside he won't be able to transform nor get out. Here is another magical rat, one I stunned that you can substitute. I've had one toe clipped to match your son's pet. Make an excuse that I'm here and afraid of rats. Have him cage it and leave it in his room. Once caged, send your son away, stun it and turn it over to me when I'm leaving. I'm sure he won't notice the difference. Don't tell your family. Be private about this and not say a word. I want to protect your family. Thank you for thinking of my family. Most would not. I'll get your rat, Amelia. Stay here and I'll be back soon. You can count on me, Amelia. Arthur walked quickly back to the house. Entering the kitchen, he found Ron sitting at the table eating a large slice of apple pie. Scabbers was on the table eating crumbs of crust and apple that Ron placed next to his plate. Arthur walked up to the counter and nicked a piece of crust from the pie and held it out to Scabbers, whom he gently picked up and fed him the morsel. Holding him firmly, he said, "Ron, I'm taking Scabbers up to your room and putting him in his cage. I've got a guest who's visiting and is scared of rats. I'll just pop upstairs, you continue to eat your pie. I'll grab another piece of crust for Scabbers." Arthur smiled and headed for the stairs. Reaching Ron's room, he stunned Scabbers and put him in the cage Amelia gave him, shrunk it and placed it in his pocket. The rat never knew what hit him. He took the replacement rat, noted how much Amelia's replacement rat matched Scabbers. It had 1 foot with a missing toe and the coloring exact. He placed it in the cage Ron had for his pet, along with some fresh water he conjured with a few peanuts he had in his pocket. That's a fine piece of transfiguration to make an exact copy. Ron is so unobservant that he'll never notice any difference, he thought. Arthur walked out of the kitchen, nodding to Ron, who was still obliviously eating his second piece of pie, stepped out the back door and walked quickly to the orchard. "Amelia, it went off without a hitch. I did the swap and Ron is clueless." He handed over the cage with the stunned rat, whereupon Amelia put the cage in a space-expanded fanny pack, placed a medallion on it, said, "Activate," then smiled at Arthur as the port key whisked away one of her most important prisoners. "Thank you, Arthur, for your assistance. I'll see you in work soon enough, as you'll be at the trial." With a twist she apparated away. She had a prisoner to interrogate at the safe house. "Here is the warrant to search Crouch's house. Make sure you look at any outbuildings and search for hidden structures. Do you understand what you have to do, Shaq?" "Yes, Mr. Scrimgeour. My team and I will search Mr. Crouch's house and grounds. If Junior is there, we'll subdue him and bring him to the safe house and sit on him. Go and best be careful, Junior, if there is very dangerous. Oh, don't forget, Couch has a house elf, Slinky, Dinky, or no Winky. Please don't hurt her. We'll be careful." Rufus watched him turn to go. "Be careful, Kingsley. Barty Jr. is a dangerous demented piece of work and not to be trusted." Kingsley just nodded as he apparated away. He and his team would be careful. Kingsley's team appeared just outside the Crouch Manor property line. He saw a once stately manor house in decline, clearly having seen better days. Unchecked ivy climbed the walls he could see and was invading the drip edge of the slate-covered roof. The gardens long untended were returning to a wild state. He shook his head and commented to his partner, "What a waste, Mitchell. This looks like it was once beautiful property. Spread out and scan the grounds, let's make sure there are no hidden buildings." It was but a few minutes to survey the grounds and find the manor house and a small barn to be the only buildings on the once proud property. "Ed and Wallace take the northeast corner so you can see both sides. Michelle and Tremont, take the southeast side and watch. Jones, take the rear door. Mitchell and I will go to the front door. Remember the plan. Scan for traps and be careful. I'll wait until you are all in position before approaching the front door." Once his team was in position, Kingsley grasped the old brass lion head door knocker and soundly knocked 3 times and waited. He could hear the sound reverberate through the house. If the house elf was here, it would be a moment before she answered. He and Mitchell stood back and waited. 30 seconds passed slowly. To Kingsley it felt like minutes passed when the door finally opened and a small elf wearing a very dirty human child's sundress answered the door. At one time it could be called blue with yellow flowers. Now it was little more than a dirty rag. "Welcome to Crouch Manor. What brings you to my master's door today?" "We have a search warrant for this property. Please let us in. My master Barty is away at work. I am ordered to let no one in. I shall summon him to speak with you." Mitchell stepped to the side and quickly stupefied her. "You should have let me talk to her. Not worth the time, Shaq. Elves are powerful and I'd not want to get in a contest with a determined one, even if she looks bedraggled." Shaq blew a whistle. It was a signal to enter the rear door and the other members to watch each side. Casting revealing charms, it was but only a few minutes before they discovered a presence in a hidden room. Pushing through the door, he saw Barty Jr. sitting at a table. Barty Jr. shook his head as if clearing cobwebs from his mind, leapt to his feet with a scream. His arms outstretched, he lunged towards Kingsley. He stunned him just a fraction of a second before his partner landed a stunner also. The combined spells threw Barty Jr. against the wall, where he bounced off and fell onto an unmade cot. Kingsley's partner stunned him again for good measure to ensure their safety. They searched Barty Jr., then tied him securely for transport. Mitchell cast diagnosis charms over the restrained prisoner. It seems that someone has held him under the Imperious curse. He shows signs of long-term exposure, though this one seemed to wear off when we entered. We need to be careful around this one. Shacklebolt levitated the knocked-out and bound house elf onto Barty Jr.'s chest, placed a portkey on both of them, sending them to a cell in the safe house. The elf would be further restrained when it arrived. It would not do for her to be about and talking. He then cast a Patronus to send a message to Amelia Bones' assistant. "Okay team, check the rest of the house. Let's not miss anything. DMLE Operations Center. Hello Barty, how are you? I've been better Rufus, but it does one no good to complain, no one listens. Anyway, what do you want? You never come and see me unless you want something. Okay, sorry about that Barty. Amelia would like you to join several of us in the big DMLE conference room. We're going over a case and have several photographs we must identify. We are wondering if you may recognize any of the suspects. Of course, anything to help a case. Rufus, I miss the investigation side of things." Rufus led Barty Sr. into the conference room, then let him pass inside and closed the door and leaned against it, keeping a watchful eye on the proceedings. "Thank you for coming, Barty." "My pleasure Amelia. I do miss our work." "Yes Barty, I'm sure you miss the excitement of taking down bad wizards and witches who break the law. It is so black and white. I think you know everyone here, Rufus of course, and Aurors Archer, Janeway, Kirk, Pike and Cisco." "Yes Amelia, I know them all. I did have a hand in training all of them, if you remember." "I'm just observing the social niceties, Barty. We are all on the same team here." Madam Bones spread out a dozen 9x12 glossy black photographs on the table. These were all random shots of Muggle tourists taken near Big Ben Clock Tower in London. "Do you recognize any of these people Barty? They are all persons of interest in a case we are developing." Barty Crouch swept them up and started to look at each one in turn when Bones's assistant opened the door and simply said, "Tally-ho Madam Bones." Amelia Bones looked at Rufus then repeated, "Tally-ho Rufus." Rufus Scrimgeour was now behind Crouch's left shoulder and immediately lifted his right hand holding his wand, stunning him. Barty Crouch crumpled to his knees. Rufus gathered him in his arms, placed a portkey on his chest, set him on a chair, then said activate. Barty disappeared to a cell in the safe house. "Rufus, I want you to go stay with Shaq and his team at the safe house tonight. I want a senior member there just in case. But I need you with the team for Fudge when I go after him tomorrow. I want you, Moody and Robards with me." "I never thought Barty would have gone bad, Amelia. I'd like to know what made him do it." "Minister for Magic Executive Suite. Hello Madam Umbridge, is the minister in there?" "You cannot go in Amelia. He's waiting for Lucius Malfoy who has an appointment." "Oh good, Malfoy is not here yet, another person I'd like to talk to." "Conference you say? Do you not mean a meeting to bribe the minister for something?" Before Dolores Umbridge could even sputter a retort and haul her ponderous frame out of her seat, a disillusioned Auror stunned her, placed a portkey on her and sent her off to a holding cell. "Search her desk, thoroughly." Amelia Bones knocked once and pushed the door open, followed by Alistair Moody, and Aurors Robards, Shacklebolt, Scrimgeour, Hammer, and Daly. She found Fudge sipping a glass of scotch with his tea, while Auror Dawlish, Fudge's nephew and bodyguard, was putting a money bag in his pocket and looking vapidly out the window. "What is the meaning of this Amelia? I'm getting ready for a conference with Lucius Malfoy. You can't just barge in here willy-nilly as you please. You have a nerve. Where is Dolores? I told her I was not to be disturbed. Now Cornelius the First need your signature on these warrants. It's an emergency. High priority. You can have your conference with Mr. Malfoy when he arrives, but after you sign these for me and my team." I say again, you have a nerve interrupting me, madam, snarled Fudge. And you have a nerve even getting your back up, Cornelius. You are the Minister of Magic and need to perform your duties, now look in the folder. Fudge had sat down at his desk and opened the folder Amelia had handed him and immediately signed the warrant without reading it. Amelia smiled like a predator just about to strike. Cornelius, you should have read what you signed. Why, just another paper shoved under my nose. You do know the ministry grinds away on paperwork, Amelia, it is the bane of my existence. Now, be gone, I've got to get ready for my Lucius. Gentlemen, arrest the minister. He just signed his own arrest warrant for corruption. Fudge blanched white. Amelia, what is the meaning of this? I'll have your head, Amelia. I've put up with enough of your obstructions. Fudge took his eyes off Amelia as he realized Moody had a wand pressed to Dawlish's neck and Scrimgeour had moved beside him and pressed his wand to his ear. Stupefied then Incarcerus rang out from the two oars simultaneously, putting both men into a temporary coma and tying them securely. Moody pressed a port key onto Dawlish's chest while Rufus put one on Fudge's. They both said activate at the same time and laughed. Oars Anna Daly and Connie Hammer, stay here and tear this place apart. Make sure you check out Dolores Umbridge's office also. Get anything incriminating. We now have Malfoy, Pettigrew, Barty Crouch Sr. and Jr., Umbridge, Dawlish and Fudge. I6 Battens in the pokey now. What do we do with Dawlish, Amelia? You know he's not much of an Auror. There not be a street Auror who will go on a call with him. Question him under serum. I want to nail him if he is corrupt. If he's on the take just like his uncle Fudge, if he has acted outside the law for Fudge or Umbridge, I want to nail him. This crap has gone on too long. Okay people, we have one more target tonight. Let's be sharp. Albus Dumbledore was fit to be tied. He had just returned from the annual ICW meetings in Bern, Switzerland to find his Hogwarts office a wreck with Fawkes nowhere to be found along with the damned bird. Fawkes not answering his call. It appeared that the instruments that monitored Harry Potter had exploded and cast a wide path of propelled shrapnel destruction throughout his office. Even his beloved desk was in tatters and barely standing upright. He got down on his knees in front of his blazing hearth, tossed a handful of flow powder into the fire and called for Mrs. Fig's house. There was no connection. Why is there no flow connection? This was a troubling development. He'd have to go there in the morning to check on Harry himself, he thought. Albus withdrew his head, grabbed another pinch of powder, tossed it in. As the fire flared, he called, Flow Regulation Office, Ministry of Magic. Chief Warlock, what a pleasant surprise. What can I do for you today, sir? Madam Edgecombe, can you check on a flow address for me? I'm trying to call it and it won't connect. It belongs to Miss Arbella Fig, Little Whinging, Surrey. Oh, I know all about it already without even looking in the files. I do say I took her call myself, she cancelled her flow connection. It was a most unpleasant call, let me tell you that, Chief Warlock. She was quite emphatic about the whole thing. Got a bit rude when I tried to talk her out of it, but she persisted and said a few unkind things to me. Said she was selling her place to a muggle and moving. Did she say where she was going, Madam Edgecombe? No, she abruptly terminated the call. Thank you, madam. Albus pulled out of the hearth, stood up and began to pace. Oh, this would not do. First, I find my office in shambles, my tracking instruments destroyed, and now I find my watchdog has done a runner. Why won't Fawkes answer my call? What is happening here, he thought. Dippy, come here now, shouted Albus. The young elf appeared and stood trembling in front of the old but still powerful headmaster, who radiated anger. What can Dippy be doing for headmaster, sir? What happened in my office? It appears that this happened at least 2 weeks ago. Why was it not cleaned up immediately? Why was I not notified? Why didn't the alarms call you to my office? A trembling Dippy yelled. Jasper, I need you. Help. The Hogwarts head elf appeared. Headmaster, what is wrong? My office is wrecked. Look at it, it is a shambles. Why did it happen? Jasper looked around by turning in a circle, closed his eyes, then waved his hands and concentrated for a minute. Dippy stood trembling to the side, looking in wonder at Jasper. So cool and calm. He could sense the head elf was not afraid but rather annoyed with Headmaster Whiskers. Oh, Headmaster Whiskers was very angry. Why was the head elf pretending to scan the room? Jasper already knows what happened, he thought. It appears that many of your silver doodads exploded and wrecked your office, headmaster. I do not know why it happened, headmaster. If you check you can see the alarm you set is also not working. When Dippy told me the office was in disarray, I followed your standing orders to leave your office alone except for dusting the old headmaster portraits. Phineas, what happened here? We don't know, headmaster. We were all asleep in our frames or off visiting elsewhere in the castle. After all, this is the summer holidays. Does headmaster want Dippy to start cleaning? Through gritted teeth Albus whispered, get out, Jasper, and take Dippy with you now. Don't come back to clean until I'm not in my office. After they left, Albus Dumbledore sighed and rubbed his tired eyes, then cleaned his glasses. Useless elves. Can't think for themselves. Jasper should have known enough to write the damage and not wait for me, he said out loud. Phineas Black coughed. Albus, you cannot complain about the head elf following your explicit orders. He did exactly as you told him. I remember what you said. You know I was here as we discussed what you ordered. You know elves do as they are told. The creatures cannot think for themselves. Quote, be quiet, Phineas, when I want your opinion, I'll ask for it. He waved his wand and silenced all of the portraits in his office. He turned, looking about, and cast a number of powerful reparos, setting the room and furniture to rights. It perturbed him it did not restore the trinkets that monitored Potter. He was very concerned that all of his monitoring instruments on the brat were all out of order, just sitting dead. The table looked the worse for wear even with his reparo. No wonder they did not survive. The most important one, linked to his physical health, was still shattered despite his powerful charm work to repair it. He did not know if that was a good omen or not. The other link to his mental health also sat inert. No puffing of smoke. The final one showing the strength of his wards sat in shards. It didn't make sense and he couldn't get away just yet to investigate. Since there was no trace of blood left, it would be a while until they could be restored. They sat there inert, mocking him with their silence. No whirring, puffing or little clouds of smoke, no chimes. He'd have to scheme to get another sample of the brat's blood. He cast a tempest and laughed bitterly. 8 p.m., where did the day go? I'm in for a long night, he thought. It was late and his parchment work seemed to never end. He had come back from his ICW meetings and found that his minion Minerva had not done any of his parchment work as he had directed. Why can't I find good help? It all sat upon his desk in the in tray. Some of it in shreds from the accident. A note from the old bint said she was too busy with setting up schedules and visits to the new Muggle-born students to do his Ministry Department of Education reports or put together the budget for the next school year. Now he was even more perturbed that his fireplace was flaring and Amelia Bones' face was in the fire calling out to him. Albus, I see you at your desk. May I come through? We have an emergency and I need to talk to you. Is this necessary at this late hour? I'm very busy. Of course it is necessary. I said we have an emergency and I need you to sign some arrest warrants. Can't you go to Cornelius? That is supposed to be your first stop. I cannot find him in the ministry. I believe he left his office hours ago and now does not answer his flow. Very well, Amelia, you may come through. He swished his wand to open the connection fully and turned back to his desk to tidy it up. It would not do to have the head of the DMLE peruse his parchment work, some of it was very sensitive. No one needed to know how much his outstandingly vibrant colored robes cost the school. He was shocked that Amelia came through holding a bulging maroon dragonhide briefcase, followed by Alistair Moody, Rufus Scrimgeour and 6 other senior Aurors including her 2 senior investigators, Anna Daly and Connie Hammer. He smiled thinking of Hammer's nickname of Sledge or collateral damage for her blunt force ways. Amelia walked to his desk and placed the briefcase on the pull-out writing surface in front. You are too familiar, headmaster. I've told you many times I prefer to be addressed as Madam Bones when performing my official duties. Now please put all your portraits to sleep. I cannot have them gallivanting around to any of their other frames who knows where and telling stories out of school. I won't be able to make an arrest if that happens. Nice pun, Amelia laughed. Alistair Moody. With a dangerous look in his direction, she opened her bulging briefcase then pulled out a green folder placing it in front of Albus. Moody smirked at Amelia while moving to the side and pretended to look at one of the portraits on the wall, tapping the gold-gilded frame with his wand and murmuring something unintelligible to the bystanders. Albus looked at Moody and laughed. Give it up, Alistair, my boy, there is nothing dangerous in those old portrait frames. Albus, pay attention, please read the summary. We need you to sign warrants as head of the Wizengamot, snapped Amelia. Yes, Amelia, I'll do what needs to be done. Don't be so impatient. As he opened the folder, his attention briefly away from the group, Amelia slammed his wand hand to the desk and held his wrist down with both of her hands in an iron grip, while another Auror reached to pin his offhand. However, Albus was too quick, pushing him away with a wandless banishing charm. 5 simultaneous stunners were cast as Alistair Moody plunged a Muggle hypodermic needle into the old headmaster's arm, filled with a fast-acting sedative normally used for big game. But Albus is no slouch, even at his advanced age. He managed to flick his backup wand to his non-dominant hand, cast a shield blocking all the stunners, which ricocheted around the room, impacting the furnishing and even dropping one of the Aurors. He then got off 2 more stunners, dropping 2 more of the Auror crew, but the needle filled with the fast-acting sedative that Moody plunged into his arm put him down for the count in only 2 seconds. Madame Bones looked at the wreckage of the office with a grim smile. The errant spellfire had created more of a mess, and her 2 investigators would make even more so while tearing this place apart looking for evidence. Moody, please revive those 3 on the floor. Rufus, search him thoroughly for spare wands, port keys, weapons. Make sure he has nothing, strip him, put him in new pajamas, give him a dressing gown, then put him in his cell at the safe house with the others. Give everyone in custody dreamless sleep potion including Albus. Let's keep them all quiet until we can debrief and strategize interrogation. Daly and Hammer, tear this office apart, look for anything that has to do with Voldemort, Harry Potter or any other item we can use to put him away. I'm sure you will find something here. Don't go home until you're satisfied you found everything. Dumbledore has many secrets and he keeps everything close to the vest. If there is anything to find, it will be here because he thinks this is his home. Now it's been a long day. No mistakes now, we're all tired. Aye lass, it has been a good one though. Now we need to put the scoundrels in prison. Bones, we nabbed everyone but Hagrid today. We will leave him to be picked up and questioned tomorrow. Robards knows him well, he can visit him in the morning. He's just small nuts in this tale anyway. I'm very sure old Albus manipulated him. Hagrid's a rather simple-minded individual. Aye lass, but his testimony will damn Albus if it's as you think. Everyone, it has been a long day, get what rest you can, if you can. We meet in my office tomorrow morning promptly at 7 a.m. We need to pick up one more person and start planning our interrogations. Time is short for us, we only have a few days before people will be missed and start asking questions. Amelia fell into bed after a quick but hot shower and a small salad of greens, cucumbers, tomatoes with red onions with a nice piece of broiled salmon covered in a butter white wine sauce with fresh peas on top. Her elf was a fabulous cook. As she lay in bed trying to sleep, her mind was racing. I think we had a good start today. Besides Sirius Black giving himself up and staying with the Grangers, my teams picked up Malfoy, Pettigrew, Barty Crouch Sr. and Jr., Fudge, Umbridge, an unexpected Dawlish, Dumbledore and an elf. Tomorrow, we pick up Hagrid. No word has leaked out. Can our luck hold? Anna Daly and Connie Hammer watched as the group exited the office. Well, let's get going. I'll start on that bookcase over there and you go through his desk, Anna. Just then Dippy appeared with a dustbin, rags and a small tote of cleaning products. Oh, my what a mess, Headmaster Whiskers made. Dippy has lots of work to do. Hello Dippy, I'm an Auror and investigator from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Can you come back later as we are searching for evidence? Do you know any secret hiding spots the headmaster used? Dippy not sure he should say, but use be Aurors so I'd look at the glass cabinet in the corner. It has a false back and Headmaster Whiskers keeps a pensieve with many memories, vials and books inside. Also, his desk has a secret drawer on the left side. When use is done call for Dippy so's I can clean up office. The elf disappeared. Well, that certainly helps us out Anna. Let's get cracking, I'd like to get some sleep tonight, she said as she took her camera out and started to photograph the room while Anna cast revealing charms looking for hidden spaces. Albus Dumbledore was a powerful wizard. Anna Daly's scan did not pick up the hidden space directly behind Albus's desk chair but did reveal the large box of memories stored in vials in the cabinet. It was 3 a.m. When Curse Breaker Weasley arrived outside the director of Gringotts' office with his Egyptian project manager Stoneface, and they were shown directly in with no waiting. Director Ragnarok had summoned them and you did not dally when he requested your presence. This was a most unusual occurrence. Sit down at that table, Curse Breakers, but grab some substance from the sideboard first. I understand you've had a long trip. I'm sorry to drag you away from a most important project for the nation in Egypt, but we have serious business to discuss. Both men just raised an eyebrow but did not say anything as they filled a plate and sat down at the small conference table Ragnarok had pointed out when they came in. It has come to my attention that the wizard who called himself Voldemort is not dead. I have this on good authority from a trusted source. It appears that he used the vilest magic to make more than one Horcrux. Both Curse Breakers hissed in disgust. I have also found his real name. It is not a wizarding name but Muggle in origin. Thomas Marvolo Riddle. He is also attempting to regain a body. Stoneface, for now you leave your second in command in charge of the Valley of the Kings Project Number 6. You are to put together a team of your best Curse Breakers and researchers. I do not care if they are witch, wizard or goblin or any other sentient being. I only want the best we have. This is your highest priority now. Your task too is to find the abominations Riddle made and destroy them. If they are treasures, cleanse them first, but they must be found and destroyed as soon as possible. For backup, I have Iron Fist putting together a 10-man support team of some of our very best warriors. I understand, sir, Iron Fist's participation is welcome. We have worked together in the past. Mr. Weasley. Now for why you are here. 2 reasons. First, you will be on Stoneface's team of Recrux hunters. I've heard good things about your work in Egypt. Second, I met your brother last year when we had the open house. Percival, I believe is his name. He struck me as a boy a bit uptight and stickler for rules but an outstanding student, very detail-oriented if I remember correctly. I assume he's home with your parents for the summer break from Hogwarts. Yes sir, you are correct in all aspects. My brother is an outstanding student and a bit uptight. Why do you ask? Can your brother be trusted to keep a secret? Will he take a vow of secrecy? I'm sure on both accounts. Father have taught us to be honorable in all our dealings. Do you think he'd like a summer job as a researcher at the ministry? I will ask him this morning. I think you should go home now and bring him back directly so we can talk to him and I can offer him a special position for the summer duration. Yes sir, I will be back within the hour. William Weasley walked into the kitchen at the Burrow at 3:30 a.m. He was very surprised to find his father Arthur sitting at the table, eating a slice of cherry pie and drinking a glass of milk. Hello Dad. Why are you up so early? Is something wrong? First off, it's good to see you. I couldn't sleep. Troublesome things on my mind. Care for some pie? It's our cherries from our orchard, son. No thanks Dad, maybe I'll take a piece with me for later, but I've just eaten. Not that I'm unhappy to see my oldest walk in the door, but why are you here? You were in Egypt according to the letter we got 3 days ago. I was summoned back tonight. Bank business I cannot talk about Dad. But also, my superiors asked me to bring Percy into Gringotts as soon as possible. They want to offer him a job to do some research at the ministry. How did they know about your brother, Percy, Bill? They met him last year when I brought him to the bank. He made an impression on the director. That is one sharp goblin who forgets nothing. I know it's early but they won't wait. I'm going to wake him and bring him to the bank. Before I go upstairs, what troubles are on your mind Dad? Do you need help, money, anything I can do? Oh no, it's nothing like that. You see, this morning, Madam Bones, the head of the DMLE paid me a visit. She had gotten a tip after our picture was in the paper when we went to visit you. It seems Percy's old pet rat that he gave to Ron is not a rat at all, but an animagus hiding here. With my assistance she quietly took it into custody and we switched out a different rat for Ron. No one in the family knows but you and I. I'd like to keep it that way, please. I just cannot believe he was here for so long and we did not know. Of course, Dad, I'll keep it to myself. I cannot believe that happened. How did we all miss that? Who was it? I don't know. Amelia told me to just watch the newspaper. We were all fooled, Bill. I tend to think the rat did something so we did not notice, or perhaps we just all assumed it was a rat and never considered anything else. Main thing is, it out of our home now. Okay, let me go get Percy. You might want to put a cuppa and a plate of pie on the table for him. I'll be right back. Bill went quietly up to his brother's room, which happened to be his old room that Charlie took when he had taken his job with the bank. Then Percy had moved in on it when Charlie fled to his Dragon Keeper's job. He silenced his feet to walk quietly into the room, closed the door and cast silencing and privacy charms on the room. Laughing, he cast a heavy augmentie onto Percy's sleeping form. A soaked Percy leapt out of bed, sputtering and struggling to find his glasses, got his feet tangled in the sheets and started to fall to the floor when Bill caught him. "Easy now, Percy, I've got you." He sat him on the bed and cast a drying charm. "Why in Merlin's name did you do that for Bill?" "I'll tell you downstairs. Get dressed, be quiet, it's still very early. I have a real money-paying job opportunity at Gringotts for you and it can't wait for the morning." In no more than 40 minutes since Bill Weasley had left Ragnarok's office, he was back with his brother Percy and knocking on the director's door. The door swung open and Ragnarok's assistant poked his head out. "It is good you were swift in your assignment, Curse Breaker Weasley. The director respects punctuality. The director shall see you now." William escorted his brother into the office. Ragnarok was standing at his desk and gestured to the 2 chairs in front of his desk. "Please be seated. William, thank you for bringing Percy in so expeditiously. It is appreciated. May I call you Percy, Mr. Weasley? It will eliminate any confusion." "Yes, of course, director. I have a job for a young man who is studious, smart, analytical, dedicated and can keep their mouth shut while not bringing attention to himself and what he's doing. I met you last year and you impressed me. Your brother has too and he's put in a good word for you. I've also talked to Professor Flitwick who said you were a strong student. The job would be in the Ministry Hall of Records, and perhaps in the Muggle world, delving into genealogy. Would you be able to navigate the Muggle world to do research?" "I'm sure I can. I've visited our local Muggle town many times to visit the shops, taken the cinema occasionally, and I've a good friend who is Muggle-born. I've visited with her several times. I'm sure I could. I'm not uncomfortable in the Muggle world. To take this job you would require the same oaths of secrecy your brother William took when he was hired. I trust my brother Bill. If Bill says it's okay to take the oath, I'll take the oath. The initial job would be on a contract basis. G200 is the pay for the task, no matter how long it takes. However, we need this task done quickly, so there is also a bonus involved, based on how fast you can complete the research. If you manage to complete the task in less than a week, a bonus of G200 will be paid. 2 weeks it is G100, 3 weeks it is G50. If you do well, then we can consider a position for the rest of the summer until you go back to school at 8 gallons a week. Are you interested, Percy?" "Yes, sir, Director Ragnarok. That is most generous pay and bonus opportunity. What do I have to do to begin?" It was very early in the morning, with the sun just sending the first wisps of light over the horizon as Gawain Robards approached the gates of Hogwarts. He had always had a good rapport with Hagrid when he was in school, and occasionally, he'd meet him in the Three Broomsticks for a few pints and the chance to talk about magical creatures. While Hagrid was a simple man, he had a wealth of knowledge about magical flora and fauna. If he was so inclined, he could make a fortune harvesting potion ingredients in the Forbidden Forest or collect wand cores such as unicorn hair and sell them to wand makers. It pained him to think Hagrid was complicit in Dumbledore's machinations. But time and conversation would tell. Approaching the gates, he tugged on a brass bell pull shaped like a raven's head and waited. A minute passed and he could see Hagrid coming down the path toward the gates. Hagrid waved as he approached. "Lo, Gawain, what brings ya to Hogwarts so early ta, day well before business hours? Did something happen?" "No, nothing of importance has happened. I'm here to ask you a few questions about Harry Potter." "Oh, I don't know much about him really, but he's a fine fellow, good student, and he comes to visit me often enough for tea. Well, might as well come up to me hut and have some tea while we talk. I've got a nice tin of shortbread cookies Charlie Weasley sent me from his dragon preserve. Now get a move on, we'll get thirsty out here if wait for the sun to come up." Hagrid unlocked the gate, let Gawain in, relocked the gate and led the way to his hut. Entering, he pointed to the table, went over to his hearth, which had a fire blazing away, and used a large pot holder to pick up the biggest iron tea kettle Gawain had ever seen. Hagrid poured 2 cups, if you could call them that, more like bowls, and placed them on the table and sat down. "Now we usually have us a few pints in the Broomsticks, Gawain. and seeing as this is school grounds I don't have any beverages of that nature, so it will have to be tea. Well, go ahead, ask your questions and don't be shy about it. Tell me why you picked up baby Harry Potter and took him to Hogwarts on that Halloween night. Albus, now great man Albus he comes to me hut and told me something bad happened to the Potters and to go to their cottage in Godric's Hollow, pick up Harry and bring him directly back to Albus. And he said ta not give the tyke to anyone, he's in grave danger from the Death Eaters, he don't know who to trust. So's I go and I have Harry in me arms when Sirius Black shows up on his motorcycle. Black, well he tries to take the boy from me, claims he's his godfather, but I told him Albus ordered me to get the boy, protect him as he's in danger, bring him back to Albus directly. He backed down from me, then said he was going after Peter Pettigrew who betrayed them. Do you think Black is guilty of betraying the Potters? No, never. They were too close. Black for all his faults would have died to protect the Potters. No, I'd have to hear it from his own lips to believe it. Peter being the traitor, that I can believe. There was always something off with that boy. What happened after you told Black you had to bring Harry to Dumbledore? At first, Black started to argue and I thought he might want to use magic on me to get the boy, but then he stopped and thought a minute. Told me again Peter was the secret keeper. He was the one who had to have betrayed the Potters. Black then gave me his flying motorcycle and I tucked little Harry inside my coat and brought him to Albus. Then the next night Albus had me bring Harry to his relatives. I didn't really remember where that was until Albus sent me to get Harry and take him to Diagon Alley for his school things 2 years ago. Strange, I didn't remember much about that night or where he was until Albus told me to go get him. Well, no matter, that is the whole story. Albus had me help save the boy and get him protected. Told me to forget anything I saw, that the boy would be safe all right with his aunt. Thank you, Hagrid, that is all I have to ask. It would be a crime to prosecute him. He was manipulated and had his mind charmed to forget. All Albus doing. What else has that wizard done, he thought. Professor Flitwick returned to the school in time for breakfast. Sitting down next to Minerva, he asked, I want to access the school archives. I want to research something. Would you let me in after breakfast? Okay, is there anything I can help you with? Perhaps, I want to look up the school records of a Thomas Marvolo Riddle. He was head boy sometime in the 40s. He also won some award for something he did to save the school. There is a trophy in the trophy room with his name on it. You may also want to talk to Hagrid. I think he was here at the same time. Thank you, Minerva, that is a big help to get me started. Percy said his goodbyes to Bill who had to remain at the bank. He did not like to waste any time when he had something to do, but it was only 5 a.m. and the ministry archives would not open till 9. He decided to go home for breakfast and to pick up quill, ink and parchment. He'd grab some breakfast then go straight to the ministry. First, he stepped into the all-night apothecary on the corner of Diagon and Nocturne alleys to pick up 5 doses of pepper-up potion. It just as good as Molly's potion. But it would come without the loud, questioning harangue. He felt he would need it for the task at hand. He was determined to do the job, earn the maximum bonus and perhaps earn a part-time job for the balance of the summer holidays. The pay was incredible for a student in school. It represented more than a few months' pay for his father. It would be nice to have my own pocket money, he thought. The day after Albus Dumbledore's apprehension, Dobby popped into the Granger kitchen. Madam Bones has arrived with another witch for her appointment with you, Master Harry. Thank you, Dobby. Please prepare tea for us. Harry answered the door to an exhausted-looking Madam Bones. Welcome, Madam Bones. Harry, we really appreciate you meeting with us on such short notice. This is my colleague, Callista Bremen, from the Department of Mysteries. She is the senior unspeakable. We have some questions to ask about the Chamber of Secrets and the diary you spoke about. Okay, I'll answer what I can. Please come in and follow me to the dining room. I've got tea ready for us while we talk. Madam Bones and Callista Bremen followed Harry into the dining room and both were surprised to see all 3 Grangers and Sirius Black already seated. I've invited my advisors to the meeting. That is okay, Harry. Thank you for meeting us at such short notice. Please sit down and help yourselves to tea and food. Dobby put out a nice spread of cranberry scones, blueberry muffins and small assorted sandwiches. That is very gracious, Mrs. Granger. We appreciate it, we have had long days. Now Harry, I've shown Ms. Bremen the memories you gave me. She wants to examine the diary. Do you know what happened to it or where it is now? I don't know actually, but I bet Dobby could help us. You need Dobby, Master Harry. Do you know where the diary is that I used to free you from Lucius Malfoy? Yes, Headmaster Whiskers has the diary hidden in his office. Amelia raised an eyebrow at the name for Albus. Are you able to retrieve it, Dobby? Dobby can. I will go now, but I may have to wait until Headmaster is out of his office. I will be back as soon as I can. Dobby turned invisible, then popped into a corner of the headmaster's office behind a dressing screen painted in an oriental garden scene over black lacquer. He was surprised that the office was empty except for Dippy, the house elf tasked with cleaning the office, which was a shambles. He put all the portraits to sleep with a simple snap of his fingers before turning visible. Hello Dippy. Where is the headmaster? Madam Bones and her Aurors came here yesterday and took Headmaster Whiskers away. Dippy is a good Hogwarts elf. Dippy does what head elf Jasper says. Jasper told Dippy to fix broken furniture, dispose of broken doodad things that whirred, puffed smoke and made ding, ding, ding sound, dust everything and make look all tidy for when Headmaster Whiskers returns or possibly a new headmaster. Why be Dobby here? Dobby chuckled at the name the Hogwarts elves used for Albus Dumbledore. Headmaster Whiskers was holding a diary that Dobby's new kind master destroyed a few months ago. Dobby has come to retrieve it as ordered. Dobby was worried. He hoped Dippy did not call Jasper and interfere in what he had to do. Dobby must do what master orders like all good elves. Dobby smiled. Right you are Dippy, elves live to serve. Some more freely than others as you will learn as you age, thought Dobby. He would not have a problem with young Dippy. He had to find the diary and cast several revealing charms at the area behind the desk where he had seen Albus place the diary when he gave it to him after he had banished his old bad Master Malfoy down the hall when he attacked his new good Master Harry. He was relieved his search was positive, with the diary still in the hiding place Dumbledore had placed it in when he handed it to him. He felt the evil in the object and was sure the item he sought was still in the room. Whiskers had left it in the office and not moved it. He moved towards the wall behind the desk. He removed the portrait and dispelled the extremely powerful Notice Me Not charm on the wall. Little effort for an elf with a powerful master like Harry. Suddenly an alcove with 3 shelves was revealed. Sitting on the middle shelf was the diary with a school-type muggle spiral wire-bound notebook. Dobby cringed and shivered. Though destroyed, it still reeked of the dark magic. He levitated it into a small lead-lined iron chest he had inside his Potter uniform, tucked the notebook in a different pocket, then popped to the kitchens in search of Jasper, the head elf. Jasper, it is Dobby. I have a favor to ask for my new master Harry Potter. If I can Dobby. What is it you need? Dobby has the bad diary that let loose the big snake in school last term. My master destroyed the snake and the diary in the Slytherin's chamber. Now master is giving it to Madam Bones of Bad Wizard Catchers. I am afraid there may be more of these bad things hidden here. Can we expose the elves to the object so they know the bad magic, then if they run across another one in Hogwarts, they don't touch it and call me to take away. It is very dangerous. Give me a moment and I'll connect to the other elves in the castle. Jasper closed his eyes and held out his arms and concentrated, connecting his consciousness to all the Hogwarts elves. Okay Dobby, let me see the object. Dobby opened the little chest and Jasper could feel the oppressive evil radiating from it immediately. Enough Dobby, close the box now. The Hogwarts elven community seemed to shiver as one. Jasper felt they all knew what to expect if they stumbled upon another one of these vile items. I'll let everyone know to keep an eye out for you. Something like that does not belong in the school. Thank you, Jasper. Dobby popped away. Reappearing in the Granger dining room, Dobby put the chest on the table. Headmaster Whiskers was not at school, Master Harry. Dippy the elf who cleans told me the headmaster was taken away by Madam Bones last night. Dobby gets diary from headmaster's office hidden place. This be very dark magic. Very bad magic. Harry and Amelia both smirked at Dobby's name for Albus Dumbledore but did not say anything. Hermione simply smiled. After hearing Harry's tale of woe with the headmaster, she no longer respected the man. Dobby opened the chest, then Callista began casting spells at the object. The entire household could feel the evil from the item, even though it was destroyed. Callista noticed that Harry winced when the chest was opened and rubbed his scar. It still reeks of evil even though you stabbed it with the basilisk fang, Harry. Did he give any indication he made more than one of these things? No, he did not. I believe he made more of these. The residue indicates a certain strength. I'm sure there are others out there. May I cast some diagnostic spells at your scar, Harry? I saw you wince when the chest was opened. It also looks a little inflamed, like it was reacting to the diary. Only if it doesn't hurt. It won't, Harry. It took but a few moments for her to be done. Harry, do you mind if I tell you my results in front of these people? No, I trust them all. My scan indicates your cursed scar reeks of the same residue of the diary. Now don't be alarmed. I believe that is why it won't fully heal. I'm convinced it is not the same type of vessel as the diary. It appears to be fully encapsulated, contained by the scar. You're not possessed, Harry, there is no attachment to you, so no worries on that aspect. In short, it is a curse wound that just won't heal. Nasty work. I'm not surprised it does not heal. I don't think it is anything to really worry over, but I recommend you have it removed anyway. Muggle laser surgery can take that off easily and leave a much smaller scar that won't become inflamed. It would finally heal for you and not bring attention to your forehead. I can make arrangements to have it removed the day after tomorrow if you are willing. I have a friend who is a doctor and knows all about the magical world. Also, I'd like to attend the procedure. Harry looked at Hermione and then Emma, who both nodded in the affirmative to him. He turned back to Ms. Bremen. I think I'd like that. I'd finally look normal and people would stop staring at my scar. You said in just 2 days. Yes, take care of everything and send word where you have to go. It's in London near Trafalgar Square, at the intersection of Pall Mall East and Cockspur Streets. Thank you, my husband and I think it is a good idea to have the scar removed, and we are familiar with laser surgery. We will go with Harry. Callista, what does it mean if there are other things like the diary out there? It means Riddle is still around as a wraith, possibly possessing another person. We must find the other objects to destroy them and ensure he cannot regain a body. I can use the diary and the readings from your scar to help find the others. We have found evidence that the headmaster was investigating this situation. We are going through the evidence and hope to have some clues as to what and where they may be. Everyone was silent, thinking about what was revealed. Harry, can you ask Dobby if he can help find any more of these things? Asked Hermione. That is brilliant, Hermione. Dobby. I heard Master Harry. Dobby knows what to look for and will help seek bad containers. Dobby will let Master Harry know if he finds anything. Dobby remained silent, waiting if there was anything else to be asked. He started to think he should call his old friend Ed. They had a fair few adventures together in the past. Ed had a knack of finding strange items all over the world and trading them for nice things. Perhaps he could help me with this problem. Perhaps they could earn some coins so they did not have to sneak into the cinema to watch films. Yes, he would go talk to Ed, he thought. Thank you, Harry. Give us a week and we will have some information for you and Dobby on what the items may be and where to search. We really appreciate you taking the time to see us this morning. Cyrus, I'll be in touch. If you don't stay here with Harry and the Grangers, give me a way to contact you. We are working on your trial, among others. I think it will be real soon. Also, Callista will lead our effort to find those abominations Riddle made. We may have to call on you for help. I look forward to being cleared at the trial, taking my place in the Wiz and helping Harry any way I can. We have to make sure Riddle and his influence is gone for good. Did the goblins agree to help Ms. Bremen? Unfortunately, they did not seem amenable to helping. But I will give it time. I dropped startling information on Iron Fist. I expect to be contacted after he's had a chance to discuss it inside the bank. Mrs. Granger showed them to the door. Dobby was troubled. If the goblins would not help and there were Horcruxes hidden in the vaults of the Dark Lord's followers, it would be difficult to root them out. Perhaps he could help. Harry, you are Sirius Heir? Asked Dobby. Yes, Dobby, why do you ask? So, Sirius Black is Yu's family. Yes, Dobby. I just wanted to be sure. If Sirius is family, then I can answer him and go to bank for his business also. Dobby will go back to his chores now and disappeared. Harry had noticed Dobby had an unfamiliar smile on his face and wondered what it meant. Harry had not been around the little guy long enough to know that calculating look, nor the experience to know that while elves were to obey their masters, they had great latitude in interpreting their orders. He did not know that one had to be very specific with an elf. Later that evening, Sirius was in his pajamas and getting into bed when Dobby popped into his room with clean clothes for the next day. "Thank you, Dobby, you are a good elf, much better than my mother's old elf Creature." Creature. I've heard that name before. Old Bad Mistress talked about Creature often. He's the elf that takes care of the Black Townhouse in London. Old Mistress often spoke of a grim old place. Is house that Bad Master Sirius? Yes, you could say it was a house of horrors. You are very well informed, my little friend. Dobby shrugged his little shoulders. Dobby listens when spoken to. Most elves be knowing each other. Are you helping Master Harry find the bad wizard's soul containers? Yes, I want to help him, I'll do anything I can. Why do you ask? Master Harry is your heir. So, you and Harry be family. Dobby can be doing business for you, because you is family. Stop beating around the bush, Dobby, I know you're working around to something devious. I know a prankster when I see one. Dobby thinks old Bad Master got bad diary from you-know-who for safekeeping. Perhaps he gave other treasures to other close followers for safekeeping. Everyone says, Bellatrix Lestrange was his closest and most trusted, even more than my old Bad Master Malfoy. Dobby proceeded to spit on the floor. Looking a bit sheepish, he snapped his fingers to clean the mess. Dobby continued, Bella be's a black. You be's head of all blacks. If you give Dobby permission I can search Bella's vault. Who knows what nasty things she has there for you-know-who. Get me some parchment, Dobby. Dobby snapped his fingers, instantly ink, parchment, and quill appeared on the nightstand. Sirius wrote a quick note, cut his finger to put a smear of blood over his signature and handed it to Dobby. The blood was absorbed into the parchment before Dobby even touched it. Just give that letter to the vault attendant. This will allow you access to any black-connected vault. You are a black elf. Make sure your uniform has only the black crest, take the Potter crest off when you go, so they don't become suspicious. Just tell the vault attendant you are on black family business, nothing else. Dobby put the parchment inside his uniform and popped away with a grim smile. Dobby returned to his temporary attic space in the Granger home and sat down on his small bed and began to read the notebook he found in Dumbledore's hiding spot. He was not the best, nor the fastest reader, but he could and he worked at it when he could. He had followed Luna Lovegood around a few times and discovered what a dictionary was and how to use it. As he deciphered the headmaster's handwriting he came to realize this was a treasure and would help in finding the soul anchors. He put the book back inside his pocket and began to meditate. He was sending his thoughts out to his old friend Ed. He did not know where Ed was presently. Ed had wanderlust, from his old departed master RG who was in the Royal Navy. He spent many years with Reggie traveling the globe. He could be anywhere now. After only a few minutes Ed reached out to Dobby. Hello Dobby old friend. What can Ed be doing for Dobby? I need to see you. I have a new master and a special job. I'm looking for help and thought you would be. Best choice Ed. Ed is not busy right now. Should Dobby come to Ed or should Ed come to Dobby? Can Ed come to Dobby? Dobby and Ed can talk in private here. A moment later Ed popped into the attic. You said you have a new master Dobby. You get away from cruel bad Master Blondie. Yes, Dobby servers the great and wonderful Harry Potter now. I have a task to perform, let me tell you about it and how you can help me. Percy finished his breakfast. Dad, I'm coming to the ministry with you this morning. Bill arranged for me to have a short-term job researching genealogy for the goblins that must be completed quickly. I want to get right on the task as there is potential bonus for quick completion. I really don't like your brother working for the goblins, and now you are too Percy. You cannot trust them. Why can't you do something else? You should try for a summer internship at the ministry. And speaking of Bill, why didn't he come back with you for breakfast? After all, he came here at 3:30 in the morning. I've not seen him for a long time. Mom, you saw him a few weeks ago when we visited Egypt. For a mother, a few weeks can be an eternity. Percy, now mind your attitude. Percy was getting a headache as his mother rambled on. Hurricane Molly was getting ramped up and it would be a big blow. He needed to defuse this now. He thought about what he could say to his mother and still keep his vows of secrecy. He sighed before answering in a rather officious tone of voice. No mother, I have no interest in a ministry job this summer. The Gringotts opportunity is a short-term job doing research in the ministry archives. Something to do with inheritance for closed vaults. If I get it done in 1 week, I can double my salary, which is very good. I have a chance to earn some money for myself and I don't want to blow it. So, I'm going to work with Dad this morning. As for Brother Bill, you should ask him. He had to stay at work. I can't say anything about it. Percy, watch your tone of voice with your mother, she means well and is just worried about you. You will come in with me and perhaps at the end of day you return with me. Now let's go, son. Father and son disappeared in whoosh of flames. Molly was not happy. Why did they all rush to leave my house? Phileas Flitwick had been in the archive room that was off the main library behind a most secure door, for most of the day. It had restricted access and only Minerva, the deputy headmistress, controlled that access. It was obvious by the amount of thick dust coating everything. The elves did not come in very often to clean, nor has anyone been in the room for a very long time. He knew that any records destined for the files were put into a box on Minerva's desk and automatically filed in the room. Every student, teacher, or other employee that had ever worked at Hogwarts had a file folder here. Files were organized for each category. Each category had 2 sections, active and non-active. It was all alphabetical, but by year the person entered Hogwarts. He was looking for a needle in a haystack. He was tired and had taken his 3rd pepper-up potion of the day. He'd not had any sleep for more than 38 hours now. He was frustrated with the weird filing system that was the Hogwarts archives. It would be much better off if it was straight alphabetical and not the year they started. He had started with 1940 based off of Minerva comments and the date on Riddle's trophy. But looking in both active and non-active files yielded nothing. He opened every drawer in every file, then cast the summoning charm for Riddle's file and got nothing. He visually inspected the files and found nothing. He surmised that either there was no file, it had been removed and was missing, or it was simply hidden by magic. He tried several dispelling charms and found nothing. He had sat back and considered the situation logically. He knew the magic of the castle prohibited the file from being removed from the archive room. Therefore, if I cannot find a file, it has to be hidden by magic, and by someone powerful. Who could have used magic he could not dispel, and guessed it was Dumbledore. He must have known who Riddle was. He was a teacher here during the time the boy would have been here and decided to hide it, but he could fathom no reason why he'd do such a thing. Smiling, he thought of a clever workaround. He cast several complicated spells to reorganize the files. First, a color-changing spell to delineate each category. A different color file folder, for each category of students, teachers, other employees, etc. Then he added a colored bar of red that signified non-active that would be a band at the top of the file for easy recognition. Finally, a spell that would sort the records files into one large alphabetical file. Based on 1,000 years of records, and the size of the room, he estimated it would take about 3 to 4 hours to do the task. He transfigured his chair into a camp cot, set an alarm to wake him when the task was complete, and would lay down to nap. He would beat Albus at this game. The file had to be in this room and he would find it. He cast his spells and watched for a few moments as the files started leaving the cabinets and cubby holes they stood in and began a dance around the room as they sorted themselves. Satisfied the job would get done, he lay down on the cot and went to sleep. 6 hours later, the monumental task of reorganizing the files was complete. Phileas went immediately to the Ars and searched for the Thomas Marvolo Riddle file and did not see it. He started to laugh. He could feel an invisible file folder, therefore, his search was not in vain. Oh, very good, Albus, but not good enough, he thought. Magic is about intent. And now he knew there was a file here and pushed his magic as hard as he could into the invisible file, saying, "Reveal yourself." It took but a few seconds and the file appeared in his hands. He sat down at the table, lit an oil lantern, turning the wick up for maximum light, and began to read a most fascinating story. It seemed that Albus had written prodigiously about Thomas M. Riddle. He had imparted acts and his own conjecture and opinions. Why hadn't ever revealed these things to the world? This would have put a serious dent in the madman's appeal. When he was finished reading and taking enough notes for his written report for the director, he sat back and considered what he had found, then said out loud, "Very interesting detailed file, Albus. I think your penchant for keeping secrets will be your downfall." After exiting the flow in the ministry atrium, Passing by the guard desk for Percy to have his wand weighed and collect a visitor badge, Percy and Arthur entered the lifts together, with Arthur indicating level 2 for his own misuse of Muggle artifacts department while Percy pompously stated, Ministry Records Archives level 6. Have a good day, Father. I will. Percy, you too, be polite as you've been taught, then come to my office when you're done. If you don't come by 5:30 p.m., I'll come down to meet you at the archives. Percy walked through a set of old oak double doors that were half wood and half frosted glass and immediately took off his grey tweed herringbone-patterned scally cap. It must have been a few generations since said glass was cleaned, as a dark film of dirt covered it, completely obscuring any interior view. Stepping up to the counter, Percy waited for a clerk to acknowledge him. Finally, after what seemed like an hour but was just a few minutes, a very old witch in a light blue robe with a green archive department patch on the shoulder shuffled up to the counter. She had bright blue eyes that shined like beacons on a dark night. I don't get many visitors to the archives these days. It's nice to see a young person come through those doors. What chaw looking for, young man? I'm doing some research on my family tree, trying to find information on an obscure branch that we think died out. I'd like to start with the Magical Births books. You look like a Weasley. Is Arthur your father? Blushing, Percy just nodded affirmative. No denying your striking ginger hair and fair complexion. I just knew it when you walked in and took off your hat like a gentleman should. Arthur is a good man and I bet he's proud of you. Do you know what year the ancestor was born? Not exactly, ma'am. We think sometime in the late 1920s, perhaps. I start with 1927 and work from there. As you see, we think he entered Hogwarts in 1940. Okay. She turned, waved her wand at the stacks and quietly intoned, Accio Magical Directory for 1930, and Birth Books for 1925, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. 7 large 12-inch by 16-inch leather-bound books, each about 1 full inch thick, floated from various places in the stacks and deposited themselves gently on the counter. The witch handed him a card. Please fill this out before you take the books. It simply asks your name and the books you examine. When done looking, you bring the books back here to the counter. They cannot leave the archives. You can use the tables over in the reading room to do your research. I'd start with the Magical Family Directory from 1930. It may shed some light on the people you were researching, as it lists every magical family at the beginning of every decade. Quote, Thank you, ma'am. Percy completed the card for his volumes and went to a table and began reading. Percy thought about his meeting with Ragnarok after he accepted the job. Ragnarok wanted a human to do the research in the ministry because a goblin visiting the archives would receive scrutiny and would be harassed on general principle. It would not do for the ministry to know what he was looking for. Secrecy is a must. His task was to find out everything he could about Thomas Maverlo Riddle. He was gobsmacked when Ragnarok had told him it was the birth name of the so-called Lord Voldemort. Even for Percy, who reveled in the details and studying, the process was slow and tedious. He surreptitiously ate fruit, some salted cashews, and drank from a water bottle he had shrunken and put in his pocket, rather than leave for lunch in the ministry's cafeteria. A low profile was best for his purposes. His persistence finally paid off. A little before 5:30 p.m., the archive closing time, he found the entry he was looking for in the 1926 Magical Birth Directory. Thomas Marvolo Riddle, born December 31, 1926 at Wolls Orphanage, London, England. Mother Merope Riddle, née Gaunt, father Thomas Riddle. He copied the information onto a fresh piece of parchment, then sat back and thought for a long time. He pulled the magical directory towards him. As he did so, a low bell sounded 3 times and the counter attendant shuffled forward. Mr. Weasley, it is closing time. You can come back tomorrow. I just have about another hour to go. Can I stay? I promise I'll lock the door behind me and leave all the books on your counter. She looked at him a long time. I guess I can leave Arthur's boy here. I respect him, so I trust you. You make sure you close the door when you leave. It will lock by itself. Don't make me regret leaving you here, understand? Arthur had come in and heard the entire conversation. I'll make sure he locks up disgrace. Percy, you really need to stay after hours. Dad. Yes, I'm close and need more time. Well, don't stay too late. I don't want to worry your mother. See you later. Percy started looking through the magical directory. He found no Riddle family listed. Does this mean Riddle is a non-magical name? Is this an oversight? He then looked up the Gaunts and found Marvolo Gaunt was the father of Merope and grandfather of Thomas. So, Thomas was a half-blood. That would be earth-shaking if the public knew. Next, he took out Nature's Nobility from his school book bag. He had purloined from his parents' bookcase. The Gaunts were speculated to have descended from the Cadmus Peverell line, and be a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin. He'd have to go to Wool's orphanage to see their records. He had to fire-call Penny, his Muggle-born crush. He felt she liked him and would help him. Worth a try anyway. He packed up, put the books on the counter as promised and left the archive. Time to go home. After a late dinner of a very large platter of fried chicken, mashed potatoes with brown gravy, lightly cooked string beans and 2 large buttermilk biscuits, Molly had left on the stovetop to keep warm for him, Percy knelt in front of the Burrows hearth. He tossed a pinch of flow powder into the flames and called for the Clearwaters. He was lucky and happy when Penny answered the call. "Penny, would you take me into London tomorrow to the big library called City Business Library, the one you've told me so much about? I need to do some research. How about I come over at 7 and we can have breakfast at a cafe, might treat then visit the library." "I would love to, Percy. Fire call at 7 and I'll open the flow for you to come over." "Percy, who are you talking to? Who is this Penny person?" "Nothing to worry about, Mom, she's just a friend from Hogwarts who will help me with some research." Percy moved quickly towards the stairs. "I'm tired, Mom, I'm off to bed, need to get an early start." Molly fumed. "Why is hiding this girl, Penny? I'll have to have Arthur find out who she is, otherwise I'll have to worm it out, Percy. I don't like him working for the goblins. Next thing you know they'll whisk him off to Egypt or some other Merlin be damned place." Both Anna Daly and Connie Hammer waited patiently in Amelia Bones' office. Both were exhausted from a marathon session examining the evidence found in Albus Dumbledore's office. Such evidence that was extraordinary. Both had dozed off sitting upright in Amelia's uncomfortable oak ladder-back chairs while waiting. Amelia finally came in, placed a tray laden with freshly brewed tea, shortbread biscuits and small cucumber sandwiches on toasted whole wheat bread on her desk, then gently woke her 2 best investigators. Amelia cast several privacy charms as well as activated a special rune sequence carved into her desk that prevented any sound leaving the room or outside scrying of any potential eavesdropping. "Go ahead, grab a cuppa and some food as I read your report. Then you can tell me what you found and I'll ask questions." Amelia was flabbergasted by the report and sat there quietly holding her head in her hands and thought about the task before them. "Are you too sure about your findings? We only put in the report what we found. You can see where we noted things are in our opinion. So, you looked at all the memory vials?" "Yes, it took a while. Dumbledore has collected an assortment of memories for different people and all having something to do with Riddle. It seems Dumbledore has been following Riddle for a very long time, at least since he left Hogwarts. Do you agree with Dumbledore's opinion he made as many as 5 Horcruxes with the aim of a total of 7? "Yes, in our opinion, we agree with him. We went through the box of memories several times. Documented each one, cross-referenced them, fact-checked. We agree Dumbledore believes Riddle went after Hogwarts founders' items to make the containers. In addition to the destroyed diary that belongs to Riddle himself, he speculates a locket from Salazar Slytherin, Hufflepuff's fabled cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, the Gaunt family ring that is purportedly descended from Cadmus Peverell and Salazar again. Some of his memories show Riddle with the Gaunt ring, and Slytherin's locket. Another shows Riddle with Hepzibah Smith and Hufflepuff's cup. That leaves the piece in Riddle for the 6th one that exists as a wraith now. That is only 6. Dumbledore speculates he intended to make one more with the Potter killings but was interrupted. He speculates that baby Harry became one. His scar. How would he know? I've had someone examine Harry and they are sure his scar is not a Horcrux and he's not possessed. Dumbledore is Dumbledore. You know he comes off as the biggest know-it-all in the magical world. He's filled with hubris. He thinks he's the smartest on the planet, answered Connie Hammer with disdain in her voice. Amelia snorted. Sorry, nice summation of Albus. No problem with being blunt. Connie blushed. I'm not ashamed to state my heartfelt opinions, boss, you have to know that by now. I've worked for you a long time. Okay. Do you think Dumbledore has an inkling of where these things are hidden? Yes and no. He left no written record we could find. He did highlight several things with yellow color charms: the place Riddle grew up, Wool's orphanage, a beach they took the children to play and bath in the summer time, the Gaunt family home in Little Hangleton. I think this will be like searching for a very small needle in a very large haystack. We need to start with the obvious places, like Wool's orphanage where Riddle lived as a child and at Hogwarts. We need to research the other places also. After that, who knows? Maybe Callista has a way to track these things. How about the goblins? I don't know if they will do anything. They were a bit reticent when Callista approached them. Don't count them out, Amelia. They are cagey and they are treasure hunters at heart. These items that Riddle corrupted are all treasures. That may be incentive enough for them. Find them first, clean them, keep them to use at an opportune time for leverage. No love lost between them and wizard kind. I think they will search but keep us at arm's length. Seems you've studied them a bit, Connie. Best to know your enemy. I don't trust them because of the way our kind have treated them. I won't keep my money there. I only maintain a vault because that is how the ministry pays my salary. I take it all when deposited and keep it in the Muggle banking system. Is this the only copy, and where are the memory vials? Vials are locked in the evidence safe under Grey Whiskers, case name to throw prying eyes of pesky people off. Here are 3 more copies of the written report. You said you needed one for Callista, Harry Potter and yourself. Thank you both for the hard work on the report. I'll bring Callista her copy. Now both of you go home and sleep. I'll see you in about 8 hours. Callista was surprised and pleased when the Unspeakable's dedicated house elf arrived in her office at the ministry and handed her a letter from Iron Fist. Ms. Bremen, please come in and see me as soon as possible for a further discussion of the information you had communicated to me in our last meeting. I have a request from my director. Iron Fist, account manager. Callista apparated directly from her office to the steps of Gringotts in front of the main doors in Diagon Alley. She nodded respectfully to the 2 goblins standing guard in full polished steel armor and holding highly polished halberds. Entering the lobby, she noticed 6 more guards arrayed in strategic locations about the room. Interesting, there is a more noticeable guard presence since I was here only 2 days ago. She walked up to the greeter's desk and showed her letter from Iron Fist. Wait, which, was the only response. A few minutes later, Iron Fist walked out to greet her and escorted her into a lobby conference room. Please be seated, Ms. Bremen. What do you wish to discuss? Account manager Iron Fist. The director of the bank, Ragnarok, requests that you provide all the evidence you have concerning our previous discussion, including anything that you know or surmise about the abominations Mr. Riddle may have made. We will examine the evidence and make a determination of future action when complete. So, the Goblin Nation is going to assist in finding and destroying these items. I did not say that, Ms. Bremen. My director has said we will evaluate what you have and determine future actions once done with our analyses. The 2 professionals stared at each other for a very long minute. Iron Fist sat stoically patiently waiting. She will do as I request. She needs us more than we need the wand waivers. Callista was thinking, I would not want to play poker for money with this man. They hold the better cards, we need them more than they need us and they know it. I was the one who asked for help. Why should they help us, especially after the way the current administration treats them? Callista broke her gaze first. I am hesitant to turn over all our results without a commitment from you and the Goblin Nation. Iron Fist. I know your opinion as you so eloquently put it in our last meeting. I will provide you what you want in 1 or 2 days. That is when our investigators will have completed their review of what we have found so far. Thomas Marvolo Riddle is a clear and present danger to all life on this planet, human or goblin. I would see every avenue to destroy the man used, as his death benefits all of us. Changes are coming in the wizarding world and sooner than you think. I hope the Goblin Nation remembers this warning and gift as the opportunity it is meant to be. Our hope is to have better relations in the future. She stood up. I'll show myself out. I'll have a report for you in a day or so. Have a good day, Iron Fist. Now I have to go tell Amelia, she thought as she headed for the exit and apparition point. Unbeknownst to her, Amelia had stopped by with the Dumbledore report and missed her by mere seconds. Now Amelia had left the ministry. Callista was exhausted as was everyone else on the team, but she still had a long way to go before she ended this day. She went in her office to take a short nap. In 2 hours, she had an appointment with Harry Potter for laser surgery on his scar. Iron Fist sat in the lobby conference room long after the witch Bremen left. She had no guile in her statements, of that, he was sure. He kept running through what she had said at the end before leaving. Changes are coming in the wizarding world. I hope the Goblin Nation remembers this warning and gift as the opportunity it is meant to be. Our hope is to have better relations in the future. He pondered that for a while more, then went to his office to write his report to the director. Dan Granger drove his Range Rover to Harry's appointment for laser surgery. Accompanying them were Emma, Hermione and Sirius. After a pleasant enough drive, they approached the intersection of Pall Mall East and Cockspur Streets not far from the famous Trafalgar Square. Dan found a car park within a 5-minute walk to the surgery. They arrived at a blindingly bright white limestone building with the front facade in a neoclassical design. The front door was a huge embossed, polished brass affair with scenes of 18th and 19th century sailing ships, flanked by Ionic columns with a triangle pediment on top. A large carved frieze in limestone of an agricultural scene was on the right side of the door, and on the left was ancient warriors in chariots with bows drawn. Entering the lobby, they were surprised to see a modern office building with modern central lifts. A display on the lobby indicated the building had suffered greatly in the London Blitz and only the foundations and front facade survived the war damage. They found Callista waiting for them in the lobby. "How are you, Harry?" "I'm okay, Ms. Bremen, just a little nervous. Even though I'm here, I can't believe I'm getting rid of this scar today. It is a simple procedure, so don't worry. Dr. Caramella Dodoressa will explain everything before she does anything. She has been briefed and is ready to help you." "How do you know her, Callista?" asked Emma. "We go back a long way. We were dorm mates in Hogwarts. She's Muggle-born, just like your daughter Hermione. Smart, always wanted to be a doctor. She was not enamored with British Magical Society, so left and went to university. She has not abandoned magic, just the bigoted British Magical Society. We have remained friends." They took the lifts to the 10th floor and upon exiting saw followed signs and arrows to Dodoressa Cosmetic Surgery to the right of the lifts. Callista led the way into the surgery and found the doctor waiting. "Hello, I'm Dr. Caramella Dodoressa, you may call me Dr. Candy if you wish." Harry smiled and stepped forward. "Hello, I'm Harry and I hope you can help me." "I'm sure I can. Callista has provided me with your information in her scans. These are the Grangers, Dan, Emma and Hermione, and my godfather Sirius," as he pointed to each one. Once the greetings were over, they followed the doctor into a procedure room. "Let me explain everything to you, Harry. You will lay down in this chair. It has a head rest and a harness that I put over it, which I will use to strap your head in one position so it cannot move. There is also a strap around your chest and waist. It is important that you don't move at all. I'll put these black eye shields on to protect your eyes, then I'll administer a local anesthetic to the area around the scar. You won't feel anything while I'm doing the procedure. This is the laser I'll use. It's on a rack so I can position it precisely. I'll use the laser to cut around the mass on your forehead and remove it in its entirety. That should take less than 2 minutes. Then I'll use my wand to knit the skin back together, perhaps another minute. I'll give you a pain potion and a South Avenue to put on your scar twice a day for the next week. After that, you should only have a small white line where the big red one was. Callista is going to assist me. Does this sound okay with you, Harry?" "I'm ready, let's get this done, Dr. Candy." Harry grinned. "I'm glad you are in a good mood." Harry was then strapped in a chair with restraints as described. The procedure began and took but a few minutes. When she had completed a circumnavigation of the scar, Callista lifted the mass out with tweezers and placed it in a glass jar, then sealed it securely. Doc Candy sterilized his forehead with a potion she wiped over the gash in his skin, then used her wand to knit the skin back together. "You can sit up now, Harry," she said as she released all of his restraints with a wave of her wand. "Here, drink this potion now, it will help minimize any pain you may have when the local anesthetic wears off." Harry downed and it was surprised at its taste. "I expected something nasty, but this is okay." The doctor laughed. "All my magical patients have the same reaction. It's not a magical remedy, Harry, but liquid acetaminophen. You can buy it at any chemist shop." "Wow, thanks doc, the procedure took less time to do than it took to set up and get me in position. Here is the salve to put on twice a day starting before you go to bed tonight. You will hardly notice the scar in a week. How do you feel, Harry?" I feel better, lighter, as if a weight was removed from me. But I feel good. Harry, how about going out for pizza to celebrate? Asked Anne. Let's go. Callista and the doctor watched as the four left her office. You have that secured, Callista. I believe it is a nasty piece of work. Yes, it is safe in this unbreakable jar. I'll use this to help find the others. Others. Merlin, help us. Are you going to tell him what that was on his forehead? I don't think he'll ever reveal that there was an active piece of Riddle's soul in his scar. He's been through too much and he doesn't need to carry that burden any longer. I'd like to stay Candy and catch up, but I have to make a flight out of Heathrow to the United States. I have an early appointment at MCUSA tomorrow. The plane landed on time precisely at 6:56 a.m. local time at Kennedy Airport in Queens, New York. Callista was tired after the past few stress-filled days. She had tried to sleep on the overnight flight, but it was transitory. After exiting the plane with her small carry-on, space-expanded bag, she stopped in the women's toilet, freshened up, took a vial of pepper-up potion, then made her way through customs and out to the sidewalk where she caught a taxi at the taxi stand. My destination is the Woolworth Building, 233 Broadway, New York City. She dozed in the back seat for the hour it took to traverse the morning rush hour traffic. Finally arriving, she noted the time and was relieved she would be on time for her appointment with her counterpart in the MCUSA organization. Entering the lobby of the Grand Gothic Revival building, she made her way to the central staircase of the opulent lobby covered in stone, brass and carvings. Climbing the central stairway to the second level, she turned right and walked down the corridor and passed through a portal that only magical persons could see. She approached the reception desk and was going to inquire when she saw a witch standing to the side holding a card with her name in it. She walked up to her and introduced herself. Hi, I'm Callista Bremen, here to see Edward Brubaker, head Auror. I have an appointment at 8:15 a.m. I'm Wendy Coulson, I'll take you to the offices. Let's get you all set with a visitor badge first. A short time later she was ushered into the head Auror's office. Callista, it is a pleasure to see you again. I hope you are well. Edward, it is good to see you also, and it has been far too long since I made it over to this side of the pond. I was intrigued by your letter yesterday. You are asking a lot of us. We need people we can trust. We are planning a large number of arrests for treason, corruption, murder, other serious crimes. The Aurors we can trust are few. We need more manpower. Will MCUSA help us? I spent the last 24 hours pushing your request up the food chain. I'm sorry to say my superiors won't touch this even with a 10-foot pole. With the history between our governments, they are not inclined to stick their necks out with anything public or official. Your Minister Fudge snubbing our foreign delegation, then our president when he visited London 2 years ago, has left a bad taste in everyone's mouth, so to speak. Fudge and your Office of International Relations have erected total trade barriers to us. We cannot even export food, or wine and spirits to magical Great Britain. Fudge sent his lackey, a most unpleasant person, the abominable woman in pink, Dolores Umbridge, to negotiate. She had the gall to ask for bribes to have the trade barriers removed. She indicated 10% tariffs paid directly to her and Fudge. Then when we asked her to leave, she insulted and threatened us. So, this is insurmountable right now. There is no help here. I'm sorry I wasted your time, Edward. I'm going to have to cut my visit short. I will seek help elsewhere. Don't be hasty, Callista. I said publicly or officially. I've quietly put the word out and we are putting together an American volunteer group, the AVG for simplicity. They will all be on leave from their jobs here. You will pay their salaries and a bonus. I expect they will be ready to go in 3 days. One final thing. For this impossible mission, my government will disavow any knowledge of the AVG if it blows up. I can live with that. How many do you think will answer the call? Perhaps 8 to 12 or so. All who expressed an interest are Muggle-born Brit expats who left for one reason or another. I had hoped for more, but 8 to 10 will be a huge boost to our efforts to take back the government. I can't thank you enough for the help. Are you seeking help elsewhere? My next appointment is with my French counterparts. I'm send the group over by Muggle Commercial Airlines so they don't bring attention to themselves. Good luck with the French, Callista. I'm sorry we cannot do more. A short time later Callista caught an Air France red-eye flight to Paris, from Kennedy International Airport via stops in Boston, Reykjavik, Iceland, and Glasgow, Scotland. A beyond exhausted Callista exited the plane, went immediately to the women's facilities, into the farthest stall, made sure no one was aware, then apparated to the French Ministry of Magic's reception area where she was given a visitor's badge and escorted to the offices of Police Magique Centrale. André Alon, it is good to see you again. Callista, my old friend. He took her hand in his and brushed a brief key across her knuckles. Beautiful as a spring flower, as always, Callista. Callista smiled, briefly looked around at the ultramodern-styled office, populated with a simple blue Formica work surface on 4 legs, one matching lateral 2-drawer file cabinet, a small blue waste basket and an ergonomic blue chair. You are still the flirt I remember, André. Thank you for seeing me on such short notice, your office is rather modern. I'm surprised. I pictured you behind a rather large antique mahogany and brass-accented desk. I've changed with age, like a fine wine. But yes, I now like the simple, functional uncluttered look for my official position. He took her hand again and brushed his lips just above the back of her hand with an air key. It is indeed a pleasure to see my old friend, Callista. You have let too much time elapse between visits. You should visit me at my villa on the south coast. Come and sit down. Your travels show on your face. Help yourself to coffee and croissants. I have your favorite, chocolate. You remembered. You are too kind, André. How could I forget you and what you like? After the time we spent together. You think I would forget the best summer of my life? No, I don't think you would. It was the best for me also. But events, well, you know what happened. No sense in dragging up old history, André. I disagree, Callista. It is not too late. Perhaps later, we can revisit this discussion. I received your letter and am troubled by what you ask of me. You take a great risk in what you say directly and what can be inferred from your writing. You walk a line some would say is treasonous, and you ask me, a representative of a foreign government, that is not friendly to yours, to help. These are troubled times, André. To be truthful, my group needs help. We have so few we can trust. That madman still exists. He's attempting to regain a body and I must stop it before he does. He wants to burn the world down around us all in his quest for conquest. My government is a shell teetering on collapse, riven with corruption, from the Wizengamot down to lowly department clerks, all influenced by his followers. There have been many disappearances and deaths, magical and non-magical. The blood war never ended as most think. It just went underground. I share your concerns, Callista, and I want to help you. My government has made it clear to me, magical Britain is no friend of the French. We have had no formal relations for years. If you remember, we recalled our ambassador and delegation almost 15 years ago. Fudge and his cronies have made it clear what they think of us, frogs. We have no official magical trade with you because of the barriers your government put up, though there is much smuggling going on with your purebloods, purchasing here and port-keying goods back to their manors. What are you saying, André? You won't help me. Language is important. Ah, there is the rub, Callista. It's not that I won't help you, but I cannot help you in any official capacity. I don't understand. I'm tired, André, running on pepper-up potion for almost 3 days now. Please be plain. Can you help me or not? Not directly, no. My government hates the Fudge administration. What I have done is talk to my good friend, Bruno Rocher. He's willing to take a group over to help you. Who is he? He was born of non-magical parents. He served in an elite non-magical military unit whose function was anti-terrorism. Now he leads a group of highly trained specialists, all with non-magical military training, much like your unspeakables. We call it Force de l'Ombre. They, how shall I say, take care of operations that must be handled delicately. Callista laughed. Shadow Force. Not the French Foreign Legion. How many then? André laughed. None, they are not part of that organization, Callista. Perhaps a dozen, more or less. Terms. Ah yes, the details. My government will not acknowledge them. They officially don't exist. You must pay them. If you are successful in your endeavors, then we want normalized relations and trade agreements beneficial to magical France. Totally open trade. No restrictions. Open travel. No tariffs on wine, cheese, magical potions, ingredients, etc. This would be unprecedented, André. Anything else you want? Oh, just one more thing. A small favor if you would. Lucius Malfoy, he dares not enter this country. He's wanted for a long list of transgressions. I want Lucius Malfoy's head. Dead in a box, or alive, it does not matter to me. Callista simply raised an eyebrow. I'll do my best to accommodate you. He passed a typewritten page over to her. This is the summary, Callista. I need your word it will happen. I will inform my compatriots. If we prevail and survive, we will implement these demands. Thank you. Percy Weasley and Penny Clearwater walked hand in hand to the tube station after enjoying a breakfast at Lola's cafe near her home. They had sat outside on the sidewalk under a nice green striped umbrella. Percy had proudly treated her to full English breakfast. When he finished his last piece of buttered toast with orange marmalade, he told her what he was looking for. I am looking for information about a Wolves orphanage. I need the information for a genealogy report I've been hired to perform. I'm excited for you, Percy. This job with Gringotts is a great opportunity. You get some work experience and you make some pocket money. I really don't mind helping you. It's fun to get out into non-magical London. You will love the library. The archive has records that go back several hundred years. I'm sure we can find what you were looking for today. Can you tell me anything about the job Gringotts hired you to do? I'm sorry, Penny, I'm limited to what I can say. I had to provide a confidentiality oath. All I can really say to you is I'm doing a genealogy report on a wizarding name. It's an obscure name and they did not tell me the reasons why they want this. Only that a wizard doing research in the Ministry archives would not be harassed like a goblin would. My brother Bill encouraged me to take this opportunity, telling me working for the goblins was much better than any job in the Ministry. After a short trip on the Underground to Angel Underground North Station, Penny led the way down John Street, past the Spa Green Botanical Gardens to the University London, Northampton Square Library. Later, if we have time, we should stroll through the gardens, Percy. It's beautiful this time of summer, many of the shrubs are in bloom and the rose beds are just beautiful. They also have a number of mature trees that wand crafters use to make our wands. It has holly, elm, rowan and elder trees. I've been here many times. It's a great place to bring a bag lunch and sit on one of the benches. I think it would be lovely, Penny. I'll buy us lunch at a takeaway and we can go there today. Well, Percy, here we are. This library has a large collection of business directories going back to 1827. Searching here could help you find out all about Wolves Orphanage. Amelia Bones apparated into the main entrance of her family house, Falcon's Perch, her isolated safe house on the moors of Scotland. Other than Alistair Moody, Gawain Robards, Callista Bremen, Rufus Scrimgeour, Kingsley Shacklebolt and her niece Susan, no one knew of its existence. She had not wanted to use this but felt no choice with the task they had set out to do. She was the only one who could enter directly. All others had to arrive at the gates and her house elf would escort them in. It was the best security she could have with the limitations she was under. The place was an old hunting lodge built of red-tinged granite from a local stone quarry, situated on a hilltop with commanding views of the countryside. It had a slate roof of earthy tones, rust, gray, black, brown and green. The building was built to last more than one lifetime. Built in 1827 by her grandfather, 5 generations removed, and passed down mother to daughter ever since. 3 stories above ground, the topmost, a wide-open attic space with windowed dormers spaced evenly throughout the length. The next level down consisted of 12 bedrooms, with a full bath shared by every 2 bedrooms. The ground floor had a very large master suite with bedroom, ensuite, office, 2 walk-in closets and a small reception room. A large dining room, kitchen, 2 more reception rooms, a library room with floor-to-ceiling bookcases, the entrance foyer and 3 full bathrooms. Below ground there were 2 levels. The next one down consisted of storerooms, food, wine and liquor cellar. The lowest level had cells, 16 cells, constructed of the same granite the house foundation and walls were made of. Thick, impenetrable with but a stone bed and metal chamber pot for the only accoutrements. Each cell was soundproof with no windows. An inmate could not see out, nor could sound penetrate, so anything outside their cell was unknown. There was a separate room for a pair of guards to stand watch and a large room for interrogations. The corridor and the guard rooms were lit by a wrought iron and onion-style glass kerosene lanterns. The cells were not afforded such luxury and the only illumination was what seeped in through the viewing hatch. The entire lower level was as dreary as Azkaban prison, albeit without the Dementors to S.K. the life from you. There was little to offer for hope if you were incarcerated in one of these austere cells. She made her way to the lowest level where she found Alistair Moody standing watch. "Where are the others, Alistair? I sent them to sleep upstairs, they are all exhausted. You ready for this, Bones?" The interrogation of Barty Crouch Sr., your old boss and mentor. "I'm okay, Alistair. All water under the bridge now. I'm building a hard shell after the past few days of revelations. Now let's get on with it, Senior Orr. It is going to take maybe a week to 10 days to get through the questioning, then to put the cases together if we work very long days. Can we keep the lid on for that amount of time, Amelia? We have to Mad Eye, we just have to. Keep those in the know to our small group right now, keep the perps under dreamless sleep potion and deny any knowledge of the whereabouts of any of the detainees if asked." Alistair nodded. "It's a good plan, let's go, time's a wasting, boss." Amelia and Moody walked into the cell area of the basement of their safe house. They went to the end of the corridor to Barty Crouch Sr.'s cell. Opening the cell, Alistair levitated the prisoner still under dreamless sleep potion to the interrogation room. Placing him in a chair with restraints, he spelled the antidote to the dreamless sleep potion into his stomach. It was but a minute for him to wake. While waiting, Amelia set up a parchment and dictaquill to record the interrogation. Shaking his head as if to clear it, he finally opened his eyes and peered first at Alistair Moody and then at Amelia. "Bones. I'll have you head for this, Bones. Stunning me, arresting me, kidnapping me and bringing me Merlin knows where. Are you out of your effing mind, women? Stuff it, Barty. I'll take no posturing from the likes of you. I used to have the utmost respect for you but no longer, Barty. We have Junior in custody. We know all about you hiding him in your home." Barty turned white, put his head down, totally deflated at her declaration. "Amelia, please, I beg of you, promise me one thing. Just send me through the veil. I don't want the Dementor. I only did it for my wife Margaret. She could not bear having him in that place. She begged me as she was dying. I could not say no to her. I kept Junior locked up and under the imperious curse to control him. I had Winky, my house elf, keep an eye on him. You didn't hurt her, did you? Winky is not hurt. She's under detention in another place. No harm will come to her. I can make no promises, Barty, but I'll do what I can to accommodate your wishes. Now, Alistair, give him the serum. Time for questions and answers, Barty. Give him 3 drops, Alistair." As Moody gripped Barty's hair and tipped his head back to pour 3 drops on his tongue, Alistair's hand flashed out and grabbed a large water beetle nestled in the long, now unkempt hair of Barty Crouch. "What do we have here?" He stunned the beetle, then cast several revealing spells. "What are you on about, Alistair? Just crush the insect and don't play around, we have too much work to do." "No, lass, no, laughed Moody. "I just added to our workload. You have another case to handle now." "Mad Eye, what are you on about? It's an animagus. I will bet you 2 pints it's Rita Skeeter by the markings around her eyes. So that's how she gets her information, the sneaky witch. Put magic inhibitor cuffs on her after you force her to change, give her a dose of dreamless and put her in a cell. We will get to her later. We have to talk to Barty now, then Malfoy." Malfoy's interrogation. Alistair Moody opened the door to Lucius Malfoy's cell. Lucius was laid out on the stone bed in a fetal position, silent, unmoving, in the arms of dreamless sleep potion. A bead of drool hung down the side of his chin, pooling on the stone bed. "I've got it this time, Alistair," said Amelia as she levitated the blonde down the corridor to the interrogation room, not being careful to avoid hitting his head occasionally on the stone walls as they walked the length of the building. Alistair helped her sit him in the chair, securing him firmly with the arm, wrist, leg and torso restraints. She set up a parchment and dictaquill as she had done with Barty Crouch. "This is going to be a long interrogation, Amelia. Watch the time. The serum lasts about an hour. We can only dose him twice a day. Make your questions count." "I will. I know we need to finish this today. We are constrained by time and it's slipping by. We need to move quickly. Now wake him up, Alistair." Amelia cast a charm and a large digital clock appeared behind her where Malfoy could see it. It started counting down from 60 minutes. A moment later Lucius stirred with panic in his eyes as he could not move. He looked widely around. Amelia moved in front of him and when he saw her, he sneered. "You, Bones, I'll have your guts for garters for this outrage when I'm through with you." Once I tell Cornelius what you have done, it will be all over, Bones. You will be fired in disgrace. Now release me. Amelia slapped him hard across the face, then leaned in, looking him directly in the eyes. You will address me as Madam Bones, or Director Bones. I am tired of your disrespect. Lucius spit in her face and Amelia slapped him hard twice more, once across each cheek. Shut up, Death Eater. I've got you now and your lackey Fudge can do nothing to help you. You made a big mistake trying to kill the students in Hogwarts with a cursed diary of your master, and then when called out, trying to kill Harry Potter. I'll see you through the veil for that, Lucius. Lucius turned white when he processed Amelia's statement about the diary and noticed the clock. What is the clock for, Madam Bones? Amelia smiled a cruel smile. It's how much time you have to answer my questions. You don't want time to run out on you, do you, Lucas? Lucius was troubled by the answer and tried to hide his nervousness. What do you want of me? Just answers for now. Give him 4 drops, Alistair. Time for this bird to sing. Moody grabbed a fistful of hair and yanked it down, pulling his head back. He poured 4 drops into his mouth before he could react. It took but a moment for Lucius to turn glassy-eyed. Amelia began to question him. What is your name? Lucius Malfoy. Where do you live? Peacock Place, Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire. Wasn't that named simply, the Black Farm, before you married Narcissa Black? Yes, I did, to make a statement. The Black Farm is too plebeian a name, so I changed to a more befitting name for the pure blood royalty of the Malfoys. Did you give a cursed diary to Ginny Weasley in Flourish and Blots by slipping it in her books after causing her to drop them? Yes. Why? To cleanse the filth in Hogwarts that Dumbledore allows to attend and discredit Arthur Weasley. How was that supposed to happen? My master said it would cleanse the school. I don't know how. Do you know a shade of your master was in the diary and possessed first-year Ginny Weasley? No. Do you know while possessed she opened the Chamber of Secrets and let loose a 1,000-year-old basilisk controlled by your master's shade? No. Do you know you endangered the entire school, including your precious heir Draco? No. It was supposed to get rid of the Muggle-born, half-bloods and blood traitors. Do you know that Harry Potter destroyed both the diary and the basilisk? No. How could a 12-year-old kill a basilisk? I heard rumors from my son Draco, but I have not been able to confirm such an unbelievable story. Did you try to kill Harry Potter at the end of term at Hogwarts? Yes. Why? He tricked me into freeing my servant, Dobby. Tell me what happened. He handed me my master's diary. I was disgusted, it was covered in blood and gore. I tossed it to my elf Dobby. The boy had hidden a sock inside. Dobby found it and said Dobby is free, master has given Dobby clothes. I was enraged and tried to cast the killing curse at Potter. Dobby stepped in front and banished me down the corridor before I finished casting. I left at that point. Amelia looked at the clock, then at Moody. 15 minutes had passed. Time was running out. He simply nodded to her. Amelia thought it was time to change track. Are you a Death Eater? Yes. Did you take his dark mark willingly? Yes, I did. What do you have to do to take the mark? It's different for each one. Master sets a task, be it torture, beat, etc. All end in killing the subject in front of the marked group. Alistair hissed and glared at the man. Alistair, time is almost up. Give him his second dose. Alistair gave him another 4 drops. Okay, Amelia, continue. Why do you support your master? Power, money, prestige. He wants the pure bloods to rule the world and he promised me a big part in it if I supported him. You claimed you were under the Imperious Curse. Why? I needed to be free to carry out my master's orders. I could not do so in Azkaban. My master made it a point to tell his inner circle he had taken steps to be immortal. He instructed us to carry on with the goals he had set us. That he would be back. My job was to influence and infiltrate the government so it would be ripe for a fall when he returned. Quote, tell me what you have done to influence and infiltrate the government. Bribery, coercion, intimidation, culling the undeserving. Fudge is only out for gold. He was an easy mark, a few bribes and he was firmly in my grasp. He'll do anything I ask for a campaign contribution in gold. How much have you given him in bribes? $326,450. Who else have you bribed? Just about all the department heads. Not Weasley, of course. Word got around and everyone has their hand out. Have you influenced any of the people in the DMLE, and if so, who? Yexley, Smallwood, and Dawkins are all marked. I've corrupted Alex Jones, Fitzgibbons, Bellamy and Dawlish. They are all under my direction. Do you know why the flow system seemed to fail when there were raids? Explain if you do. I gave Edgecombe gold to shut down the system at certain times. How did you get the names of the targets? I gave Hopkirk gold for the names and addresses. She supports the agenda. Is Dolores Umbridge a Death Eater? Is she marked? No. She's a Moldo. She fully buys into the agenda and is a true disciple of my master. Do you pay Dolores also? Yes, I have her push legislation and annoy the filthy goblins. Quote, please name all those marked. Bellatrix Lestrange, Rodolphus Lestrange, Rabaston Lestrange. A few minutes later Malfoy has finished listing the names. Just a few surprises there, Amelia. Let's finish now. Okay, Alistair. Did you know your master is existing as a wraith? Not for sure, but I have suspected. How is he alive? I don't know how he survives. What did he do? I don't know. How many people have you killed? Perhaps 20 magical. More than 50 muggles. I've lost count. The interrogation took the full 2 hours and 62 feet of parchment. When time ran out on the serum, Amelia paused and looked at Alistair. He just shook his head. Both thought this was further proof that Potter was telling the truth. Both were sickened by his revelations. The list of killings would close a fair number of cases. Alistair leaned in close to his right ear. How do you think your master will react when he finds out Harry Potter destroyed his diary and his pet basilisk? Lucius turned even whiter than his usual pale complexion. He will make me wish I was dead if he finds out. Moody and Bones returned Lucius Malfoy to his cell after giving him a dose of dreamless sleep potion. How do you feel, boss? He makes me want to throw up. Care for drink then, boss? Yes, after that I need one. How do you feel about our decision to pursue this cause? It just hardens my resolve, Alistair. Ed, please read this notebook and let me know what you think. It has Hen's scratching of what Headmaster Whiskers thinks about our task. After reading this notebook, I believe one of the trinkets is in a Black-related Gringotts vault. At least with Lord Black's backing we can get in and look. I need to get ready for the trip to the bank. Dobby donned an old filthy tea towel that had a faded black family crest sewn on the front chest. It was torn with faded blood stains in several places. He misted water on himself, then summoned all the dust in the house and swirled the cloud around him. He tied a blood-stained do-rag over his head and wrapped his left wrist in a dirty bandage. He admired himself in the mirror. Now he looked the part of an elf from the ancient and noble House of Black. Is Dobby sure he has to look this way? Yes, Ed. The goblins will expect to see a beaten elf for black business. If I go without this, they will become suspicious. I look slightly better now than when I went to the bank of old bad Master Malfoy. The Black's reputation for cruelty is well known. I cannot take a chance. I must gain access to the vaults and search. I'm sure that if Malfoy had one of the treasures, then Bella will have one too. It's time you make yourself look like me. We have work to do, Ed. Are you sure your master will appreciate what we do? Do you really think the one you call Doggy Man will give us coins to buy the cinema building for elves? No worries, Ed, I feel it in my bones that Master Sirius will help us. Besides, I know you live to trade. You will have something they want to trade. I don't understand, Dobby. If we find the objects, don't you have to give them to your master Harry? I do, Ed, that is why you will help me and you will hide them from me. I learned from the best elf teacher in the world, Jasper at Hogwarts, all about plausible deniability. Yes, I will do as my master asks and search for and find the objects, have them cleansed, and we will get our cinema for an elf club. You must trust me, I'll speak to the Doggy Man. What else did Jasper teach you, Dobby? Dobby smiled. He taught me that language matters. Masters may tell you to do something, but if they are not exact in how to do it, then you have a lot of room to do it your way. He also taught me that it is wise not to let wizards know and understand all elves can do. Be quiet, be invisible and listen, learn all you can. That is what Jasper teaches. I would like to meet Jasper, he is a wise elf. Dobby and Ed popped onto the landing just a few feet from the front door of the Diagon Alley Gringotts. Nodding to the two goblins standing guard in full armor, one on each side of the door, the two elves entered the lobby. Entering, they made their way to the main reception desk past several other conspicuous armored pairs of guards arrayed around the expansive lobby. Seems like there are more guards than normal here, Dobby. We will be okay, Ed, no worries. The desk attendant noted the two elves slowly approaching and the black crest on the center of their worn tea towels. Both were very dirty, had assorted bandages and looked in terrible shape. He cast a subtle revealing charm and found nothing amiss. Two black elves, much the worse for wear. Why did the blacks treat them so badly? I'll never understand, thought the attendant. How can Gringotts be of service tonight? Black elves. Lord Master Black has sent us to look for something within the black vaults. Here is his instruction letter. The attendant gave only cursory glance at the parchment. He pressed the letter to a rune on the desk and the signature glowed green. It was genuine. Carts are over there through that portal. An attendant will take you down. Next. Where to, elf? The main black vault, then Bellatrix Black Lestrange, and make it as fast as you can. Our master is waiting and is impatient. Cart attendant. Dobby passed the cart attendant a single gold galleon, who hefted it then slipped it into his pocket. The cart started off with the throttle in the most forward, fastest position possible. Patrons in the lobby shivered as they could hear the two elves screaming as they descended to among the oldest and lowest levels of the vault's tunnels. Goblin lobby attendants showed their teeth as they smiled among themselves, enjoying the discomfort of the cart occupants and patrons in the lobby. When the cart stopped, Ed smiled at Dobby and then schooled his features to a terrified look. You two elves don't fool me. I can see you both enjoyed that ride far more than most do. Here is the Black family main vault. Both elves went into the vault and searched the shelves, making note of the many items and leaving everything untouched. Cart attendant, what we seek is not here, please take us to Bellatrix's vault. A few moments later the goblin opened the vault for them. As soon as the door was opened, Dobby could feel the evil emanating from inside. Dobby put his arm out, preventing Ed from walking inside. Wait a moment. Let me scan the vault. Dobby stepped 1 foot inside and looked carefully at the molding around the door frame, casting a revealing charm. A rune sequence was illuminated in red. Dobby took a pocket knife from inside his tea towel and cut a line in the middle of each rune, disabling the protections. There be nasty things in there, I shut off Ed. It is safe for us now. Let's go in. I see the item master sent us to bring back to him. Ed took a small iron chest out of his tea towel, opened it for Dobby, who levitated the badger cup inside. Both sighed with relief when Ed closed the chest and returned it to his inside pocket. Silently Ed communicated with Dobby. Look on that second shelf, it has 24 silver goblets, all goblin made, all very old. There in the corner is a flying carpet. It could come in handy, Dobby. We should take all of the goblets home. We could use them for trading with the goblins to clean the items. That is a good idea, Ed, but is it stealing? No, I don't think so. Your doggy man said to do whatever you can, use whatever you can of his house to help Master Harry. That is a bit wobbly logic, even for us. I think you be listening to Jasper's teachings, Ed, but you are right. Dobby then levitated all the goblets and the flying carpet into a space-expanded pocket inside his tea towel. Time to go, cart attendant, we finds what we's needed to find for our master. Percy came through the flow at the Burrow well after dinner time, nearly at midnight, surprised to find his father Arthur sitting at their kitchen table. Drinking tea. It's about time you returned home, son. It would have been nice if you sent word that you were delayed returning. Your mother was quite worried about you, however I pointed out that our family clock indicated you were working and not to worry. I also convinced her to go to bed a few hours ago and that I'd wait up for you. Now sit down and tell me about your day. Percy knew his father's seldom used tone of voice, that it was a demand and not a request. He was embarrassed. I'm sorry, Dad. Thank you for covering me with Mom. I don't really relish one of her haranguing. I had a very good day, but it was also frustrating. I met Penny and we had a delightful breakfast at a sidewalk cafe near her home. She lives in Muggle, London. Then we took the tube to the big library I told you about to do my research. You would love the tube, Dad, trains that run for miles underground in tunnels. All run by electricity. Arthur's eyes glowed. What a fascinating thing, son. Perhaps before you return to Hogwarts in the fall you take me on one of those underground journeys in the tube. I would be delighted to take you, Dad. We could have so much fun. However, getting back to my day, we went to the library and they had a huge archive of business records. It's perhaps 3 times the size of Hogwarts Great Hall. Penny helped me with the search. They have records that are recorded on a film. It's called microfiche, Dad. It's shrunken down so much you cannot read it until you put it in a machine that shines a light through it and you read it through a magnifying glass. Wow, what will the Muggles think of next? I'd like to see that for myself. What did you find? It was disappointing. A dead-end, Dad. Wool's had become derelict after a fire and was torn down sometime in the late 1980s. There is a new office tower on the site. What did you do then? It was noon, so Penny and I had a fish and chips lunch from a takeaway in the neighborhood and ate in Spa Green Botanical Gardens. It was very pleasant. It's like eating in our orchard by the pond. Then we took the tube to the site where Wool's had been. We found a large office tower there now. I inquired with the property manager's office and they had no records. This confirmed what the library records had indicated. Everything was lost to the mists of time. We then went back to the library and I wrote my report for Ragnarok while Penny looked at books. Then I escorted her home and her mother asked me to stay for dinner, which I did. Then I worked on my report at their kitchen table while Penny kept me company. Next time you should send word you will be so late. I understand, Dad, it won't happen again. Arthur stood up and pulled his wand out. He grasped Percy's shoulder. Just a moment, Percy. He waved the wand over the side of his neck. Episky. I took care of that hickey on your neck. It would not do to have your mother see that tomorrow. I'd not protect you if she did. I also expect that you act responsibly, Percy. Am I understood? Percy blushed from his throat to his ears. Yes, Dad. Can I ask you a question? Sure, but I reserve the right to not answer, son. Why do you put up with Mom being so loud, opinionated and controlling? That's why Bill and Charlie got out as soon as they were old enough. That is a complicated question, son. I try my best, but your mother is a force to be reckoned with when she gets a head of steam up. I've tried, believe me. I put up with it because of you and your siblings. Thanks, Dad. You've given me a lot to think about. Good night, Percy. I'll see you in the morning and go to the bank with you. Ed, we need a place to hide the cup until we find a way to clean it without destroying it. I know, Dobby, and we need to hide the goblin items also. As for the tainted items, I think the goblins will know how to cleanse them. These items are very valuable to both wizards and goblins. Both want to destroy the soul containers, but both want them for the treasures they are. Wizards will want cleansed objects because they be founders' items and think they are valuable. Goblins will want them because they are made of gold and silver and they crafted them 1,000 years ago. They also want them to use as leverage against the wizards. So, we be in competition with the wizards and the goblins to find them first. Dobby is smarter than he looks. If we get them first, we will have our own leverage. You help your master and we convince Harry's doggy man to pay us for them. I really want that old cinema. We could turn that into a nice place to watch films and have a club for juice and berries. A nice place for elves. They will be even more valuable if we can cleanse them of the evil. Goblins can do it. I'm sure they can. There is much they keep hidden. They are treasure hunters. They have to have found these in treasures in the past. They will be able to clean them so they can make more gold. We need leverage with them. We will have to find something in addition to the goblets to trade them to do the job. They are businessmen and always greedy for the next opportunity to make gold. We will find something. If we find the right things, then they will deal. You can hide these for me. I may have a place to hide them, Dobby. As you know, my old master was Reggie Nelson. Reggie was 7th son. He did not want to do what his father wanted him to do, toiling away in a dead-end job at the ministry. He joined the Navy to see the world and took me along with him. Well, the family fell on hard times in both World War II and then the Voldemort Blood War. Most of the family is gone. The heir is a young man still in school in the United States. The family estate is in the Welsh countryside. There are 2 elves there that take care of it. No, Nelson has been there in more than 20 years. The elves left know I exist and if I show up, they feel the family magic and welcome me. Dobby laughed. Ed, that is a wonderful prank. You benefit from your family magic and you don't have to do anything. You are like a free elf, you can do what you want. I do enjoy doing what I want, helping friends, going around the world doing trades. It's been a good life. I still maintain my old room at the manor. It is a good hiding spot. Great idea, Ed. Let's go visit your old manor. First pre-trial planning session. Amelia invited Master Auror Moody and Senior Investigator Connie Hammer over for dinner. They'd had tremendous success recently, quietly apprehending 10 people. They needed to be charged and brought to trial quickly. Most of the suspects had between a handful and a basket full of crimes that they could be charged with. Bones nearly always consulted with the two, getting their viewpoints before making the final decision with respect to the charges. Historically, Moody was the more aggressive of the two. His thinking was, what was the maximum that a suspect could be charged with? He then took half a step back from that and made his recommendation. With respect to aggressiveness, if there were 5 possible items to charge a suspect with, he normally recommended going with the 3 most serious charges. Historically, his recommendations yielded a 50% conviction rate. Connie's perspective was far more conservative. She normally examined the evidence and in the same situation, recommended the 3 easier-to-prove charges. Historically, her recommendations resulted in greater than a 90% conviction rate. Amelia knew that about her 2 colleagues and pointed out, "We have a lot at stake here. In this situation, we have 10 people to try, one of whom needs to be found innocent in order to live a peaceful life, the other 9 need to either be put away or put down. We need to determine what to try them for and what order to try them in to achieve the best results." In this instance, Bones' definition of best results was getting them off the streets. She added, "Let's start with Barty Sr." Alistair, on the other hand, preferred a trip through the veil for the worst of the offenders. Connie pointed out, during the various interviews Crouch had revealed that it was Dumbledore's idea to toss Sirius directly into Azkaban. The professor had also asked Crouch to overlook Fudge's overzealous and premature obliviating of all witnesses relating to the confrontation between Pettigrew and Black. Dumbledore had been first to float the idea that Pettigrew must be dead, even though they'd only found a finger and the other bodies were completely intact. Crouch also stated that the professor later came to him asking him to support Malfoy's imperious claim as well as Dumbledore's claim that Snape had turned spy for the light side. In exchange, Dumbledore had offered to support Crouch's transfer to the Department of International Magical Cooperation when it came out that Barty Jr. was a Death Eater. She continued, Dumbledore completely circumvented newly appointed DMLE Director Bones' authority when he signed Senior's request for an unsupervised visit of Junior. Finally, Crouch had stated that he'd accidentally witnessed Malfoy bribing Fudge and Umbridge to put the key on-site directive out for Black. Moody added, with Junior in custody, Senior will say whatever is needed to keep Junior from getting key, Ed. He had Junior under house arrest for 9 years. If he'd wanted to put him down, he could have killed him or borrowed a Dementor anytime. Amelia asked, so are you both suggesting that Senior be tried first? What charges are you suggesting? Moody replied, since he's going to plead guilty, I suggest charging him with everything that would implicate Fudge, Bagnold and Dumbledore. It will make it harder for either Fudge or Albus to talk their way out of anything when we get to them. Since Bagnold's long dead, no one is going to say anything to defend her. We'll get Senior to make a statement before he's sentenced. He'll toss Dumbledore under the bus a few times and bring up the times that he caught Malfoy bribing Fudge, Umbridge and Dawlish. In sentencing, offer him 20 years with the Dementors and let him request a walk through the veil. Connie nodded, observing, they'll both be tried, convicted and sentenced within an hour. Amelia confirmed, so we're agreed to start with Senior, then follow on with Junior, who will most likely plead guilty to charges of being an escaped convict. It's doubtful that he'll denounce Riddle, but most likely he'll ask to take the walk along with Senior rather than go back to Azkaban. We'll grant his request. That also serves the purpose of taking away Fudge's or Dumbledore's ability to challenge Senior's final statement. Who would be next? Moody suggested, since he's already been declared dead, Pettigrew has no legal pureblood rights and can be forced to take Veritaserum. You can ask him a handful of questions or so. He'll have no specific defense and be found guilty. Connie pointed out, when it's Sirius' turn immediately afterwards, what would have been a 3-hour uphill battle will turn into a 30-minute trial. We need to get through all of these in one day to have the best chance of getting a conviction of Dumbledore. Otherwise, one of his buddies will ask for a week-long delay and he'll have time to worm his way out or call in that damn bird of his. Once Black's been declared innocent, we can use him as a witness against Dumbledore. He can take his seat, booting out Malfoy. He'd vote against Dumbledore and Malfoy. He may also exert influence on the other dark families. We just need to convince him take his seat. Will you go and ask him, Amelia? I will. Moody added, be sure to ask Pettigrew about the canard of anyone being imperious to accept the dark mark. Have it be your last question. That will put paid on using that defense for some of the later trials. Connie nodded in agreement. Amelia replied, that will allow us time to have Umbridge and is the last trial of the morning. Depending on what she's charged with, she could either be given Veritaserum, or be offered a plea deal in exchange for testimony. Connie disagreed, stating, we don't have that much on her other than possession of a dozen blood quills and being directly involved with one case of bribery. It's not illegal to be a spiteful witch. We still need to interrogate her after what Malfoy revealed. Moody pointed out, you've got a solid case against her that's good for 12 years without her being a Death Eater. When we interrogate her maybe we find something more serious to charge her with. That will put her out of the ministry for good. I doubt that she'll last that long in Azkaban, so there's no reason to reach for the stars in charging her. No one else is likely to hire her if she does manage to get out. If you're looking to make another deal with someone, I'd suggest offering it to Fudge. Amelia replied, keep going. The only people Umbridge could give you information on are that someone in the kitchen crew called in sick unnecessarily and Fudge was taking bribes. She's a nasty piece of work but she's only been senior undersecretary for 18 months. You want to offer Fudge a deal, first on his bungling the Black Pettigrew confrontation which has a prison sentence, then to protect his nephew Dawlish, all in return for his listing the details of every bribe that he ever took and any dirt on Dumbledore. He has to pay the money back as a fine and the person offering the bribe or fined double the amount of the bribe. You bleed him dry. You can get him out of office and the ministry gets some badly needed funds. Besides, on a go-forward basis, Fudge isn't a risk compared to Malfoy and Dumbledore. Fudge is worth several million galleons to you alive. I want Dawlish interrogated fully. If he's dirty, I want charges. If he's just a low-level hack taking bribes or doing small things for Fudge, we can fine him and kick him out, but if he carries the dark mark one want the veil for him. No one objected and Moody called a quick break to use the restroom. Amelia refilled everyone's glass. She asked, what about Malfoy? Connie pointed out, the easiest things to charge him with are the attempted murder of Ginny and Harry, 325 counts of endangerment of a minor, bribery, and line theft. We cannot, should not use any of the information about his Death Eater activities at first. We want to bleed him dry. We have no legal way to introduce that now. Without gutting the Malfoy-led block in the Wizengamot it will be impossible. We may as just tie them up and toss them through the veil. We need to manipulate them, get a vote and wrap this up before they understand what is happening. Moody pointed out that even though the endangerment and bribery charges were fines only, he could be sent to prison for multiple counts of attempted murder and for line theft. Connie pointed out that if any of the second-round suspects finger Malfoy as the briber, they could retry him for twice the fine. Moody grinned. A frightening sight, thought Amelia. He suggested, let's try him in 2 stages, the easy ones. First, what happened at Hogwarts? We get as much money out of him as we can. Bargain with him that he won't be charged for crimes committed before October 31, 1981. The other Death Eaters will think that they'll get the same deal and won't disappear back into the woodwork before we round them up. He added, then pick him up again and search his manor home a month later. As a convicted felon, he can't refuse Veritaserum. We are certain that he's killed someone in the last 10 years from his interrogation. In addition to putting him away for good, we can get more names out of him such as school board names. We will have to obliviate him of the entire interrogation to pull that off. That's correct, Amelia. We can have Callista mind whammy him. I'm sure she's well trained in the mind arts. I'll have Rufus drop him off as his Fury friend. Sow a little discord when we do. We can fill his gut up with liquor and douse him in stale ale so he reeks. He won't remember anything and Narcissa will be a bit perturbed with him. That will help our cause. Finally, they got to Dumbledore. Again, Moody pointed to the easiest charges: illegal placement of a child, illegal obstruction of a valid will, illegal imprisonment of Sirius and 325 counts of child endangerment. Connie added, unless we could prove that he'd killed someone, getting him fined and jailed for 10 years for Sirius and a year each for the wills would be a world easier to obtain than a trip through the veil. That said, a photo of Grindelwald holding yesterday's edition of the Daily Prophet would be irrefutable evidence that he completely lied about his crowning claim to fame. Amelia admitted, Proving that he had anything to do with the deaths of the Potters would be an impossible conviction. We'll get some money out of him, and get a total of 12 years in Azkaban. In the event that Riddle returns, Dumbledore won't be around insisting on his stunners only mantra. Amelia, perhaps his interrogation will yield something big we can use. You need to ask specifically about Grindelwald. He's been very cagey answering questions in the past. Agreed, Connie. Now we simply tell the Wizengamot to return the next day for another trial. It being Dumbledore will be a surprise to all. We can leverage Black to sit in his seat and vote. The Black Alliance is all dark traditionalists and will vote against Dumbledore anyway. Now what about Hagrid, Amelia? Asked Hammer. We leave him alone. We use him as a damning witness as needed for Dumbledore and Fudge and Malfoy. He is simple-minded and manipulated by Dumbledore. You all heard and read Robards' report. The man is clueless. His only crime was delivering the Potter toddler to Dumbledore at his relatives. He thought he was protecting and helping the kid. I don't think it is right to drag him through the court and ruin his life. Dumbledore has already done enough. Okay, Amelia. Good call, I'll support that outcome. Hagrid is really a gentle soul, added Moody. Now what do we do with Rita, Connie? I don't know where to begin until we question her. At a minimum she is unregistered. She's also trespassed. Multiple counts. We can fine her for those things. Perhaps a year in Azkaban. Disclosure will send her into hiding. She's hurt a lot of people with her abilities. On a different subject, what about the other bad guys? Moody observed, the I Was Imperiist Club had about 10 members. Aside from the Malfoys, a handful of them such as the Parkinsons, Knotts, Felsenthal, and Ogden have serious money. If we find a way to send them to Azkaban, their heirs have plenty of money to offer Riddle. If we cut them a deal in exchange for 80% of their vault balance, and in Ogden's case, his inventory, Riddle gets 6 broke. Worthless fighters if he returns. Crabbe and Goyle were just family friends of Malfoy, they're no real risk and aside from their weekly pay envelopes, have no money. As for the other marked Death Eaters, send them through the veil if they're guilty and give their Wizengamot seats to honest, deserving people. Connie pointed out, the Ministry employees who took bribes such as Bagman, Debit, Hopkirk, and Edgecombe should just get fired. Without the Ministry positions, they have no power and don't represent a threat. Hire or promote people into their positions based on merit, not blood status. Moody chimed in, wait a minute, Connie. Bagman and Debit I can see. Hopkirk and Edgecombe, no way. They knew what they were doing. They gave up names, turned off flow connections, all or most of those people they fingered died. No, a cell in Azkaban or I want the veil or the key, for them. Firing them is not good enough. You should grab Debit and interrogate him with the serum. He's dirty, I feel it on my bones. I just don't know to what extent. If we are to clean house, then we need to clean house. We manipulate the system the way the dark sides have, and reassert control. Remember we are fighting a war. Connie pointed out, agreed Alistair, if we add Mrs. Malfoy, Parkinson, Knott, Flint, and Edgecombe to the list, we'll need to get Wizarding Social Services involved. Moody disagreed, after the fact, not before. Otherwise, we might as well place an advert in the Prophet. After that, clean out the Board of School Governors. They'll search for and hire a head for Hogwarts and send the school back on the right path. Keep Yaxley in mind, he's marked. Looking at Amelia, he added, do us a favor lass, stay out of politics. Rufus and Greengrass will jump into the ring unless you make the mistake of volunteering. Ted Tonks would be an excellent interim option. Neither would be bad choices, especially as there's only 2 years left on Fudge's term. You can effect more change this year from your seat than the ministers. If you want to go for the big office, toss your name in then. As for Greengrass, he might do better as head of the Board of Governors. Bones concluded, saying, it's a good plan, I'll do my best to make it happen. It's late. Thank you both. Good night. The morning Amelia had Anna Daly in her office. After casting strong privacy charms, she relaxed. Anna, here are my notes from last night. You have been around as an investigator and was a pretty good prosecutor back in the day. I want you to take these files, notes and build me a case for each person. I want to use the laws on the books to obliterate the dark faction. We can manipulate them and use their own laws to get them off the streets and pay for what they have done. I want to review your progress every night at my home. I want you to take what you need and do your work at my manor. Stay away from the ministry. Say you're taking a few days off. This is secret and no word can get out. You have less than 2 weeks, so the sooner the better. I'll see you later tonight. Callista accompanied Rufus to the hidden safe house in Malfoy's cell. They had to be brought in through the wards by the Bones, elf Smokey. He was small for an elf and liked to wear a long green wool jumper that hung just below his knees, with the Bones crest on the chest. He wore a green felt hunter's cap and green wool knee stockings. The elf had to bring them in as only Amelia were keyed into the protection scheme and could move in and out with no problems. Callista didn't like not being able to come and go alone but understood Amelia's desire and need to limit knowledge and access. Someone trying to breach the wards would get a nasty surprise. Do you want to wake Malfoy to do the memory charms? Callista. No, Rufus, it's much easier for me when the subject is unconscious. She pointed her wand at Malfoy's head. Legilimens. Callista Bremen, head unspeakable, had a talent most knew nothing about, and it was far more refined than most who practiced the art. She had practiced and drilled herself in this skill for almost 2 decades. Not even Albus Dumbledore nor Thomas Riddle, both noted legilimens, approached her skills. She delved into Malfoy's mind and found his memories of being apprehended in the interrogation. She erased everything from his mind back to when Rufus's Greyback told him he was coming to his den. She reinforced, "No, you don't understand what I'm capable of, Malfoy. Time you joined me in my den for a discussion, so to speak." She paused, then began constructing vague memories of Greyback making him drink fire whiskey and goblin ale, and demanding gold for some slight performed in the past. She let him remember he wrote a draft for G10,002, bearer, but not that he was under the Imperious curse. How ironic, it was so easy to put him under control. She was sure that Malfoy would have no inkling of what had gone on. She had done it all in just 10 exhausting minutes. She was a master and this was a piece of her finest work. She pulled out of his mind. "Okay, Rufus. It is your turn now. Good luck. I've got a headache to treat." Rufus pulled a flask out of an inner pocket of his robes, set it on the table and took his overgarment off. Next, he stripped and put on brown rough wool pants a size larger than he normally wore, then an oversized sweatshirt. He downed the polyjuice laced with the Greyback hair and shivered as he changed. Callista handed him the portkey they had found on Malfoy when first apprehended. Malfoy was already drunk. She had spelled slightly more than a pint of Augen's finest into his stomach an hour ago. Next, she doused Malfoy in cheap goblin ale that had sat out on the tabletop for 3 days. It smelled more like urine than stale ale. They roughed up his clothes. They were already much wrinkled and soiled from the time he spent in captivity. He looked in a state that Malfoy would not be caught dead in public. "Okay, Rufus, off with you. Put on a good act for Narcissa." Rufus grasped Malfoy in both hands and said, "Activate." It was a but few unpleasant seconds traveling before being deposited at the front gates of Malfoy Manor. He used the pull on the side pillar which caused a bell to toll inside the manor. A moment later a bedraggled elf arrived, looked at Greyback holding her master and popped back to Narcissa. "Mistress, Master is back with Big Hairy Wolfman. Master is drunk. Master smells like tavern after big party. Do I let them in? I will take care of this. Go about preparing lunch. I will take it in the solarium today. Will Master be joining you?" "I think not, Libby. Just make enough for me. Master will be indisposed for a bit." Libby smiled a cruel smile as she popped away to make lunch for Mistress. She understood her mistress's tone. Master was in for a bad time. She would stay away from Master for a few days. He will be angry. Narcissa took her time walking to the main gate. As she approached, she saw her husband on the ground curled up in a fetal position, snoring. Greyback was drinking from a flask. He shuddered, wiped his mouth, capped the flask and put it inside his shirt in an unseen pocket. "Merlin and God only know what vile thing the wolf is drinking," she thought. "Well, what do you have to say, Mr. Greyback?" "What, Narcissa, no pureblood courtesy. You not going to invite me in for tea and little sandwiches?" She had iron in her voice as she answered. "It is Mrs. Malfoy to you, Mr. Greyback." Then she laughed. "You and my husband both smell like a tavern. He's much drunker than you. You both reek. I'm not letting you in to visit. Was he with you the past few days?" "Oh yes, Mrs. Malfoy. Good ol' Lucius was my guest at my den. He's now paid his debts he owed me. Now I've brought him back to his humble abode. Rufus was enjoying the repartee with Narcissa. Where did you find him to begin with? He said he had some business in Diagon Alley. Greyback started to laugh. Oh my, I found him coming out of the Wildcat Gentlemen's Club in Nocturne Alley. He had a hag and a drunk draped all over him when I walked up and rescued him. I invited him to visit my pack's den and discuss some old business. Rufus did not like the look in Narcissa Malfoy's eyes. She was born a black and it was well known how good they were with a wand, trained from a very young age. He hoped he had not pushed her too far. Now Narcissa, no need to be angry with me, I see you rolling your wand in your fingers. You take it up with hubby here. I did my duty and brought him home like a good mate should. I'll take my leave now. He swiftly turned and apparated away. Narcissa was disgusted. She opened the gate after she was sure Greyback was gone and levitated Lucius inside the gates. As Libby indicated, he reeked. Husband, you will have a lot of explaining to do when you wake up. She walked up to the old barn with Lucius floating behind her. She dumped him in a used hay and manure pile. Libby. Yes, mistress. You are not to answer any call from master till I release you from the order. Do I make myself clear? Yes, mistress, ignore master till you tell me not to. Narcissa smiled a cruel smile. Oh, Lucius, you have crossed a line this time, one I can no longer avoid. Harry and Dobby walked into the Granger front reception room where Sirius Black was reading the morning Daily Mail. Master Sirius, Madam Bones is here and wants to talk to you and Master Harry. Show her in, Dobby, and bring us tea for 3 please. A few moments later Dobby escorted Madam Bones into the reception room while floating a tray laden with a tea service and freshly baked scones. He deposited it on the table, then told Sirius, Master Black, try my homemade orange marmalade on my scones, I'm sure you will like it. Harry smirked and waited to sit until Madam Bones sat down. Madam Bones, please take a seat. How do you like your tea? Just a little bit of milk. The scones look delicious. Now what can I do for you? I come to you with several things to discuss. First, here is the report on what we found in Albus's office as I promised. It makes interesting reading. Albus had written much about Thomas Riddle and the Horcruxes. We are still trying to figure out his thoughts on those. I'd rather you have the raw data and you make your own conclusions. I'll share what we learn as we learn it. Callista will lead a small team to search them out. The second is your trial will be in 2 weeks from today and will be the 3rd one of the morning. I know you are going on holiday with Harry and the Grangers, which is all right with me, but you will have to be here for the trial at 8 a.m. Please don't be late. She passed a small brass bell to Sirius. This is a port key to my chamber outside courtroom 10. To activate, tap it with your wand and say Amelia Bones court office. I understand, Amelia, I won't be late, I've been waiting for this for more than 12 years. After your trial and acquittal, I want you to take your place in the Wiz and sit your seat. Right now, Malfoy is sitting in it. He won't be there that morning, nor will Narcissa. Assert your rights to the seat. If someone challenges you, assert yourself. With your grandfather's passing, you are the Black of the Blacks, and now head of house. You hold the Dark Conservative Alliance in your hand. I need you to have them vote to convict a number of people. I cannot share everything with you now, but we have a strategy. I'll fill you in more that morning. Both Crouches and Pettigrew will be tried before you. Most of their testimony will clear you. After you will be Albus. I need the voting block to get all 4 off the streets. Then we will go after the rest. Can I depend on you, Sirius? Of course. We need to change things, and those people need to pay for what they did. You can count on me. Dobby remained invisible, standing against a wall and listening to the conversation. While the 3 were distracted, he made a copy of the report from Amelia and put it in his inner pocket. He and Ed would have to read it and cross-reference it to the notebook he had found in Albus's office. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.